Hey guys, good afternoon. My mic's working. Good. Um, I hadn't actually planned on starting off with news like this, but I've been gone for a few weeks. Just some personal stuff going on in my life, and had planned on starting streaming again today, and was just kind of having breakfast when this news of Charlie Kirk came out. It's kind of crazy. For those of you just kind of joining, Charlie Kirk has been shot. I have seen the video of the I have seen the video. It is pretty gruesome to watch. You can search for it on the internet if you want, but Charlie Kirk, he's a right-wing conservative speaker, fairly popular in the United States, but he was doing a speaking event um, at a university in Utah, I believe, and was shot just as he started to do his speech. Crazy. The video is pretty gruesome though. It's like there's a very close up video of him getting shot, and it looks like he was shot right in the neck. Moonwalking Angel was the shooter left winger. I would, you can assume that, I suppose, because obviously he's shooting someone he doesn't like. You can assume that he's a left wing nut. Um, they do have a picture somewhere on the internet of the apparent shooter being pinned on the ground by police, being arrested, and how do I trying to learn how to use Rumble as well. That's a question I have. How did this guy get it sounded like it could have been an AR-15. Like how do you get that into a venue like that without being spotted? crazy. It was an inside job? From who? Turn up the volume. 1 sec. It's pretty low on the recording, actually. You think Kirk is the next? Well, we'll see if he survives this, dude. I don't know if you've seen the video. It is pretty disturbing. It is pretty disturbing. Red, Charlie Kirk has been shot. There's video of it. You can find it fairly easily. If you DM me, I can send you the picture. I can send you the video, but it's pretty gruesome. There's a very close-up view of it, and it looks like he was shot right in the jugular and his neck, and he was up on stage, and blood just splattered everywhere, and just came pouring down his body. Like I don't know how you would survive something like that. 1 second. There, I sent it to you. It is pretty gruesome. If you guys want to see it, you can find it all over the internet. But they haven't announced that he's dead yet, so that's a good thing. But it looked pretty. I would be shocked if anyone could survive that. Um, it's all over Twitter, Red. Like, you can just do a search for Charlie Kirk. It's all over. The close-up one. There's two different. There are two different. Oh, well, several videos, but there's two in particular. There's one that's long range from like up on top of a platform, and then there's one that is much closer, like third row in the audience type of thing. Like it's very close up, and it's very like gross. So you can find them on Twitter. Yeah, I mean the 4 second one is all you need to watch, right? 4 seconds is oh okay. This version that they're showing right now. Oops. This one here is the long range one. So the person who's got the close range one is like here. It might be like this. Anyways, it's like there's so much blood you can't imagine someone survived that, and you only see like a second or two of it, and nobody's even gotten to him yet to try and help him. Manhunt as well. Maybe there's more than one person involved. Well, there could be other people involved. Yeah, when you watch the video, you can only hear one gunshot. One second. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm just trying to sign in to Kick. Weird. Maybe the guy they had pinned down was not the guy they thought. Red, have you found the link? I found another. Okay, I'm gonna leave a link in chat. Do not watch it if you don't want to see this. Very clear. Do not watch it if you do not want to see it. It is one of those things some people will have a hard time with. So do not watch it if you don't want to see that. But it is very graphic. Like I said, I don't know how anyone survives that. It is gross. Oh, like no ambulance there. No, like they've literally got to get him to the hospital with no medical devices at all. That's not even going into an ambulance. Yeah, red. I think it sounded like more like an AR-15 or something like that. I don't think that sounded like a pistol or something. I don't know. You've served. I haven't, so you would know better than me. But I thought he'd. Okay, so he'd only taken one question at that point. Wow. There's a wheelchair there. How did the person with the wheelchair get out of there? Wow. No, no security. Wow. Yeah, big toe. It's like I said, they're saying he's in critical condition. I don't see how anyone survives that. I obviously I don't believe in everything Charlie Kirk says. But that's not something you want to see happen in politics. You know, regardless of which political affiliate party you're affiliated. I'm not affiliated with any. I'm not even American, um, but nobody on either side deserves that. So I've seen some crazy comments as well. So I kind of want to flip channels to see if other channels are also talking about there being a manhunt. Let me just check around on Twitter. I have seen one news source suggest that Charlie Kirk is dead. Okay, I've seen multiple reports now that the man that they had in custody at the event was not the shooter, and it's unclear if the actual shooter is in custody. Apparently, there's another active shooter at Jefferson High School. I don't know where that is, but I want to play a video that I saw earlier. This is an example of really shitty reporting. I saw this video earlier. I'll turn it up. You guys you don't have to watch the video, just listen to the video. A supporter shooting their gun off. Probably not what was happening. House of Representatives. This is live. They're not talking about it, it doesn't seem. So apparently the man that the police put in custody at the event is not the shooter. It is now being announced. I've seen several now that they are announcing that Charlie Kirk has passed away at the age of 31. I want to get some actual verified because the reports that I've seen that have announced that he's dead are kind of shock journalists. And I don't know how well they verify their sources. So I will say that I've seen two of them now announce that he's dead. I have not seen it on anything like any any reputable news source. Let me just put it that way. As of yet. So we'll wait. We'll wait till we hear it from one of the news sources. But I have seen two news sources that are not considered I don't know what the word would be, but A flame strike. I don't see how anyone can survive that. If you haven't seen the video, it's all over. It's all over Twitter. Um, it is pretty bad. I posted it. I'm gonna post it again. Don't watch this video if you're easily disturbed. Okay. There he is. So ABC is now reporting it. Apparently, Trump is announcing it. Apparently, it's now official that he's passed away. Wow. Did you see the old dude that shot him? Apparently, Flame Strike. They're announcing that that guy was not the shooter. There's now officially a manhunt on for the guy. There's photos of the guy that was apprehended at the scene. Um, there's photos of him claiming that what his name is with a picture of like someone that doesn't even look like him. His political views are very conservative, so they if they catch the person, they won't live to see trial. Yeah, so what happened to that guy? There we go. That sounds is an red is an AR-15 considered high caliber? You're talking to someone who wouldn't know the fucking difference. Yeah, it is kind of ironic that he was answering a question about gun violence. '15 and 308, etc. But yes, they're all considered high caliber. Okay. Hey, Tommy, what's up? Yeah, you could see that the damage that was done by the bullet was just, it was gross. I watched the video once. I was like, I don't need to see that again. MSNBC is getting absolutely roasted for the way they handled the situation. Wow. Word artery, he was dead 10 seconds after the shot. Yeah, for sure. Within seconds. It was just, there's two, for those of you just joining, there's two videos. One from long range, which you can see him jerk back. And then the second one looked like it was taken from someone in like row 3. And you can just immediately see a splatter of blood, and then his whole left side of his body is covered in blood, like in a second. So much blood loss. There's no, I 2 kids. Yeah, apparently there's another shooting at a high school. I haven't seen much news on that yet, but apparently there's another shooting. I don't know how many people are involved in the second one. Let me try and do some. It is crazy how often this sort of stuff is going on, though. Like it is actually kind of crazy. There's still reports that the actual shooter is still at large. So crazy. Here, I'm gonna switch it to the Fox News. I Is there a reason that Fox News can't fix their microphones? Listen to this crap. I'll buy one for them. This guy, like, yeah, the police are still looking for the shooter. What is with the quality on Fox News? Like, seriously. Okay, there is a Colorado high school where there's been a shooting as well, and it's being cleared out. Trying to find more information on that as well. No, Frank, this is real. Charlie Kirk is dead. Yeah, it definitely hit the neck. I don't know if they know how far away he shot from. Maybe from the sound. I'm not a gun expert for sure. There's probably people that are in my chat that are far more familiar with guns than I am that heard the shot and could give more of a indication as to how far or what type of weapon was used. But 200 to 400. Red's actually served in the army, military guys. So, hey guys, I'm gonna switch it back to ABC. I can't stand the microphone on this. If they announce something interesting comes up, we'll switch back. But I could buy them a $50 microphone that would sound better than that. There was one tweet again. Whoops, see if I can find it. There was one tweet that I just saw that was posted several weeks ago about how Israel is pissed off with Charlie Kirk because he turned against them. I don't know what Charlie Kirk said to warrant this tweet, but people are throwing accusations in every direction right now as to who did this when really nobody knows shit. It is sad, yeah. Whether you agree with his political views or not, it is you don't need that in politics. I certainly don't agree with probably many of his points. I'm not disagree. I agree and disagree with his points, but regardless, you don't want to see this. You can see. I didn't even realize this. This is like some sort of a. There's people running through like a pond or something here. Yeah, I guess that's a bridge going over like some sort of a pond they have there. You're just trying to get out of here. Yeah, I posted the link to the close up. If people want to watch it, they're more than they can go find that for sure. But yeah, I don't think he survived longer than 5-10 seconds. I'm not a medical expert, but that's too much blood to lose. Where is Orem? Is that in this area, Flame Strike? Looking to see what news sites have started covering this. It's all over now. Okay, so that guy that we saw pictures of in custody earlier is now out of custody. They've confirmed that he is not the shooter. I mean, he could have been on the roof of one of these buildings. I'm going to assume that somebody that's been trained on how to use these rifles from one of those buildings, it seems like those would be close enough to actually make that shot if you're, know what you're doing. For some reason, my YouTube, hold on, let me try and fix something here. What a crazy event. Wise guy, I know, man. I know. I was gonna go live with the Russia attacks on Poland or invading Poland's airspace. That's what I was kind of getting ready for to stream that today. And then suddenly this happened, and it was like, the hell's going on here? And now there's apparently another shooting in a Colorado high school. It's hardly being reported right now. Poland shot it down, first NATO country to attack Russia. Do you think Poland shooting drones down that Russia sent into Polish airspace is attacking Russia? What? What kind of a weird take is that? Yeah, they do not send it. How do you, they've sent drones that are meant to kill people into your airspace, and you shooting them down as an attack on that other country? Are you crazy? You can't send drones into another country's airspace. What is wrong with you? Well, that's why NATO hasn't like responded with Article 5. Yeah, even if it was a mistake. Yes, I know Poland are in NATO. Reread what you wrote, Tommy. You were making it sound like Poland attacked Russia. Poland didn't attack Russia. They shot down Russian drones that were in their in Polish territory. Like, would you not want your government to shoot down drones that were meant to attack people if they were flying over your country? I don't know if Germany in 1939 sent Polish drones, or sorry, German drones over London. Would you not want your country to shoot them down? Would you be saying that it was England attacking Germany? That's a weird take. It sounded like you were defending Russia. It sounds like it's not escalating any further, though, but I would suggest that Russia might not want to make the mistake again. It was like living through World War II as a young Canadian boy. What are you talking about, man? I was already 30 at that point. From what I understand, I just read a couple of reports on it. Italy and there was another country that immediately responded with troops into Poland as soon as this incident occurred. The Netherlands. It was how do they know the drones were Russian? Probably with radar. I mean, the countries are right beside each other, right? So apparently they just let anyone in this event. Well, since they've shot these drones down in Polish territory, I'm Mike. I actually watched that documentary on the USS Liberty that you mentioned it a few months ago, and I actually went and watched it. Very interesting. Wow. It's fucking insane that he's dead. The USA is a war zone. So many shitbags are just running free. Yeah, Siths. It's crazy, man. Watching what's going on there. Like how many? Apparently they were saying that it was like an open event. People bought tickets for it, but they weren't even checking tickets. So there was probably a lot more people there than had actually bought tickets. They weren't. No security, no metal detectors, nothing. So this guy probably was able to just walk in with his rifle and probably was able to walk right out with it as well. They do not have a suspect, Ana TE. Video of the actual shots hitting spread so fast it was hard not to see. I mean, there's one video of a close-up, and it's gruesome. I watched it once. I was like, I'm not watching that again. But it was a close-up shot from somebody in like third row, and you can just see blood immediately pour out. I mean, he was dead in seconds. There's no question. No question. Some old dude in his 60s, they carried him out. Yeah, they've confirmed that he's not a suspect, wise guy. They've let him go. There's a suspect on the loose. They have no idea, apparently, who it was or where he's gone. All right, see you later, TG. Nobody's getting a timeout, but please remember there's extremists on both sides, right, left, Christianity, Islam. Like, there's evil in every category. You can't just like blanket say this entire group is evil because there's some fuck nuts in it, because there's some fuck nuts in the religion you belong to as well. So gotta get up in 4 hours. I'm thinking it's a foldable Ruger bolt action rifle. Would it surprise you to know that I have no idea what that is? Training girl that was just shot on the train. I'm so tired of living here, and it's so fucking senseless. People are often people are, especially Americans, are surprised when I tell them I've never seen a gun, like actually seen a gun in person before, unless like a police officer was holding it. I've never actually seen a gun otherwise. People can be crazy no matter where they come from or how they think. It's true. Like you can sit there and point, oh, it's this group, it's that group. I guarantee you that in whatever affiliation you're part of, like political party, religion, whatever, people can point the same thing at you as well. Seems like you're really lucky in Canada? I guess so. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna watch a video really quickly. Because I want to confirm that there is nothing. Okay, I'm gonna show it. Hold on. 1 sec. It's just almost done. Okay, I'm gonna show this video. I don't know how well you can see it. Let me see if I can. Whoops. See if I can zoom in here a little bit. So in this video, this guy zooms in, and you can see somebody or what appears to be somebody up on top of one of the buildings. All right, see you later, Tommy. Apparently, this guy just ran over and laid down here. And these guys are video recording it. Apparently, this took place at the university. I can't confirm that that's actually at the university, but okay, hold on. I've got another one that apparently in this video, this is after the shooting. The shooting has just taken place, and apparently you can see the person on top of the video on top of the building running. There. So this is there's somebody up on top of this building. So let me start it from the beginning again. You can see this person running over here. See him running over there? I don't know if you can see that very clearly on stream. Look at this guy. Look at this guy here. Tell me you didn't fight in the Vietnam War or another war without telling me you've fought in a war before. But yeah, you can see somebody running here. And again, Charlie Kirk did not have security. He had his own private security, but nothing like what the president would have or something like that at this event. So they wouldn't have been like securing down these places for him to talk. Play it one more time. Anyways, there he is running across. You can see him running. And this dude's just standing here. This guy's like crazy, man. Crazy. Anyways. Or just zero self-preservation? Maybe he's deaf. I don't know. Red, the rifle that you sent me is would the sound that was made from the shot could it sound did this rifle make a sound similar to that? Any rifle like that could sound like it? How fast can you fold that up? This is the rifle that Red is talking about. Apparently, it folds up probably relatively quickly, I would imagine. When you just abandon it, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a specialist in this, but I've seen movies with assassins in it. I mean, if you can fold it up relatively quickly, if the gunner's registered to him, why would he leave it there? Right? By the way, wise guy, I'm applying to your company as a janitor. I'm applying as a janitor, dude. That entire arena looks like a sniper's dream. I said this 20 minutes ago that we didn't know where the shot was coming from. And I even said it could possibly come from like the roof. Like there was rooftops everywhere. He didn't have Secret Service that were securing the place or anything like that. He had his own security. But I'm assuming that apparently they weren't asking for tickets. They weren't checking bags. They weren't nothing. A 22. I thought you said earlier that it didn't sound like a 22 though. Like if you're planning on assassinating someone, are you doing it with a 22? I'm actually only half kidding, wise guy. I do need another job. I'm pretty sure. 506. I'm gonna put your name down as a referral, wise guy. It's about wise guy. Oh, it says they're not hiring right now. Because they only heard a bullet crack from breaking the wind barrier. Wow, that's again, whether regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on. I mean, there's 2 kids now that don't have a dad. Wise guy, if you're on my Discord, join it because I'm actually I would actually be very interested, to be honest, or to talk to you about how to go through like as an apprentice or whatever, if you had time. I kind of want to switch to a different. Okay, apparently, there's a news conference coming up soon. Whoops. Apparently, there's a news conference coming up with the about the Utah shooting. So we'll definitely watch that too. But how close was that to their head? Whoa! You can hear the view. All right. Pretty close within 100. I mean, if you here, hold on. I'm gonna pause the video and we'll go live. These are the buildings where I was talking about earlier that the shooter could very easily have been up on these buildings. And we have a video that I showed earlier. Whoops. Like, look at this. Like, you can see people running, but we had a video of a guy like running along the rooftop somewhere. I actually posted it to my Twitter. If you guys aren't following my Twitter, you should be following my Twitter. But I posted the link to the video where you can see what could be the shooter running along the rooftops. No, but he could have been up on this bit on up here as well. Or I mean, he could very. I think this is the building where the guys were claiming that he was on, and this one is directly in front of where he was speaking, right? So he could definitely have been on top of this building. This one here, sure, it was probably on the opposite side, but this one here was directly in front of him. Hold on, let me bring up the video. Again, this is a video with the super calm dude. Here's where the guy, you can see the guy running along here. I'm gonna mute this for a second. This is the video where people are claiming this guy could be the shooter, and so he's obviously talking over here. So it looks like, hold on, oh shit. Okay, so let me bring up all of them again. So if you look at my cursor, the building that he appears to be running on here is to his left. So it's this building here, but the angle is from up higher. So you can actually see the rooftop of this building behind this one here. So it looks like the shooter was actually on, if it's the shooter. Can we pan back, please? On. Okay, so this is one building, and then this here is another building. These are separate buildings, but it looks like this building here is behind this one here. And down here, if we're looking at the bottom here, where this guy is running is actually on this building here, along here, if that makes sense. Exit wound was the leaking or no? I thought he immediately grabbed his left side. I don't really want to watch the video again, but I thought he grabbed his left side. So again, here you can see this Beck moving. You can see him running along the line. You can see where he is now. He'll end up over here. See how far he's moved already? Like, this is definitely somebody that's running up here. Right? Like, it's definitely somebody running along the roof up here. So I don't know how far that is. That looks like it's a couple 100 meters anyways. That looks like it's... I'm going to guess that is probably 200, 250 meters. Roughly. And to be honest, that doesn't sound like a very far shot. If it's somebody that's experienced with a rifle, Red or Mike, you guys sound like you're more familiar with rifles. That doesn't sound like it's a particularly long range shot. So, but yeah, you could see this person moving along. And here, so here's where he's moving. Keep in mind that that he's talking over here, way over on the right hand side. So this where he's running would have definitely been on his left side and would have hit easily. I mean, he could easily have hit his left side from there. So most people could make that with 1 day of training. Okay, well, anyways, I'll just play the video one last time. You can see the person running along here. Very suspicious who that is. Very suspicious. Hey, Poop NATO. Yeah, it definitely hit one of his arteries. He was dead within 10 seconds, guys. If there's one thing that we can, at least it was quick, although horrific at the same time. I can't imagine what his wife is going through right now. His daughter was there. I didn't know that he had a daughter. I thought there was one that was like 4 and one that would just turned 1. Okay, there looks like there's a press conference that is going to be starting here. As soon as it is, we're going to switch over to that, of course. You know the conspiracy theorists are gonna have a field day with us. If they don't catch this guy, it's gonna be like people immediately pointing fingers at in every direction. They need to catch the guy. It's Art Crypto. What's up, man? Benjamin and Yahoo are behind this. Okay, hold on. I'm pausing the video here. You can actually see the bullet. Well, you can't see the bullet, but it appears that you can see where um he was first struck. Don't watch if you don't want to see this, okay? But watch this. You can see like right by his left shoulder. Oh, you know what? There does appear to be some sort of mark here on his collar as well. So it may have gone like right through his throat and out the other side. Possibly. Oh, looks like we're going to a press conference. Sorry, the sound is quite low. Gonna go down to yeah, I've seen the videos. I've sent the link out for the videos of the close up of the shot. It is extremely disturbing. So I'm not watching it on stream. Gonna diminish the MAGA crowd. Yeah. If you think that this is going to if nothing and if you think like if you think this is gonna diminish the MAGA crowd, you're damn mistaken. You're going to see a flood of people join the MAGA crowd because of shit like this. If you learn anything about like terrorism or stuff like that, most of the people that have been like brought in as terrorists or people that have been, had things happen to them, whether it's loved ones, family members, whatever, killed, and then the people that survive become terrorists for the group that are opposing that that group of people. Like this stuff is not going to diminish or reduce the number of people that are in MAGA. You're going to see an influx of people because of shit like this. Now he's a martyr, yeah. you're going, and again, I'm a centrist. I'm probably a little right of center than actually a centrist, but you are going to see all over. You're already seeing it all over social media. People just outright blaming anyone who is left leaning at all, even though there's people all over the place that are left leaning that are saying that this is, you know, sick and disgusting or whatever, but they're already saying this is the left. The left has done this. You know, the people on the left don't agree with this shit either. You've got extremists on both sides of the aisle, and that's the problem. And then as soon as somebody on the right side does something, you're going to have the fucking wackos on the left pointing the finger at everyone that's on the right. It's the way things are. It appears in the world today. But this is now whoever this guy is that shot the guy, assuming he is a left-wing wingnut, all he's done is given the right side ammo. Like, all he's done is given the right side ammo to say, hey, look at these fucking left-wing whack jobs. He's done nothing to help whatever his beliefs were. We still haven't heard about this manhunt either. Our left is just as insane for everyone here in Europe. You know what's interesting is the far left are obviously more inclined to be okay with um trans people and stuff like that. And I'm not, you know, make your own personal decision about trans people, but they're also supporting, you know, they're pro Islam and stuff like that. Do you think the people that are from, you know, these Islam extremist groups are pro trans? Like, which is not the case. I think I think what it's art crypto is pointing out. Sorry, I'm it's hard to It's arts crypto. He's he's talking about a very specific group of people that are from the left. Not everybody on the left side believes in those beliefs, dude. And this is what I mean by people are immediately painting an entire side of the political spectrum like as the same, and it's not. Right? Like it's not. They're not the same. Like there's a lot of people on the left that don't believe in trans athletes and trans, or that trans people should be allowed in women's sports. And I'm one of those people. If you, like I said, I'm more of a centrist, but I don't believe that trans women should be allowed in boxing. You just don't fucking believe it's safe, right? Like so not everybody has the same beliefs. It's the same as people on the right. Not all of them have the same beliefs. There's a lot of people on the right that don't like Donald Trump. You could be a Republican and not believe in MAGA. There are people that are out there like that. Imagine that. It's arts crypto. Is it Netherlands or is it Denmark that has banned the burqa or whatever it's called, face coverings? I know I read somewhere that one of those two countries banned it recently. The Danes? No, it was I knew it was Netherlands or Denmark. It's the Danes that did it. France may have done it in the past as well, but I know this is just recently, like in the last month or two. Anyways, Chad, if you guys haven't followed yet, follow YouTube, Twitter, Twitch if you're on Twitch. Um, I will be live much more often. I'll speak on that maybe in the coming days or something like that. But Caselli, if you're still there, yes, he is. It has been announced that Charlie Kirk has passed away. Don't project it on kids. 12, 16 years old. I don't. I personally don't believe that children under the age of like whatever 18 should be allowed to because you all of us remember what it was like at that age. You're confused, you don't know what's going on with your life, like, you know, you really haven't figured yourself out yet. So for someone to be able to make such a drastic decision regarding their life when life is just confusing as fuck at that time, I think is just a little bit fucking weird. But want me to care or expect me to change or contour to your beliefs? Anywhere else it can be pushed into the brains of others. I agree. I don't like religion being in school, to be honest. I'm not religious though. I'm sure if you talk to many Christians, they would definitely disagree with me. We have morals, let people live like they want as long as they don't try to influence others. Well, that's a lot of people get pissed off, and I'm one of them. I get fucking infuriated when I hear that, you know, people are coming to my country and then they're demanding that we change things in our country to suit them. Like, there was one article about some, um, I won't say what group, but you can figure it out. They were pissed off that somebody was walking by their event with dogs because they are from a country where they find that they feel that dogs are gross, filthy, disgusting animals. And they didn't like that, and they wanted these people to be told to like basically fuck off. And it's like, you came to our country. You know, like there's you know, what is there, 193 or 195 countries in the world? You could have chosen to go to any one of those countries, and you chose to come to our country where we have certain beliefs, and you come here and then you complain about it. I get pissed off when I hear that shit. Has to be very few people. How would you guys feel about this? If they're okay, they're talking about the Donald Trump shooting. How do you guys feel about people that come to the country where their religious beliefs um appear to be basically like anti the beliefs of your country? And I'm talking about like extremism here. I'm talking about like you know, Sharia law type of people that come here. Their wives are all like completely covered up and stuff like that. Like, yes, you do have freedoms of expression and stuff like that in our countries, but is there a point where you're like, okay, you know what? Your views and the way you run your life are so different from ours. We don't think that you're a fit in our country. There are literally 60 other countries that support your beliefs or support Islamic beliefs that you could go to one of their countries instead. Like, there's got to be a point where you can say to someone, you know what, we don't think you're a fit in our country. Everyone in the crowd was armed. This wouldn't have happened, right? I mean, it would make it also make it a lot harder to find out who the shooter was. You know, you're checking everybody that's got a gun, arresting everyone. Could have been anyone. Hey guys, I got to close down my chat for a second here and restart it. So I'm not gonna. I want to try and fix something. So don't say nasty shit in chat right now because you know, I probably won't be able to see it. Trying to fix my chat. Yeah, I think I got it fixed. Rumble, you are now involved in the conversation. For those of you that have been chatting over there, as well as YouTube. Yeah, everybody's active now, guys. Everybody's active. Sorry, should have fixed that earlier. Not against immigration. I'm against my tax money goes towards welfare to people who have no intention to work. Yeah, I agree, Mike. I honestly think if you've been here for a year, you haven't really made any attempt to find a job or you don't have a job, ship them right back. I don't give a shit. You know, just sorry. You are coming here and you're obviously just you know, sucking our resources out of our hardworking Canadians, Americans, whatever country you're from, and you're not actually intending on doing any work. You could be anybody. I'm a 50-year-old guy. If I went to fucking Thailand tomorrow, I could find work in a day. If I was somebody from a third world country that came here, I could find work as a laborer on some fucking job site probably within a month. Like there's no excuse not to be working. None. If they're severely damaged from war, do you mean like physically damaged? I mean, obviously there would be certain individual cases, but a lot of these people that you see come here, they're families, and they're just not working. I mean, you can point to like one or two individual cases, but there's a lot of people coming from other countries that are perfectly capable of working, and they're not working. Yeah, they're sucking up our resources as far as like medical welfare, all that sort of stuff. They're not working at all. Like enough of the bullshit. Like you have to agree that there are definitely lots of people that are here doing that. Certain cultures that don't seek work and for then get rid of them. Like get them out of here. Fly them home. It would be cheaper for our taxes to pay for that person's flight to get home than it would be for us to pay for them for another month of living here, with the welfare and putting them up in hotels or any of this crap. Plus, they've got their entire family here. No, sorry. If you're not working, if after a year you're still not working, you're shipped out. You're going right back to the same country you were running away from. That is the threat. If where you were running from is so bad, that's where we're going to ship you back to if you don't get your fucking ass to work and pay taxes. Just cut the welfare. A large portion of the people we were talking about would disappear within a week. The truth is, the majority. What do you mean they would disappear? Like they would like leave, or they would just like disappear from where they're living and. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Fox News. No kidding. I don't have any issues with people like that, Mike. The people that come here and they don't make any attempt to fit in whatsoever. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix something. Oh, pretty direct point there. I don't think anyone's justifying what happened. Here's the problem, though: is this of an event like this is just going to make people hate each other even more. Oh, they do have somebody in custody. That's the first time anyone's announced that. If you're talking about the old guy that was pinned on the ground, it's Arts Crypto. They've already declared that he's not a suspect. They've let him go. Yeah, that's George Zim that they were talking about. He is not a suspect. They let him go. He was arrested for like resisting arrest or something like that, though. That video we showed of the guy on the roof might be the same person. Obstruction of justice. Could that just like could that be like from resisting arrest or trying to stop them from arresting someone else? Probably. The hell? Okay, we're going we're going to Fox News because yeah, why are they? Okay, we're gonna go back to I can't listen to that guy's mic. It's like just brutal. One second, I'm just gonna fix something here. Made a very clear point. He was very clear about making that point that there's a death penalty in Utah. I wonder when they're going to announce information on this person that they have in custody. Fizzle Gig from Kick says thousands of people are dyeing their hair back to normal colors and removing their septum piercings because they know what's coming. I'm not. I put my life on the line. Sorry, Jay the Killer says I put my life walking the line, walking out the door every day, just like you and everybody else does. In case in point, what happened? I mean, not everybody else, really, Jay. I'm not worried about walking out my door. Like, this is weird. What's going on? And it's not just been like the last like week or so. It has been going on now for years. Here, I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna show the video again of the potential shooter that we've you can see up here on the rooftop. This is a potential shooter. I want to just send this to someone actually. Running along the roof. So the shot has just been fired. And you can see where this person's standing here. They're running to the left. See how much closer they are there. So potential shooter on the roof. And from the point where this person was on the roof, he would have had a very clear shot. I'm guessing that that's probably around 200 to 250 meters away, which, according to people that have been in the military that are currently in the chat, that is a very easy shot from that range, especially at a target that's just sitting there, like not moving at all. And it was somebody that just took one shot as well. Like it was a one shot and they didn't stop. Like I don't know about you guys, but if I was trying to kill someone with my lack of expertise in shooting guns, I'd probably like shoot 5 or 6 times just to, you know, not just once. But anyways, you can see this person running along the sides of the roof. Very suspicious. Oh well, somebody that pointed it out to me. Somebody sent me the video. Whoops. This is another video. This is another video. You can see somebody laying down. Now again, this is the amphitheater or whatever it was, where the people were watching the event is down here. Okay. And this guy spotted somebody up on the roof from a distance. That's apparently the layout here. I can't confirm it because I've never been there. There does seem to be some people that are, walking around, but considering the size of the event, I would have thought there'd be more people in the picture. But he zoomed in, and they said that they saw this guy run down here and then immediately crouch here, and he's just kind of sitting there. Sparks Automotive. So I don't know if Sparks Automotive is like a, no way to confirm that that's actually on the campus. I've never been to the campus before. Here, on. We're going to go to the Fox. Oscar the Grouch, my favorite Sesame Street character, by the way. Please tell me that this here isn't the microphone that he's using, this little thing. Can we get this microphone fixed here? It's almost every country. Yeah, but isn't church and state supposed to be separated? Like every country's got religions in it, but isn't church and state supposed to be separated? There is no such thing. I would argue that there is. Like telling Israel or Iraq don't have religion on political level, but maybe they should. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe that's an example of why you want them separated. Religion and the government, how you get the Salem witch trials. I mean, I do believe that you can separate uh, religion and church. You don't force people in your country to follow your religion. I know the leader of Canada is religious, but he's not like passing laws to force people to be religious. I think that's what people mean by separating religion and state. He can have his beliefs however he wants. And just because he has certain beliefs doesn't mean that non-religious people don't have the same certain sort of beliefs, like treating people well, that sort of stuff. You don't have to be religious to be a good person or follow rules. You know, yeah, what was wrong with the Salem witch trials? We got rid of some witches there. I need better I need glasses, Jay the Killer. I read that as Nazi Pelosi, not Nancy. I had to reread it. That there was not. I think there was quite a bit of information about the Minnesota official. I think it was pretty much covered all over the news, was it not? Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, obviously he's religious, but you don't need to be religious to be a good person. Chat. Not being a Christian is not the problem. You do not have to be religious to be a good person. Do you guys want to watch Fox or ABC? I can try somewhere else as well. We can watch Canadian news, which is currently talking about the World Cup. We're not going to change that. I'm joking. Al Jazeera is not covering this. Not sure about France. CNA, I'm not sure they're in a commercial break. Euronews is covering Ukraine stuff. CNN, we're not going to watch. And CNN's showing a commercial to watch 1923. No, Al Jazeera is not covering this. We can watch European news that's covering it, but we may as well just stick with ABC or Fox News. You guys want to actually watch CNN? I mean, I can turn it on, but the CNN live feed seems to be kind of. No, the feed's garbage on CNN. I generally don't watch Fox News, but this guy here that's covering right now, he seems to be. I don't know. I don't watch Fox News, but when I've watched this guy, he seems to be relatively unbiased. Feel like you're watching U.S. democracy getting worse and worse. I hope something fixes the internal friction. I can tell you as somebody who's I look like I'm 27, but I could be 50. Or we'll just listen to this. Anyways, I have noticed that over the last 30 years, the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, in the U.S. has gradually over time just gotten progressively worse and worse. And it hasn't gotten more worse. Like it doesn't matter which political party seems to be in power. It just seems to have progressively gotten worse and worse over the course of the last 30 years. In fact, the last 40 years. Like, I remember what it was like when Ronald Reagan, I'm that fucking old. I remember very clearly what it was like when Ronald Reagan was in power. And you didn't have this immediate, like, there was none of this, like, I absolutely fucking hate your guts because you are a fan of the opposing political you're on the opposite side of the aisle. Like there wasn't really any of that back 40 years ago. And it seems to be that like 30 years ago, suddenly it started to creep in and it just progressively got worse and worse. Where if you're a Republican, you found out somebody else was a Democrat, there's a very good chance that that person would just immediately hate you. Like they would just immediately hate you. And it's the same as vice versa. If you were a Democrat and you found out the other person was a Republican or MAGA, there was just immediate hatred. And it has really gotten bad over the last, I want to say the last like 12 years, like really effing bad over the last, 10 years. You could see it kind of creep in, but then it hit a level where it was just immediate hatred. And you'd hear about families that would like ostracize family members because they held different beliefs. Now you're seeing people get shot or in other demonstrations where people are getting run over by cars and shit like that. Like it's really fucked up. Like really fucked up. The cowboy actor, yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make a comment. Jay the Killer says it's absolutely insane how much people hate anybody who associates with Donald Trump or even speaks his name. You think the same can't be said with people that say that they're fans of Barack Obama? It's not just the left that's doing this. Like, please, like, get that out of your head if you think that that's what's going on. If you walked around with a Obama 2014 hat on or something like that, you think that you wouldn't immediately get attacked by people on the right as well? Both sides have these, like, have hatred towards each other. It is definitely not right now. It's just MAGA is the one that's in power. But if you walked around with a shirt on that said Obama best president ever, you'd probably get your ass beat if you walked through, like, you know, Kentucky or something like that. Like, you probably would not, you'd probably regret it after like half an hour. And it's both sides. Like, it is absolutely crazy how people on both sides of the aisle are just like going at each other. I feel like democracy is pretty strong, if not stronger, in Scandinavia. Oh, for sure it is. Place was better prior to the internet. I agree. This is weird, like, actually agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, the last, like, few weeks I've seen her and comment on stuff, and it's like, hey, where did the crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene go? You know what the problem with the internet is people will believe anything that they read. That is the number one problem, I think, in society today, is you have too many gullible people that have not actually been taught how to fact check and actually look things up. Like, there's way too many people that they see something, whether it could be political, it could be about nutrition, it could be about a wide range of things, and they see something on their Facebook or their TikTok or somebody talking on their Instagram, and they just take it as fact without knowing what the fuck that they're talking about. And they will die on that hill when they are arguing with someone else. They will die on that hill and say, well, because they overheard a conversation or saw some article on a very unreputable site. It's a real serious problem right now, not just in the USA, but it is a serious problem in a lot of places. Oh, AI is, don't even, like, no, it's no joke, Mike Myers, McMyers. Oh, AI is going to be is already a massive problem. You know how easy it is to write up a news article or whoops. We don't need to listen to Bears shit. Don't get me started on the Chicago Bears. Like, you know how easy it is to make a website that looks like a fake news, that is basically a fake news website, and then you make AI to, like, make videos or, or just even like an articles. You can ask ChatGPT to make you an article claiming that, I don't know, that it's healthy to eat I don't know, dog shit or something like that. And it would probably do it for you. And then people could post that, and the next day you'd have people like following people around that are walking their dogs. Yeah, we're gonna go up to news, or we're kind of flipping back and forth between ABC and Fox News right now, guys. CBC's feed I'm not gonna watch. But these seem to be the two feeds that are really covering it. Go to the washroom really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Protein bar. Just a snack that I can eat so I don't have to like break for food. It was not an ad, by the way. They're not sponsors of my channel. They should be. Pure protein if you want to, get in touch. I want to know who he is. Ex-military, Jay, there's military in the chat that have said that you could have learned to take that shot in a day. So I'm just going through. Twitter is really an evil place to be on. I'm just gonna say that right now. Like, oh man, oh Jesus, Jesus, man. Why are people celebrating it? It's not that they're celebrating. It's just that there's like finger pointing in every direction. People that have no fucking idea what's going on, and hurt their feelings they don't agree with. People can be just pretty sick on social media. It's pretty. People are able to hide behind a monitor and just say whatever they want, right? Yeah, we watched the. I shared the clip of the close up of him getting hit. It was pretty clear he was not going to survive that. They obviously don't immediately announce somebody is deceased. It was probably about an hour later where that finally came out. Hold on, I just want to check something on Twitter here. That's I've just seen a picture on Twitter where it's a close up shot of the immediate like somebody's obviously like looked through a video, but like his entire left side of his neck is gone. It is God. Why did I even look at that? Oh my God. I was trying to do a search for another tweet, and this immediately popped up on my feed. Jesus. I'm gonna show you guys something here. This guy here apparently one day ago basically said, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. He's talking about the Charlie Kirk rally. Um, Apparently he posted this. I have no evidence that this is actually a real post. However, this is his account, and he's literally locked his account. So kind of suspicious, but you know, who knows? Could be just a random comment somebody found. Okay, hold on. We had a Republican one of the Republicans came out afterwards and gave an interview and said that the Democrats refused to give a moment of silence. It's pretty clear that a moment of silence was being given there. Pretty clear. I mean, the era of social media, you're now considered edgy and cool to celebrate things like this over the internet. It's only going to get worse. Yeah, I've actually heard that I've heard somebody can, if someone's from Scandinavia or maybe a Europe, I've heard that I think it was in Finland or something, where they have now put a course in for high school students to help them learn how to uh, discover whether or not something is complete like bullshit, like fake news or whatever. They're able to actually they're teaching them how to do their own research and discover where if a lot of this stuff is fake news, AI, or whatever. Honestly, it seems like a pretty good idea. Seems like a pretty good idea. Thanks for having him on. I've seen several videos of the left wing wingnuts that are posting videos of them celebrating uh, this assassination. Again, whichever side you're on, that is disgusting. When do people start celebrating stuff like this publicly? Every time something happens, there are people on one side or the other that are celebrating, dude. There are some sick people in the world. Absolutely some sick people in the world. C-Mac, there was I saw something on Twitter, but I haven't seen anything on the news reports, like on different channels. So far, everything is pretty much I've seen it on Twitter, but I haven't seen them say anything about the kids at the high school. I think it was in Colorado, right? I haven't seen literally aside from one tweet. Oh, apparently there's some Twitch streamer that was celebrating Charlie Kirk's death has been suspended. Oh, and it was one of the clips. One of the clips that I saw on Twitter as well. C-Mac, I'm surprised I hadn't heard from you like yesterday. I'm surprised that I didn't get messages on Discord yesterday from you about something else that happened. So they do have a suspect in custody. Again, I've been showing this off and on, this video clip here, if you haven't watched it. This is a video of what possibly is the shooter. We'll watch on this one here. If you watch along the roof, I'll point him out to you. You can see up here a little like it's a person running. It looks like it's about 200 meters away, 250 meters away, but you can see them move like running along the roof. So there are some people that are suspecting that this could possibly have been the shooter because the angle of where this building is would have been a very clear shot of him. You can see him moving along. So I'll just kind of rewind it back, but you can see him kind of moving along the roof up there. We'll have to wait to see whether or not, maybe it is the person in question, maybe not. What are we looking at here now? An advertisement? Okay, we're gonna go here then. Back to the bad microphone Fox cast, I guess. Only game one. Yeah, it was pretty bad meltdown though. Andy Mack. I gotta look this guy up on Twitter and say, dude, please get a better mic. Hassan Piker is going to celebrate this. I haven't heard what Hassan Piker has said. Asmongold posted a clip. Oh dear. Do I have to watch this? I don't see a clip of Asmongold talking about. Yeah, or you can send it to me in Discord, Jay the Killer. Can somebody watch that clip and just verify it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe anyone that that's a safe clip to watch on stream? If I get any mods in chat, hopefully I don't know. No, that's not Asmongold. On. Let me clarify. That is not Asmongold that is posting that. That is somebody posting it into Asmongold's Reddit. He didn't post that. So sorry. All right, let's watch that quickly then, because I've not seen this, but you guys are suggesting that it is safe to watch. So okay, apparently there's no sound. Let me play that again. I don't think that you can suggest that somebody like Charlie Kirk is responsible for his own death because he speaks his mind on. This is the guy that I was. I can't say that I agree at all with what Hassan Piker is saying there. Somebody that's speaking their mind is not responsible for them getting assassinated. Like, that is absolutely crazy to actually even suggest something like that. I might not agree with a lot of what Charlie Kirk is saying, but to suggest, let me just play this again for those of you that okay, so first of all, I think what he's trying to get across here is that by him being so vocal about this sort of stuff, it's going to put a target on his head by people that are absolute wingnuts and, would be, looking to possibly take out people that are obviously hold very strong different opinions, but that doesn't make it right. So yes, I can understand why he's saying that he's putting a target on his head. And maybe through his own actions, he is in fact doing that. That doesn't mean that it's right though. So if that makes sense. I'm absolutely not trying to justify what has happened to Charlie Kirk. And I generally, for a lot of stuff, I don't agree with Hassan Piker about many things. I think what he's trying to say poorly is that by him being so vocal, he is giving these wingnuts a target. Easy, I am not able to go to Italy actually. I wasn't going to speak about this today, but yeah, unfortunately, my plans for Italy had to be canceled. So has something to do with my job, unfortunately, but we won't get into that right now. Anyways, this guy here made a comment yesterday about something big happening on campus, and now suddenly his account has been completely turned off, which is suspicious, maybe. Sort of hate machine that create the conditions for this. Belfast, true. Like, you could say the same thing, and again, I'm not suggesting that anyone do anything against Hassan Piker, but Charlie Kirk is very vocal about his views and is on one side of the political spectrum. So if Hassan Piker is saying that he's put himself out there to be a target in these sort of things, Hassan Piker is also doing the same thing, right? Because he's very vocal, but for the exactly opposite side of the political spectrum. He's also doing the exact same thing. He's speaking his mind, and people that don't, he's giving a target to people that hold the opposite, the opposite beliefs, much like he's suggesting that Charlie Kirk is. So there's some wackos on the right. There's wackos on both sides. There's definitely wackos on the right as well. No, it's okay, Cheesy. It's okay. I haven't found out. Here, I'll just say this in public since I was going to talk about this tomorrow, but I had mentioned that I might be losing my job like several weeks ago when I stopped streaming. There were some other things that kind of happened in my life as well. Um, uh, Nothing other than my job really relating to me. Just people that I'm close with that have gotten sick and stuff like that. So that's kind of why I took a bit of a hiatus. Friends of mine, or one friend in particular that was diagnosed with cancer. We knew he had cancer for a long time, but he told us on the 27th of August that there was definitely a turn for the worst, and he only had weeks to live. He passed away on the 23rd of August. And then my job, which I've been telling people for a few months now, was kind of in limbo, and I haven't officially lost it yet, but it sounds like within the next week or so I will. And I had been planning on going to Italy for like the last year, but because of this, and because it's pretty clear that I will probably lose my job in the next week or so, that I decided it probably wasn't very smart financially for me to do that. I could have still afforded to go, but I thought, you know what, let's just hold off until we get another job or something like that. I was going to live stream like the whole effing trip too. Like every time I went to a new city, all I was going to do is walk around with my live stream on. But I was really looking forward to it. I'd bought all this gear to be able to do it. And unfortunately, we'll have to put that on hold for the time being. So. Hassan isn't hosting giant rallies all over the country. No, but he does do live streams at events and stuff like that. Like, so that's a lot all at once. Yeah, I decided it was time for me to take a little bit of a break and just kind of focus on other things. So, but no, I'm good. I had been planning on coming back to streaming for like the last week, but it was like one thing after another just kind of got in the way, and like in the middle of my day where it was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. I was gonna come back a couple of days ago, but then the brutal murder of the Ukrainian lady happened, and it was like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait another day. Like, I don't want to make it look like I'm gonna just come back because this event has happened. But then and then it just kind of fell over, and finally today happened. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go live today and talk about the Russian Poland thing, and I was getting ready to stream, and then this event happened like literally minutes before I was going live streaming, and it was like, okay, like I got to start my start streaming at some point. It seems like every day there's something big and new that's happening. So, okay, commercial break. Let's go back up to ABC here. It's like every day there's something crazy going on. Yeah, Xteria. I'm trying to find information about that, but it's not even being covered under Twitter. Like, it's not even being covered under Twitter, which is spent in 2 days here in London. Kirk was one of the voices for it. Oh, was he supposed to go to the UK? And there's some people that are just being ruthless about this too, to be honest. So these are the drones. This is the other event. This is what I was going live to talk about today. Was these drones? I'm reading another article over here. Which is, you can see over on the left here, top left. So they didn't reach Article 5, it was just Article 4. Which is far more interesting. Let's just win. The drone news could definitely end up being the most important of the two. If this happens again, or Russia like attacks Poland, that is immediately the most important news in the entire world. Your favorite you're able to support and help those close to you. Are you talking about me personally? Yeah, we'll see. I've got it's going to new Yeah. So, anyways, my friends like he'd had cancer for a couple of years. Um, he was able to stay. It was pancreatic cancer, which is really not good news. But he was able to stay alive for a couple of years. And he didn't really talk about it. He was very private about it. Um, but suddenly we noticed that he'd kind of not gone missing, but had stopped being active with us in our chat groups and stuff like that. And so we kind of reached out asking what the hell was going on. We found out that he'd been in the hospital for several weeks. And he let us know that the doctors had given him the bad news that there was nothing left they could do. But on top of that, I guess it was late last spring, I found out my stepfather also has cancer. So he's been kind of like a very strong father figure in my life since I was like 10 years old. So that was kind of rough. We are unsure as to how, you know, whether, what his chances of survival are. So he's one of those guys that doesn't talk about shit, which is fine, but he also is one of those guys that's just like, no, I'll be fine. And he like, you know, isn't one of those guys that will immediately go and get checked on if there's a problem or whatever. He won't go to the hospital, which is kind of fucking weird because he wouldn't have to pay for anything if he did. I can understand it if you live somewhere where if you went to the hospital, it's going to cost you $5,000. You are a little bit more unwilling to go. But the fact that he wouldn't, not going to cost him anything out of pocket in order to go, stupid. So yeah, I've got to deal with that. And then my dad, a lot of was diagnosed several years ago with like a blood cancer basically. And he's been doing okay. So I don't have to worry about him nearly as much, but having all this back to back to back and my job was just kind of like, okay, I need a break from streaming or whatever. Like I just wasn't able to concentrate on anything else at that point. What is this? Hold on, we're gonna move to this. I want to see if there's any news on this shooter. I wanna see if like you know what? I'm gonna switch to CBC, CBS. Sorry, CBC is Canadian. CBS. Because we haven't listened to them all day. Let's see if they have some different perspectives or different interviews. Guys, everyone reacts. 30,000 children bombed. Hundreds of thousands starved. No one reacts. I think a lot of people react to the Gaza thing. You can, if you've ever watched me talk about it, Elmer Vid, uh, fam. I've been disgusted with this, with what's been going on in Gaza. There's a video or a still shot that I see of what's this? Oh, geez, that'll go well. All right, this is not. No offense, I don't give a shit about the mayor of New Orleans. Okay, let's go back to I guess Fox News. The polling thing seems pretty deliberate. I find it hard to believe that 19 drones would accidentally veer off course. But what does Russia stand to gain from it? You know, like what does Russia honestly stand to gain from it? They would be wiped out instantly by if NATO attacked. Test NATO? Um, yeah, I don't know if that would be a smart idea. Here's the question though. If let's say Russia did like legitimately go and attack Poland and NATO did declare Article 5, which is that all countries in NATO were to respond and attack back, do you think the US would say, yeah, you know what? Okay, sure. We're going along. We're part of NATO. We're going to attack Russia as well. Or do you think they'd be like, no, you know what? We're trying to let's go for peace, blah blah blah. Do you think Donald Trump would allow the U.S. to follow along with NATO? It's kind of a you know kind of a question you have to consider. You don't think Trump would decide that? I don't know how politics works in the U.S. Like, does he not have to then agree to say, yeah, we're gonna go along, we're joining, or does he have the authority to say, well, no, we're not part of NATO, or does he have to pass that through Congress, through the House? Like, how does that work in the U.S.? Neither Congress, but anyhow, I don't think stuff like that is entirely up to the democratic process. Anyhow, I don't know. It's kind of interesting to think about. All blocked. Here, I'm just gonna mute this for a sec. This guy's account, you can read it on stream, where he's talking about how there's going to be something big is going to happen at Charlie Kirk's talk that happened today. But he made this post a day ago saying that something big is going to happen. There's a lot of people on Twitter now that are talking about this post. So I'm wondering if people are suspecting that this person might be the person that they have in custody. I'm assuming it would be probably pretty easy to find out who this person is. World War III has started with the Ukraine. Putin now knows that he can go further because USA will not stand up to NATO. Well, that's what I was saying. Do we know that? Like they're part of NATO. Do we know that they would not go along with attacking NATO? I think there's so much going on between closed doors between Trump and Putin that I'm not so sure Trump would attack right away. Everything is so fucked over here. It is. To be fair though, I think NATO without the U.S. would still easily beat Russia. Like I don't think there's any question that NATO without the U.S. would still easily crush Russia. Um, but obviously, if the U.S. attacked as well, it would just happen faster. But I think NATO alone would beat Russia, or NATO without the U.S. The B-2 bombers are practicing in Norway. The question is whether or not China would get involved. Like if NATO declare, I don't think China would, to be honest. I think if NATO attacked Russia, I don't think China would get involved. They'd stay out of it. I mean, North Korea is already involved, right? But I don't think China would get involved. I don't think they'd come to Russia's aid. You can say what you want about China politically, they don't get involved in wars. Like they don't get involved. China would sell to each side, weapons and stuff like that. They'd try to make money probably, but I don't see them getting involved militarily if NATO attacks Russia. Yeah, Great Car, what's up, man? Yeah, that's a good point. China might very well use if NATO attacks Russia. China may very well use that as an excuse to go after Taiwan. That is very reasonable to believe. Now, let's hope this doesn't happen. But if that were to happen, NATO attacking Russia and China taking on Taiwan, is it at that point is that considered World War III? It's basically most of Europe and North America against Russia. You would say yes. I don't think it would last nearly as long. I think it would be a very like relatively quick conflict. I think one thing that we have seen is Russia is not nearly as prepared militarily as a lot of people think. I grew up during the Cold War. I remember how scared people were of Russia. Like people were terrified of Russia and nukes and all that sort of thing. I think it's very clear that they are not as prepared militarily as people once thought. Oh, what's this? Continue to release. So this guy in custody has been released. The resources are exhausted from the Ukraine. Yeah, they are. Like, apparently the Ukraine is starting to make headway again now that they're being supported by NATO, Europe, and buying stuff from the U.S. He's being charged with obstruction. Is it this guy that they were talking about, or the guy that they arrested at the speed itself? Justin Morrison, the guy that they had arrested at the site, he was arrested with obstruction of justice. I don't think that we know what has occurred with this guy that they actually arrested off-site and brought in to be interrogated. Two totally different people. I will agree with one point though. Like, a lot of these people that are being arrested and then released and then arrested and released, they need to be put away for a long time. Like, and it's not just like dangerous criminals. I'm talking about like drug dealers and stuff like that as well. Like, the criminal system is way too lax on this sort of shit. And the more lax you get, the more the more and more it just happens. Like, criminals are not scared of getting arrested anymore. With my job, it's still my current job. I talk to police officers all the time. And they would like just throwing their hands up in the air because they're like, "What's the point?" And like, well, I was talking to one literally in front of a group of guys that were obviously strung out on crack or meth or fentanyl or something like that. And I was saying, you know, because they were there for other security purposes, and I said, how long would it take for that person to get out of jail if you were to arrest them right now? And he was like, they'd be out in 2 hours. Like, it is a serious problem. Drugs are definitely at the heart of a lot of these issues. I'm not saying that the guy that had that assassinated Charlie Kirk was on drugs or anything like that. But drugs are definitely especially a lot of these hardcore drugs that are out there, meth, crack, fentanyl, whatever. Like, people that are on these substances, they literally need to be locked up, in my opinion, for a good long period of time, and they need to be forced off this shit. Like, none of this, pampering bullshit and allowing, just come into rehab or whatever. I have a niece, many of you know this. She is now in her 30s, and she has been a fentanyl addict or drug addict now for 10 plus years. We've tried so many times to get her into rehab. The most recent time, probably about a year ago. And she can literally walk out anytime she wants and meet up with her drug dealer like a block down the street. She's single? Yes. Actually, she's not. But she has been a drug addict for 10 years. And we've tried so hard to get her into rehab, and it doesn't do anything. Like, she needs to be fucking locked up. You can call it a prison, call it a hospital, whatever you want, but she's got to be forced off of these drugs. And the people that are in this situation, just sitting there and pampering them and saying, "Oh, like, maybe you should try rehab." No, that doesn't work. They need to literally be fucking locked up. And imagine how much damage they're doing, like, emotionally, financially, or whatever, with them being on the streets. Just put that money towards building these hospitals slash prisons and locking them up for 2 years. I'm not saying all drugs let's just win. I'm saying like these hardcore drugs. I'm not saying, take away your weed or whatever. Now it seems very dramatically on how much time these criminals get and their initial bond to get released, etc., based on which judge they get in the community they live. I think a lot like I think a lot of these judges are also kind of like handcuffed, because even if they wanted to instigate, like put in a harder sentence for everyone that they come through their court, they literally don't have like the resources to actually lock these people up. Like they need, I'm saying they need to build more infrastructure to be able to lock these people up. Like imagine how much time is being wasted, like how much of a judge's time is being wasted on repeat offenders. Like the whole system itself is backlogged with people that are just constantly like reoffending. If they were locked up, the system wouldn't be backlogged so much, but they don't have anywhere to put these people. They release people on $50 bonds. It's crazy, man. Crazy. What is this? People keep posting, sending me shit. Jesus Christ. No space, no resources. Like, how can you argue that how could anyone argue that, more resources need to be spent on this sort of stuff? Take the resources out of the money that you're spending on giving people welfare that, if they've been in our country for a year and they still don't have a job. Like, ship those people back, stop using their welfare on that sort of shit, and build hospitals that just happen to have bars for doors, and lock these repeat offenders up. Just lock them up. 2 years. You caught with fentanyl in your system, you're locked up for 2 years minimum. No physical contact with anyone. No possibility of getting any drugs into your system for 2 years. Sound harsh? I don't know. Sounds harsh, honestly, when like there's people that will argue that that's too harsh. I think it's like literally like cruel by not helping these people out, like forcing them into help. I've said this many times. If for some reason I ever got addicted to like heroin or meth or crack or fentanyl or whatever, I'm saying this as a sober person, trust me, I'm sober, that I would want people to lock me up. Like, have enough sympathy for me to say, you know what, we need to help this person and force them off of this shit. Like, break the law, life in prisons. Yeah. I don't really think Putin has enough leverage beyond the nukes, but what is mighty leverage is kind of the biggest leverage there is. But yeah, I really Hope that doesn't happen. I don't think it ever will. I know there's a chart that I saw with how many nukes Russia has. It's like over 6,000 nuclear weapons they have. So I think if they were just like able to launch like one at a time, they would be shot down. The worry is that they would launch all of them at once and say, fuck this. If we're going down, we're taking you with us. You can't hear anything? I mean, turn your volume up. I've got it like turned way up. Can you guys are able to? You guys are able to hear this, right? Maybe turn your YouTube volume up, your computer system volume up. Is there anyone else on YouTube that can confirm the volume's problem there? Oh, you can only hear me. Actually, you know what? I can fix that. Hold on. Hold on. I can fix that right now.
And that's why so many people loved him, just because they could relate to him. It wasn't just another talking head who was saying one thing and doing another behind closed doors. He was openly advocating for strong family values, and was very principled. His work ethic was unmatched. A lot of the Turning Point family will say the same about that. Charlie and his work were very cohesive. We're basically one, and so he saw his work family as his real family as well.
Are you guys hearing on YouTube now?
And that's why he just touched so many lives. And so, I mean, I got the privilege of going to Arizona for their wedding reception. When I used to game and play music, I had to turn the
sound off from my browser.
Months prior to that, I watched the 2020 presidential election unfold from the West Wing with him and his wife, Erica. And so I'm really glad I get to look back on those moments. I also look back on the moments when I was 19. I was first getting into politics. And the first thing that I did was start a Turning Point USA chapter on the University of Louisville's campus. The first thing I did was become a Turning Point USA ambassador and travel to some of those different events and connect with like-minded individuals. And so that just speaks a lot to Charlie, that I've a lot about my decision making moving forward, and the friends that I've been able to connect with along the way have everything to do with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA.
Thanks for,
and that should be a testament to the kind of man that he is, able to connect like-minded people and really leave his legacy behind.
Yeah, and for those of you that are, if you're new here or whatever, definitely drop a follow. I am going to switch to doing mostly news and stuff like that, news, politics, that sort of stuff. Yeah, thanks for the follow there, man. I appreciate it. So this is going to be kind of my new format going forward. There'll probably be the odd time at night or whatever where I might play video games. But right now I'm just not really interested in playing World of Warcraft. So
your work wouldn't allow it, but at
and
the
I
end of the
kind of
day,
enjoy
you're like, oh my gosh, there's
um
people like that are
talking about this sort
like-minded
of
like
stuff
me,
anyways.
and he's able to say it.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember when I was 19 years old, it was such a sad time in our country. We were so divided with BLM and the riots breaking out. College campuses were
Hey
wreaking
Justin,
havoc. That was just
welcome, man.
chaotic, and it was just a sad time in our country. And I remember standing firm in my beliefs and in my convictions, and standing with our law enforcement officers back then. And I was getting ridiculed. I was being canceled. And I remember Charlie Kirk just making sure, checking in, making sure that I was standing strong through that. And even towards my White House journey, working for President Trump, he was one of the first people who called me, congratulated me. He called the White House, said, and put in a great word, which is so near and dear to my heart. I cannot thank him enough for that. And a lot of where I am today wouldn't have happened without Charlie Kirk and without this movement. And so I think we should remember
I've
that. And
seen
it's
more
not
than a
just a
few people
testament to
suggest that this was a Mossad hit.
many lives that he really has
I don't
touched. And
believe
I'm
it,
sure
but
there are countless other individuals right now
apparently he
posting and
did something to
sharing
piss off
the
Israel or
impact that
something.
he's had on their lives as well.
And Cameron, how does this momentum continue? How does TPUSA continue so that his message can continue to resonate? Who picks up that baton and continues this to the next levels?
Well, I think we've seen throughout history that they have tried to silence us, they have tried to scare us, they have tried to cancel us. And this is only going to do the opposite. This is going to embolden so many individuals to speaking about their beliefs, continuing this message of not just fighting for our country, but fighting
Or
to
to
bring
look at things
faith
together and
back
discuss. Yeah, I like
into this country
to
as
like
well,
regardless of
because
which
we
side
need
you sit
God
on,
right now.
to sit here and have
We
a
truly need God. We
civil
need to dive into
conversation.
the
Much better
scriptures,
than just,
and we
you
really
know,
just need a spiritual
yelling
revival
and
in this
screaming at each
country,
other
because
because
I have
we're
seen
on the
so
opposite side
many
of the political
instances
spectrum.
and messages
And
and
try to
posts
remain as
about
neutral as possible, but
celebrating this time in history, and it
want to
is
watch me level a mage,
disgusting,
dude? You could
and
watch
these
any number
people
of my
need to
previous
look in the mirror.
VODs
And so I really I
of me
pray
doing
that they
that.
find Jesus. And I also just pray that we continue this messaging, that we not become fearful, that we actually become
Yeah,
stronger
Spectral
for
Life.
it, that we
I don't
continue
honestly
this fight.
believe that Mossad is behind this. I've just seen, like, I'm making a point that people are just pointing their fingers in every which direction, and saying, you know, this group is at fault. Like, you've got the right blaming everybody on the left for this. You've got people on the left that are blaming Charlie Kirk and saying, well, he's been, you know, very vocal about blah blah blah. You know, he kind of got what was coming to him. You've got all sorts of fucking people saying stuff. In reality, this is probably just one individual wingnut that had, was able to get his hands on a rifle and was a good shot.
I think
That's
you're so on
probably
it
what you're
when
going to
you say
find this
that
was.
there's so many people lost in this country. When you're thinking about, okay, you're putting people in a box by saying, okay, they're just a Democrat or they're just a Republican, but we're forgetting about.
I don't know how anyone, though, and again, I have views on the right and on the left. I don't know how anyone could argue that we need more resources going towards all sorts of things that help this problem. Not only like mental health, but also like new prisons, harder punishments, etc., to stop people that are repeat offenders from being allowed just out onto the street over and over again, like 2 hours after they're arrested.
It's really the time to come together. This is not a time to be divided. This was obviously politically motivated. Obviously, we're still waiting on details to come out. Fortunately, I have kept up with the FBI. They have, because I was seeing some conflicting posts whether the shooter was actually the shooter or not, but they do have the suspect in custody. And so we are waiting to get information on that.
Okay, again, the person that was in custody has been released. So let's just clear that up. I don't think she's heard that. CNN is also reporting that the individual that was in custody was around 25 years old.
Because Charlie Kirk is an American martyr, and we at this core moment in our life. I pray that we not forget, especially because a lot of us do content creation, are online getting our news these days, that we remain human, that we remember that he has a family, he has kids at home, and to just be spreading positive messaging at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Just about 3 minutes ago, before we started this, it seemed like FBI Director Kash Patel says now that they may not have the person in custody. So there's so much back and forth right now that it's just so hard to try to figure out exactly what's going on at this moment. But yeah, we'll definitely try to continue to keep up on the suspect there. But Cameron, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A very difficult day, and thank you again for sharing your thoughts on Charlie, your memories with him, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
Well, thank you. Just continuing to be strong for him and continue this message. And thank you for fighting for our country, Mike. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Cameron. All right, we will take a 2-minute break on Live
Why
Now
is
from
mental
Fox,
health such a big problem
in
nowadays?
Just moments with more.
Good question. Was it such a... No, we, like... You did not have shit like this happen when I was a kid. Like, shootings at school and stuff like that. This shit did not happen. Now, having said that, there are some, you know, there's always been political assassinations. But, you know, like, a lot of the crime and murders and all that sort of stuff, it was not a problem like it is now when I was a kid. Like, I mean, it's crazy what's going on in the world. And why does it happen so often in the US? Like, people complain that guns are the problem. There's lots of countries that have guns in them. Canada has a shitload of guns in Canada. But we don't have the let's go to a school and shoot up a school problem that they have in the States. So are guns the problem? Like, look at Switzerland. I believe Switzerland has more guns per capita than any other first world country in the world, including the US, I believe. But it's right up there, and they don't have this problem. So what is the problem? Is access to guns the problem, or is the mental state of people in that country the problem? Norway is very mild punishments in general compared to... Yeah, have you seen what Norway's prisons look like? That will like really, like, that's why I think honestly, like, there is a mental health issue or an educational issue in the US. Like, what is the problem? Why is this so concentrated in the US? If you look at Norway's prisons, they live better in their prison systems there than most people in North America live. They're able to come and go as they want, basically. They live on these nice estates and, like, in really nice areas. They're treated really well. And these are people that could have, like, committed, like, major crimes, murders, whatever, bank robberies. And, you know, they treat them as human beings. So what is it that is so wrong about what's going on in the US? Because you can't just say guns are the problem, because there's a lot of these other countries that they have a lot of people with guns. We have a lot of guns in Canada, but we've got very little gun crime compared to, you know, per capita compared to the US. What is it that's setting off people in the US? It's really fucking weird.
And, you know, this is going to be one of those things that, you know, changes some things. I haven't quite yet figured out how.
Harvard plays a great great part. Lack of safety. It's probably, if you look at a lot of the gun crime in the U.S., a lot of it is in areas where people are. It's like in poor neighborhoods. They resort to crime in order to make money. They even think it's cool to be a criminal. Right?
Passed away. He said, "Oh man, is that public news?" I said, it's.
Do you think that there's a certain level of, or low level of social services, like somebody's pointed out, maybe of education. People are provided with poor education. They don't really have a way to get out. Now, of course, you can point to the odd person that is, grown up in these poor communities and has managed to get out and become doctors or lawyers or what have you. But there's a lot of people that they seem to just get stuck in this rut, and they're stuck in these communities. It's like, what is it? And if you go to other countries like Norway, Canada, or wherever, do we have poor communities? There are poor communities in Canada, but for some reason we don't have, like, the level of poverty is not the same. The level of, there's like one area of Canada, and it's actually here in my city, where it's like a 4-block radius, where it is just, you walk in there and you feel like you've seen, like, you feel like the world is like ended or whatever. Like, there's people walking around like they're zombies, but it's like concentrated to like one little area, and these are basically like the drug addicts and stuff from all over the country that have come to this part of the country because it's where it's the most mild. Would you rather be a crackhead on the streets in Edmonton where it's minus 40 degrees Celsius in the winters? I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but I feel like that's like minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. Someone do the calculation for me. But anyways, it's fucking cold. Or would you rather get yourself to Vancouver, Canada, where in winters it's like 6 degrees Celsius or 10 degrees Celsius, roughly 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, it's, they're not that stupid. They're going to move over to Vancouver. It's easy enough for them to get there. But aside from that area, we don't really have like really poor communities like you see in Detroit, or these really poor areas. You don't really see that in these countries. And along with that, you don't see that level of crime either.
I'd like to stand here and, as we're here together, make sure we're reminded that violence is not the answer. I have to reject hatred.
Education and social services seems to reduce crime, but it's probably several more factors. I think it's a big factor, to be honest. Like, I know a lot of Americans, and a lot of Americans that I know are smart, intelligent people. But there's a lot of times where I like watch stuff that like people talk on the news in America, and it's like people are absolutely fucking crazy. Like, I honestly feel that they're being taken, like, it's almost like they're deliberately being kept uneducated. Remember Trump's famous line, I love the poorly educated?
Today I never saw anything like this.
East Hastings, Vancouver. Dude, I live a 5-minute block from East Hastings, in a 5-minute drive, Justin, from East Hastings in Vancouver. 5 minutes I live from there. I see it all the time. The current job that I currently have, as of at least this moment, I deal with police I have to talk with police officers all the time about that area of Vancouver, and it is just crazy as fuck. Like, it is a serious plague that is hitting cities across North America. You see crackheads and drug addicts and stuff all over the place.
Made it just immeasurable, and I think it speaks volumes that so many people came out here tonight to honor him.
People are getting tired of it.
So thank you all so much for coming and remembering Charlie for the patriot and the fighter that he was. And he dedicated his life to the service of this nation and making it better every day. And we will proudly pick up that torch and continue that fight. The three of us, are totally committed to that. And God bless Charlie Kirk, God bless his family, and God bless the United States of America.
God bless.
All right, I'm going to lead us in prayer real quick. How it's going to work, I'll start, and then if any of y'all want to jump in, please feel free. Just speak up, because we got a lot of people here tonight. So if you would bow your heads, close your eyes. Lord.
Sorry, I'm just not religious, guys. I don't believe that saying prayers is really going to do much.
Move into the high schools, and I never got that chance. They took that from me.
You said that you admire him.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say
him?
this right now. I think it's actually insulting when people say thoughts and prayers to these people. I know you may be religious, but when that's the extent of what you're willing to do for these people that have been killed, thoughts and prayers, that's as far as you're willing to go. I think it's actually insulting to people that have been killed, whether it's at high school shootings or a case like Charlie Kirk. Like, it's insulting that your response is only thoughts and prayers.
If we have different views,
something more needs to be done.
Invite
thoughts and prayers
the
aren't
other
working.
To come and conversate. Everything can be and taken care of through conversation. Like, there's an open invitation, and we don't have to agree, but like, let's actually conversate. And that's something that my kids have actually taken with them through high school. If there's somebody like, hey, if you guys are this political party, but tell me why, let's conversate.
And I want to take a look at some videos that you posted. If we can show that on the screen, there they are.
Who knows? Maybe this will.
We see Charlie Kirk arriving at the event moments
maybe
before
this
the
will
attack.
allow people to
How did
open up
people
and say, you know what, we need to
react
communicate
as the
better.
Shooting unfolded.
But I feel like this is just going to
everybody was like very amped. We were all waiting for him, and
push people to one side or the other even more.
Everybody's like, "Come on, guy! Like, you're dragging it out. Like, wrong venue. Like." We were ready, we wanted to see Charlie in that debate mode, like, okay, like, let me prove you wrong. Let's speak more facts. And
your neighborhood, do you live in Vancouver, Justin?
Person, ending his, and then the second kid came up.
Okay, we are having a technical difficulty.
Change takes effort, far easier to point and blame others.
So thank her for joining us tonight. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong. I think I'm hearing that we have Jasmine back. Jasmine, can you hear me? Okay, Jasmine, go ahead and continue. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry. No, when the first kid finished, the second one went up to the mic and he got his first question. And as soon as his second question came up, I just remember hearing like a pop. So I was on like the right side.
Come on, get your internet fixed.
All right, we've lost Jasmine again, but our thanks to Jasmine Martinez. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong, specifically among conservative lawmakers. Our Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill, where he had the chance to speak to members of Congress today. Hi, Jay.
Yeah, Lindsay, we've talked to a number of Republicans who say that they called Charlie Kirk a friend. It was just one example of the way that he has personally touched and personally molded, in some cases, Republican politics in this country over the last few years.
Tonight, the House of Representatives holding a moment of silence, honoring the imprint 31.
I remember there was a Republican House person that came out after this and said that the Democrats refused to hold a moment of silence. So that was obviously bullshit.
Democrats shouted for obviously gun safety legislation.
The House will be in order.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
GOP lawmakers distraught.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot and killed. I am very worried. I sent my staff home today. They're gone. I don't want them in my offices because I'm worried about the safety of the people who work for me.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna remembering it was Kirk who encouraged her to run for Congress, calling Luna and asking her to join his powerhouse political organization of young conservatives, Turning Point USA.
I was not aware of what happened, and I opened up X, and I'm seeing literally my friend get shot in the neck, bleeding out on the internet, which is horrible that people are even sharing that video. He's my friend. He's part of the reason why I'm in office right now.
Critical to President Trump's victories in 2016 and 2024.
How's everyone doing today?
Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 when he was just 18
Justin,
years
do you live
old,
in Vancouver?
recruiting young people to join the conservative movement. Making a name for himself debating on college campuses, hosting what Kirk would call a "prove me wrong" discussion.
The person that they
what
had
does he mean to the
under
conservative movement, Congressman?
Charlie's a huge, he's a strong intellectual
Apparently
voice
the person they had
conservative
in the
movement.
custody
Again,
has been
you can
released.
Agree or disagree with him, but just really brought deep intellectual rigor to the debate that is currently raging in our society.
I don't think I can remember ever seeing him respond back to hatred with hate or with anything other than respect.
A fixture at the White House and key player in the MAGA movement, conservatives across the country mourning Kirk's loss. President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., posting, "I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not ever be silenced." Trump ally Steve Bannon, a friend and supporter of Kirk's for years, saying this.
I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah.
Democrats, too, sending Kirk and his family their prayers as news of the shooting broke out.
I cried when he found out he died.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing, "Political violence has no place in America." California Governor Gavin Newsom, who hosted Kirk on his podcast just months ago, calling the attack disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
People are trying to shut down free speech making like Charlie Kirk. There's no place in this society. This is what happens in third world countries. But so sad for his family and its children.
Do you think this country has a problem with political violence?
Absolutely.
Jay O'Brien back with us now. Jay, so much talk about Kirk's effect on and influence on the president's campaign. What are you hearing tonight?
Yeah, since his death, Lindsay, we've heard from Republicans who have really reflected on his role in President Trump's victory in 2016, but especially in 2024, because the Trump campaign had really built so much of its momentum around young conservatives, the folks that Charlie Kirk really prided himself on being able to deliver. I've heard from Republicans who say that they put Charlie Kirk in the top 10 of people who could be credited with helping Donald Trump secure that second term, the administration that he's currently in, because he was able to, in a way, work to try to rebrand the Republican Party and reach out to those younger folks, those people that were so crucial to President Trump's win this time around.
So influential. All right, Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. Coming up, Charlie Kirk's influence loomed large in the Republican Party, and it earned him a positive relationship with the Trump family, how they're reacting tonight, and whether this could be a turning point for the country.
All right, they're going to.
I've never seen that many.
We're going to go back to Fox News.
We have a lot of magnetometers at our events, so I think we're taking all the steps we need to. That being said, of course you worry about it. We just live in a society where one person can do tremendous damage, and they seem to be feeding off each other. We had the shooting at the Catholic Church. That was, not very long ago.
This is obviously very
we had this
much
terrible
an American
in the Metro
story.
From a guy who had 14 priors and was violent.
A lot of the European and other news sources seem to be more reporting on the Russia and Polish news story, which is understandable.
That's a very dangerous and unacceptable thing. And I think if there's something I'd like to do, we fought very hard on a lot of things that we care about at CPAC, and we've made a lot of Republicans upset at us at times because
the US, maybe
we've been very
Canada,
strident, and I don't take any of that back. But I would like to, rekindle this idea that somebody who disagrees with me shouldn't feel like I wouldn't be kind to them or that I wouldn't want to talk to them. And Charlie did a good job of making sure people understood that. And I'm going to double down on trying that again. Sometimes you have to put your hand back out even when it's been slapped, or turn the other cheek, as our Savior, our Savior, told us in the good book. These are the types of things we just have to rekindle in our society, else it's going to be too late.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, we're putting people in so many just boxes. We're saying, okay, you're a Democrat or you're just a Republican, but we're forgetting that at the end of the day, these are just human beings, too. They have a family. They want to go home at the end of the day, just like everyone else.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Just and really,
Fox guy, you can have disagreement on public policy, but it doesn't mean you hate the person, right? So, like, somebody could say, look, I think DEI and affirmative action is doing more harm than good. It doesn't make you a racist. You can disagree with some policies coming out of the state of Israel on things, and that doesn't make you anti-Semitic. You can believe that terrorism too often is being sponsored by governments controlled by Muslims, right? That doesn't make you Islamophobic. Like, you know, all of these terms that these people just keep throwing out, and they're very broad and inexact, and all that needs to end as well. You can have political opinions that are unique, no matter what your religion, no matter what your color, no matter what your gender, and I think we just have to listen to what people are saying. And you know, people say things that are over the line, of course, and I think that's inappropriate, especially if it's you know, inciting violence. But beyond that, I think it's a pretty wide swath that you should be able to consider when you're speaking politically. And you know, NPR and PBS telling people like me we can't appear anymore because we're climate deniers, or we're election deniers, or you know, we're science deniers. This idiocy has to stop.
And lastly,
there's a name
Matt,
floating around of the person who was in custody,
like,
but
when the cameras weren't on,
like,
when the microphone wasn't on, what was he just like as a person passing by?
Confirmation from anyone legit.
What's he like?
Well,
about who he is.
he came to CPAC when he was quite young.
I'm not going to post it here.
It was probably at least 10 years
The
ago.
person
And he had a
might be.
bunch of younger kids with him. They had red T-shirts on, and they were this group called Turning Point. And I didn't really know what they were, but they were impressive because they were nice, mannerly kids. And Charlie said, "I'd like to get these kids up on your stage." And we, of course, said yes. And we thought it was awesome. And, you know, he had an outstanding career and really grew the organization. It's a very impressive organization. It's on college campuses all over the place. They have great conferences. And matter of fact, they asked me to speak at one of their conferences, and one of the young people, maybe they didn't say it's to be too nice, but it's okay. They said, you know, Turning Point's getting to be bigger than CPAC. And I was like, well, if Turning Point gets bigger than CPAC, or CPAC gets bigger than Turning Point, we might just win and take this country back on the principles we care about. So, like, you know, it was a good thing to have another group that was growing and getting big and making a big impact. We need more, not less. We need more Charlie Kirks, not fewer. And I think Charlie, you know, who was really fun to be around, a great guy. He was like all the great ones. He wasn't that much different behind the camera as he was in front.
Hey, hold on. Apparently this is some psycho that was, I don't know, being interviewed by Fox News or something like that. So apparently what she's going to say is going to piss people off. So
basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe just, did he appear to be moving afterward, or what?
Not at all. I personally believe he was dead on impact.
Oh my goodness.
Deranged white liberal woman smiles with no empathy. I don't know. I'm not
basically,
really.
I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over. And
Look at these idiots. People calling, who is she? Who does she work for? I don't know.
like slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe just...
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that that's warranted enough to call for someone's fucking head, because he's describing the scene of this, you know, what was happening. Like, I don't know. That seems kind of weird to me.
Have you had a message for people today? Whether
yeah,
it's
she
about
seems to be more in shock
than
anything else.
Or carrying on his legacy. If there was one thing that you really wanted people to hear today about his life, what would that be?
Political violence has no place in America. You know, this country was founded on the idea.
Kind of a weird take.
I
don't know.
Speech,
to be calling for someone's head.
That. Charlie Kirk, you know, he died doing what he loved, and should anybody ever die that way? No. But I've seen
that video all over
and the way
Twitter.
He went out. He went
I was like, okay, I'm going to watch this
and
and see what this is about.
Know, my message to people is that We have to return this country back to God. That's the only answer. The answer isn't Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal. The answer is God. And if you really want to see a change in this country, that's the direction you have to take it. And it can't just be this generation. It has to be all the generations before us and the generations to come.
Is there anything else you wanted to add that I didn't ask you?
Don't let this, this is a fear tactic, is what this is. And they shut down Charlie Kirk. They want to shut down, they tried to shut down Donald Trump and Butler. They shot Steve Scalise. They've tried to shut down this movement. And that's what this is. This is a movement. Their goal, the end
I don't think people know what a martyr is. I don't think this is going to shut down a movement by killing
Christians,
someone.
And we can't let that be the goal. This cannot scare us. This cannot make us back down. What this has to do is ignite us and make us fight even harder. In the words of Donald Trump, we got to fight, fight, fight.
Thank you so much for your time, Tyler.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Y'all have a blessed one. Roll Tide.
All right, University of Alabama right there. Some more reaction from the students. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. And really, the big takeaway this hour as we get close to a new hour here on Live Now is that the manhunt for the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk is still underway. They do not have a suspect.
Yeah, they do not actually have someone in custody, apparently, I guess.
Even the FBI and local police officials said...
you just see someone shot and killed right in front of you. That will absolutely mindfuck. Yeah, if you haven't ever seen something like that up close, and it does fuck with your head a little bit. Anyways, but it depends on what you define freedom as. That's why I asked. But yeah, to be normal, you have to do that. But as stated over, the less you want, the freer you are. Here's a clip from Hassan. I haven't not listened to this, but apparently he's talking about this is another clip. We watched another clip from Hassan earlier. So let's watch this one. Hopefully,
there is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that.
Okay, so I went through the same thing when there's another clip that I posted earlier. I didn't show it on stream, but some people wanted to see it, so I posted a link to it, and this is the exact reaction I had as well. Like it's pretty fucking gross.
There is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead.
This
oh
is I saw the clip myself. This is the exact reaction I had. It is very disturbing. I've seen still pictures of it floating around. I wish these pictures would get taken down, but it is pretty gruesome when you actually see the close-up of him being shot. I
just saw that.
We knew immediately, or I knew immediately, there's no chance that you survive that. It is absolutely disgusting.
Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck.
Pretty gruesome. It is really, really a gruesome video. And I'm not going to post it or show it on stream. But unfortunately, like, it was pretty clear that the person was, or that he was going to die, or was already dead. Anyways. Again, the same reaction that I had, chat, when I watched it. I was like, it was pretty gruesome.
More than just
more
than just their listeners. They have families, and sorry, it's hard to put
into
words.
He's not celebrating. No, he was. According to the link, he was scheduled to have a debate with Charlie Kirk, at Dartmouth University later this month.
There's just no room for violence in this country.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add that I haven't mentioned?
I'm fine.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Who did he say was looking for violence?
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us during this breaking news of Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31, shot and killed at a rally in Utah. And now we are learning that the suspect, well, there is no suspect right now under custody because the police.
I just noticed tomorrow is the anniversary of 9/11 as well.
That person, but that person has now been released. So that is the new information that we have. It's been really a back and forth between the FBI, the local police officials there on the ground, and we are still waiting for more of a clear direction from this investigation. But this was the moments just a little bit ago, and the governor as well as the police.
He said no room for
giving,
violence. Okay, I thought he was like trying to suggest that,
saying at the time that they did have someone detained.
possibly people might be inciting violence or something.
Unfortunately, that is not true anymore. That person has now been released. So we will keep an eye on this for you right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, moving on. I want to take you now out to the White House because we are getting word that we have some video now of President Trump with a recorded statement on the passing of Charlie Kirk. Let's listen in.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
That was recorded just a little bit ago at the White House, posted on President Trump's Truth Social account, saying it is a very dark day for America on the death and assassination of Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31. Now, we want to continue to really showcase
here's a problem.
Some lawmakers that were talking about Charlie. This is Representative Chip Roy.
Announcing that you have the subject for the horrific shooting today that took place, life Charlie Kirk. So there's a suspect in custody. Now they've they've released him. They shouldn't even announce that they had somebody in custody.
This is a guy that you can disagree
whoever they had in custody is going to be like immediately like
trying to open up dialogue and engage in civil discourse,
attacked by people
across college campuses. It was part of his appeal, even those that disagreed with him, right? Just engaging in an open debate, and it was extremely popular. And this is going to be one of those things that changes some things. I haven't quite yet figured out how or what, but it's this one hits. I'm just thinking about most recent conversations with Charlie about different issues, different things, and my son, I was texting with him, and he was a big fan, and he was asking about it, and I told him, I said, stay off. He's not on social media, he can't ask it, but if somebody sends him a video or something, I said, just don't click on all that stuff. And he asked what his status was. I told him he passed away. And he goes, oh man, is that public news? I said, it's official. He's gone, and I'm sorry. And he said, I'd like to have met him. And sent a Bible verse about staying the course. And I was really proud of him. But look, this is gonna change things. Just kind of got to figure out exactly how. But we're going to stay the course and keep doing what we believe. But a country that's turning its back on our collective faith as a nation, this is why we're seeing a breakdown in our ability to band together. We got to do something about that.
How do you turn down the rhetoric, turn down the threat of political violence?
Well, we should be able to speak freely and speak with passion and regard about what we believe without it coming to that. That's the...
I'm just going to mute this for a second. This video that I showed earlier, apparently it is confirmed now. I couldn't confirm whether or not this was actually at the university. It is. This video that we watched earlier, these people noticed this person on the roof while the event was going on.
Getting right up.
Yeah. And noticed him running across the roof and then laying down and squatting on the roof.
In place? You would think that.
Wearing all black clothing or whatever. And then we watched this other video, which is this one here. And it looks like it is on the same roof. If you look at, it's kind of hard to see the roof from here, but it's kind of flat and, but it looks like it's just from a different angle. And the person, this person is, on the roof. And then here in this video here, we were able to, you can actually see the person running. So from the edge where he was shown earlier, running away from that edge and over in this direction here. You can see them actually moving in the video. I'll kind of slowly go back. You can see them running. But from that angle, he would have had a perfect shot at Charlie Kirk, who would have been over in this direction over here. So he was like directly in front of him, basically. And then you have this guy here who's not phased at all. We'll go back to...
He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth.
No, Camby's, they had somebody in custody, but they have released him.
Faith.
I'm assuming,
and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven.
He's not the person they're looking
Our
for.
prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two
but they did have somebody in custody, but they've released him.
Beloved children, and his entire family who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Our Catherine Faulders joins us now from Washington, D.C. Catherine, let's just start with what you make of
Must be pissed off,
Trump.
apparently, yeah.
Yeah, so, Lindsay, that video you just played, of course, was posted on Trump's social media account.
I'm just looking at a video.
Reporters' cameras, so there were no questions there, as you observed. An interesting statement on,
I'm not even going to show
many
it.
levels.
There is a video of somebody getting arrested in Provost, or whatever the name of the area, Provo. It shows a guy getting arrested, and there is a rifle, but there's all sorts of people in the comments of the video that are saying that it's an air rifle, and there's no chance that it's real. And considering the FBI has already released the guy that was a suspect, I'm not even going to show this video because it's pretty clear that it probably is not legit or real. I'm actually trying to, like, it does look like it's from the city. I don't even know if this video is from today, though.
Statements.
I can't confirm
it
at all, so I'm not going to show the video.
And that was on full display, of course, as he mourns the death of Charlie.
But there's
Kirk,
several people that are suggesting that it's an air rifle in the video.
Somebody who was a frequent presence, Lindsay, in the White House. I would see him often over there in the West Wing when I go over to the White House, even though Charlie Kirk is not a White House staffer. He was deeply involved, somebody in the president's ear, frequently leading up to the November election and after the election. Of course, Trump credits Kirk with a lot of his election victory with that younger vote.
Okay, is that the link?
He also relied on him heavily when it came to vetting senior cabinet officials that Trump placed in his administration.
Yeah, okay,
so
that's a very close-up and clear picture.
Hearing from the president on this in that video that he posted, but surely going to, I'm sure, continue to hear that rhetoric rhetoric
that was from the same video, but
it
was actually a video that I was watching.
On what he says is the radical left being directly responsible, and I do think it's important to note there that we don't know.
I just didn't want to report it if it was not something that
yet, and we don't know a motive, at least from our sources or senior law enforcement officials.
And Catherine, you mentioned that you would see Charlie Kirk at the White House often. Just elaborate a little more as far as his relationship, not only with President Trump, but also the Trump family.
Yeah, he's had quite a relationship with the Trump family. This is somebody who obviously runs in the inner circles of the Trump family, of course, with President Trump, and not even only, Lindsay, the Trump family, but somebody who was really plugged into the top advisors of the administration. It extended, and you see him, by the way, you see him sitting there right there with Laura Trump at one of the Turning Point Action conferences that he held. But this also extended into different government agencies here. I know that he was very close with senior DOJ officials, for example, Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, somebody whose influence, frankly, permeated throughout the federal government on a number of levels, just outside, of course, of the president, outside of the family, who Charlie Kirk was very, very, very close with. Of course, because they do credit Kirk with much of that electorate who voted for Donald Trump in November. So right there, of course, you see him with Don Jr. Of course, they would frequent these conferences, the Turning Point Action conferences. Charlie Kirk was in D.C. often, Lindsay, doing these conferences. They were held around the country, and the family would travel to go to them. So clearly a close person, frankly, in this family and to the president, somebody who the president and the family would speak to frequently, not only speak to frequently, but would see rather frequently in the White House and in multiple different meetings and gatherings with the family.
Catherine Faulders for us. We thank you so much. And we turn now to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, authorities earlier said that they had a person of interest in custody. What happened with that person?
Well, the FBI just released a statement from the FBI director saying that subject, person of interest, had been interviewed and has been released. So as of right now, there is no one in custody for this heinous act, this act of murder against Charlie Kirk. So law enforcement.
You know what's pretty gross is like I've said many times, there's fucking wackos on both sides. You have wackos now on the right that are suggesting that all Democrats are basically agree that violence is a good course of action here. Like it is really fucking weird how people are will politicalize this in that way.
They announced at a press conference at 6:30 Eastern, roughly, that a person of interest was in custody that they were interviewing, and
immediately
it was
pointing their finger at all Democrats
that had been recovered, in which someone in black,
any Democrats that would point their finger and say all Republicans are like this,
suspiciously,
which is
they
obviously
also
not
pointed
the
out
case.
that they believe that the fatal shot was fired from an upper elevation above where the venue where Charlie Kirk was speaking. So it's been a very confusing day. A couple hours later, we find out that person that they've been interviewing is no longer in custody. So what is happening right now? Law enforcement continue to interview witnesses. They're looking for additional surveillance footage. The witnesses that they're talking to, they're asking them if they recorded any kind of video that might shed light on what took place. They're also looking for that shell casing that may have been left behind. They would look for that if it's there. They're looking for anything that might have been left behind by the person who did this that would lead them to an actual suspect that can be charged.
All right, Pierre Thomas for us. Thanks so much, Pierre. Joining us now is ABC News contributor and former FBI
wonder if
agent
the
Brad
person
Garrett.
that took the
Brad,
shot would have
FBI
been.
Director Kash Patel earlier said a subject was in
would
custody.
they
Pierre.
pick up
then law
the
enforcement
casing
said that they had a person
and
of interest.
risk being caught
now
with
we're
it,
finding
or
out that person was released and the search is on. What do you make of all these developments? We've now had 2 people that they've taken into custody temporarily and then released.
Right, and obviously didn't really have evidence against either one. Circumstances, It's not uncommon, Lindsay, in these cases for the police or the
Chad,
FBI
I'm going to quickly go and put some food
to rule them
in
out.
the air fryer.
And
I'll be back in
obviously
just a
that
couple of
happened
minutes.
in both
Be right
these
back.
situations. So you have to look at what tangibly you can work with. So can you pull down all the cell phone traffic in or around the time of the shooting? The answer is yes. Can you check with the police that have license plate readers on their cars to see if they pick up vehicles, they pick up various vehicles, obviously, in or around where the building, where they think this shooting occurred, or upper elevation where it occurred? And you don't have a weapon, but you may have a caliber. You may have some, I guess you don't have really a general description of the weapon. And so you try to keep the circle small, but if there's nothing left at the scene, as Pierre mentioned, yeah, they're going to look at all CCTV to include businesses that are in proximity to where they think this shooting occurred. Gas stations, 7-Elevens, whatever it might be. And they're also going to be looking on social media. Now, that may be a long shot in this case, because, my sense of this is the following. You've got a person that's probably a little bit older, not a young person, who obviously has proficiency, probably had a scope, probably had a tripod, and was able to take his or her time for one shot that killed Charlie Kirk. And so it sort of tells me is you've got a person that's really measured in what they did, which means they also may well have planned a way to sort of scurry away before law enforcement or anybody else can figure them out. If that's the case, and he's not on social media, this case potentially could take a while to solve. I hope that's not the case. But you can only work with what you have. And we'll see. There may be tips that come in through sources. There may be people call in. It's just hard to say. This is a case that, in all likelihood, will produce a lot of false leads. I've worked a lot of high-profile cases in D.C. and other places. And so we get, literally hundreds, if not thousands, of leads that don't take you anywhere. But all you need is one lead to get you to the right direction. So we'll see. But it strikes me, we don't know what they know, but it strikes me at this moment, they're stuck.
How much more challenging, presuming that they are stuck, does this search and investigation become the more time passes?
Well, I mean, I guess your question is, could this turn into a cold case? I suppose it could. I think it's got enough profile to it, and you're going to have enough manpower committed to it at every level, city, county, state, federal, to keep plowing away through various leads. My sense would be that they're probably getting leads. Again, as I mentioned earlier, they may not be worth much, but people are calling them. People, will have questions about, as they describe, maybe a person dressed in black. I'm not sure how they know that or believe that, but be that what it may. And making sure that you do a really proper canvass. So in other words, in or around where you think this shot occurred, who worked there? Who were the people that go in and out of? Is it a dorm? Is it a maintenance building? Is it a parking garage? Whatever it is, you want to try to lock down the best you can in or around the time this shooting occurred of who was there. Because sometimes, if this guy's really good, he maybe stood up, moved a little bit, and just, walked casually to a vehicle or walked off campus. And see if anybody saw anyone, like potentially carrying a case or carrying something that you could keep an assault weapon in. Those are those little things sometimes that will give you a lead, but being thorough, which many times, to be quite honest, doesn't happen, you miss leads. These are the things when you go to a scene, if you're the lead investigator, you may end up standing there for days to make sure every one of these rocks I just described is turned over.
Brad Garrett for us. Thanks so much, as always, Brad. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong, specifically among conservative lawmakers. Our Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill, where he's had the chance to speak to members of Congress today.
Tonight, the House of Representatives holding a moment of silence, honoring the imprint 31-year-old activist Charlie Kirk left on the modern Republican Party. The Speaker calling for a moment of reflection. At one point, tensions flaring as Democrats shouted for gun safety legislation.
The House will be in order.
On the Hill, GOP lawmakers distraught.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot and killed. I am very worried. I sent my staff home today. They're gone. I don't want them in my offices because I'm worried about the safety of the people who work for me.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna remembering it was Kirk who encouraged her to run for Congress, calling Luna and asking her to join his powerhouse political organization of young conservatives, Turning Point USA.
I was not aware of what happened, and I opened up X, and I'm seeing literally my friend get shot in the neck, bleeding out on the internet, which is horrible that people are even sharing that video. He's my friend. He's part of the reason why I'm in office right now.
Critical to President Trump's victories in 2016 and 2024.
How's everyone doing today?
Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 when he was just 18 years old, recruiting young people to join the conservative movement. Making a name for himself debating on college campuses, hosting what Kirk would call a prove me wrong discussion.
What does he mean to the conservative movement, Congressman?
Charlie's a huge, he's a strong intellectual voice in the conservative movement. Again, you can agree or disagree with him, but, just really brought deep intellectual rigor to the debate that is currently raging in our society.
I don't think I can remember ever seeing him respond back to hatred with hate or with anything other than respect.
A fixture at the White House and key player in the MAGA movement, conservatives across the country mourning Kirk's loss. President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., posting, "I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not ever be silenced." Trump ally Steve Bannon, a friend and supporter of Kirk's for years, saying this.
I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah.
Democrats, too, sending Kirk and his family their prayers as news of the shooting broke out.
I cried when I found out he died.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing, political violence has no place in America. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who hosted Kirk on his podcast just months ago, calling the attack disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
From what I saw,
people trying to shut down free speech, making like Charlie Kirk.
We've shown
there's no
two
place in
videos,
this society. This is what happens in third world countries. But so sad for family and its children.
Crazy.
Do you think this country has a problem with political violence?
Absolutely.
You think there's a problem?
Jay O'Brien back with us now. Jay, so much talk about Kirk's effect on and influence on the president's campaign. What are you hearing tonight?
Assassination attempt on the president.
Lindsay, we've heard from Republicans who have really reflected on his role in President Trump's victory in 2016, but especially in 2024, because the Trump campaign had really built so much of its momentum around young conservatives, the folks that Charlie Kirk really prided himself on being able to deliver. I've heard from Republicans who say that they put Charlie Kirk in the top 10 of people who could be credited with helping Donald Trump secure that second term, the administration that he's currently in, because he was able to, in a way, work to try to rebrand the Republican Party and reach out to those younger folks, those people that were so crucial to President Trump's win this time around.
Now I want to bring in Jasmine Martinez, who was in the first few rows of Charlie Kirk's event at Utah Valley University. Jasmine, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining us tonight. After having witnessed all that you did today, just want to start by asking how you're doing.
I'm still in disbelief. It doesn't seem real. Like, I'm still very numb, like very in shock. Like, I'm going through this wave of like, is this real? Is it not real? So it's been very hard, very hard.
I can imagine. It's all still so fresh. I see you have that MAGA hat on. I know that Charlie was throwing out hats to the audience. Were you able to get that from him, or how did you get the hat?
Yes. So they came out and we were all excited and really just looking forward for Charlie to come out. And when they came out, they were just throwing hats.
I'm just reading some other articles here, guys,
he's pointing like at you trying to get this hat. And I had this really tall person standing in front of me, and I'm like, there's just no way I'm going to get it.
Seen, so I'm just kind of remaining
but
silent.
he threw it, and somebody knew like it was coming like towards me, and they caught it and they handed it right to me. So I was really fortunate to get this hat.
I'm sure it has all the more meaning at this point. Just take us back. Describe your day, how you ended up going to the event, and then the moments that followed once you arrived.
It's kind of really ironic because I actually was going to go see Charlie with my 2 older kids in Logan. I had no idea that he was going to be here this week, but I had my cousin reach out to me, and she's all like, hey, Miracle wants to go on Wednesday. I was like, I think she has her dates wrong because Charlie's not going to be here till the 30th. I already have tickets. And she's like, okay, let me look into this. And sure enough, he was going to be here. And I was like, okay, like, I completely admire Charlie. I actually have his book and I wanted to get it signed. And I was like, I can go see him twice. Like, there's no problem. Like, I would totally be up for it. So we got everything set up to meet today, and I headed out there because I live in Syracuse. I drove down there. I met up with my cousins. We went and grabbed something to eat, and then we got to the venue, making our way up to the front. I was like, I have to be up there. Like, I was like, guys, I think I want to go up there and like go on the mic and just tell them like I admire what you're doing with the youth. Honestly, the only question I would have is I would love to see this platform move into the high schools, and I never got that chance. They took that from me.
You said that you admire him. What did you admire about him?
I just really admire that when there's all this political race and stuff like that, he really kept in mind the importance of our youth. And being a mom of 3 older kids, I have a 19, a 17, and a 16-year-old. I know what impact, Charlie has, us listening to his podcast and stuff like that. And just, hey, you know what? Let's open ourselves up to be able to conversate. If we have different views, let's just, invite the other to come and conversate. Everything can be and taken care of through conversation. Like, there's an open invitation, and we don't have to agree, but like, let's actually conversate. And that's something that my kids have actually taken with them through high school. If there's somebody like, hey, if you guys are this political party, but tell me why, let's conversate.
And I want to take a look at some videos that you posted. If we can show that on the screen, there they are. We see Charlie Kirk arriving at the event moments before the attack. How did people around you react as the shooting unfolded?
I'm going to quickly mute this. There is a news article on several websites, NASA included, that has suggested that they may have found life on Mars. Not there now, but like from thousands of years ago, that they may have discovered that there was life on Mars. You can read it on my Discord if you want.
Facts. And I just remember that person ending his, and then the second kid came up.
Okay, we are having technical difficulties. Unfortunately, we lost Jasmine Martinez, but we so thank her for joining us tonight. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong. I think I'm hearing that we have Jasmine back. Jasmine, can you hear me? Okay, Jasmine, go ahead and continue. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry. No, when the first kid finished, the second one went up to the mic and he got his first question in, and as soon as his second question came up, I just remember hearing like a pop. So I was on like the right side.
All right, we've lost Jasmine again, but our thanks to Jasmine Martinez. And now I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. John, I know that you had the chance to speak with the president a short time ago. What did he tell you about his friend Charlie Kirk?
Lindsay, I spoke to President Trump before the news, the confirmation of his death was out there. It appeared that he had just learned what had happened or learned the extent, learned that Charlie Kirk had died. He sounded, quite frankly, shaken to me. He said to me, quote, "It's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen." Regarding Charlie Kirk, even though his death had not been announced or confirmed yet, he referred to him in the past tense, saying he was a great guy. He was an incredible guy. Nobody like him. And the president added to me that he liked you. I don't know why he liked you. And on that point, Lindsay, I have to say that Charlie Kirk is somebody who had been as harshly critical of the news media as anybody in the Trump orbit, but he was always willing to engage. He was respectful in those engagements, just as he was when he went on college campuses and engaged with people who had diametrically different views from him. People who viewed Charlie Kirk's views, frankly, as offensive. Charlie Kirk would take the time, listen, hear them out, respond, try to debate, try to win them over, try to convert them. That was basically the guy that Charlie Kirk was. Somebody with no doubt very controversial views, but somebody who on a personal level was willing to engage with just about anybody, including those that he vehemently disagreed with.
And let's talk about his relationship with the Trump family. Of course, we've seen them make many public appearances together, but just how close were they?
Look, Charlie Kirk was a singular person in the Trump movement. He was in many ways a beating heart of the MAGA movement and very close personally to Donald Trump himself and particularly to the Trump children, especially Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. just a short while ago put out a lengthy statement about somebody he described as my friend Charlie Kirk, but he was more than my friend. He was more like a brother to me. And you saw that. They were often together. They traveled together. Their families were engaged together. He was more than just a pro-Trump activist. He was central to the Trump movement and also very close personally to the Trumps.
All right, Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you. And we, of course, will stay on top of this horrific shooting and bring you any more developments as soon as we get them. But we are tracking other news straight ahead. Police race to yet another school shooting in America. What we're learning about any casualties and the search for a suspect there.
People are sleeping to their life. I'm living mine.
Innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before.
From Canada, yep.
And it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America.
We were talking about the Russia.
All right, President Trump speaking
just a little bit ago,
recording that and putting that out on his Truth social account. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. The manhunt continues for the suspect. Police first initially thought they had somebody detained and questioning. After the questioning, they released that person, and now they are back to square one in this investigation. We'll break it down all down for you coming up in just a bit on Live Now.
I'm going to be eating a little bit here, guys. Trying to find if there's another. Everyone else seems to be. Everybody is saying, what is it, the top of the hour? No, it's not. Everybody's doing, well, everyone that's reporting on it. They, European news is talking more about the Russian situation. Hold on, CBS might be.
Kirk's friendship with President Trump.
Bob, let's start with you. What can you tell us about Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk was someone who was a father, he was a son, he was a husband, and he was also a political force. So many Republicans today are stunned to see a rising star gunned down. On paper, an activist, someone who was influential with many young Americans, especially those who are more on the right. Yet this is someone who has built relationships in his 20s and early 30s with some of the most powerful people in this country, most notably President Trump. They trusted Kirk as someone who really knew how the country was mapped out on college campuses, where the votes were, where the power centers could be for the next generation of the Republican Party. And so it's not just about a friend being lost and someone who's a confidant to those in the party, but this was someone who was seen as the leader for the party as it looked to the future.
And Ed, Donald Trump gave Kirk a lot of praise for helping him win re-election. Just how important was he?
Oh, incredibly important to the Trump re-election. Among other things, he was among those pushing now President Trump to pick J.D. Vance as his running mate, arguing that he would help reflect the next generation of the MAGA movement should he run for president himself one day. Very close with Donald Trump Jr., went with him to Greenland earlier this year when that was an issue for the White House, and is someone who during the presidential transition was meeting on a regular basis with President-elect Trump to pick cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, in essence saying to him, pick this person for that job, send this other person to this other agency, and then making sure that Republican senators would provide the votes necessary to get them confirmed and put pressure on a handful of Republican lawmakers who raised concerns about some of those picks. The thing to keep in mind, though, if you're someone who doesn't know who this guy is, who Charlie Kirk was, and given the age we live in where your algorithm may be different than your neighbors or one of your relatives, this was somebody who, that eyewitness said, tried to help get a better understanding of the dialogue to like-minded conservatives across the country, and in doing so, was convincing younger conservative voters across the country to support President Trump last year, made him so essential to his re-election campaign.
Bob, you've covered the conservative movement for a long time. Kirk rose as the movement was changing. Was he a product of that change, or was he a driver of that change?
John, he was certainly a driver of that change. This is someone who you see in Charlie Kirk, someone who saw Mitt Romney's defeat in 2012, and he was able to say, yes, maybe the traditional Republican Party was moving in that direction, but he was open to new arguments, open to nationalism, to populism, to the rise of then businessman Donald Trump in 2016. And he saw an opportunity for the Republican Party to go in a new direction. And that's why he was able to build a bond with Tucker Carlson, with Donald Trump Jr., and with President Trump. But it's notable that Charlie Kirk was not just one of so many conservative activists, John. At the end of the day, this is someone I observed up close at event after event. He had joy. You may disagree with Charlie Kirk's political views. You may march in the streets against them. You may be a major supporter of his and count him as an ally. At the end of the day, whether it's California Governor Gavin Newsom or others, they saw him as someone who was a real competent conservative and worthy of the arena he was in.
Robert Costa and Ed O'Keefe in Washington for us. Thank you both.
We mentioned Charlie Kirk's work with his conservative youth organization, Turning Point USA.
Chris Van Cleve is outside Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix.
Yep, guys, we've seen an elevated security presence here. Phoenix police on scene, although Phoenix police also say there are no indications of any specific threats here locally against the organization. A number of officers have arrived in the last couple of hours. That white van is blocking the driveway. Still, we were here as we watched as employees brought the American flag and the Arizona state flag to half staff. Most employees were sent home this afternoon, and we have watched as a steady stream of people have come to pay their respects, dropping off flowers. We've seen a lot of emotion, people in tears embracing each other and praying. Noticeably, a number of young people are among the folks coming to pay their respects. Kirk did a lot of events on college campuses, as you've heard Bob Costa say. One young man we talked to said he felt that Kirk created a forum that was welcoming for him and gave him a voice that has now been so violently silenced.
Chris Van Cleve for us. Thank you, Chris.
Now more of the top stories from around the world in tonight's Evening News Roundup. A shooting at a high school in Evergreen, Colorado, near Denver.
Yeah, we watched
Authorities say the
on,
suspected shooter is among the wounded, and it's unclear what led to the shooting.
On stream.
Qatar's prime minister says Israel's airstrike targeting Hamas leaders in his country killed any hope.
Let me ask you a question. We were talking about, you know, if Charlie Kirk could have been like a potential candidate, not next election, but you know, down the road. Do you think MAGA is going to be as supportive of J.D. Vance as they are of Trump? Or do you see there being problems with people like with MAGA maybe like slipping away or falling apart?
Called for Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu to be, quote, brought to justice by international courts. While Qatari officials have told us they feel betrayed by the Trump administration, who they say did not warn them in advance of the strike. Whatever the case, Prime Minister Netanyahu seems unfazed. In a video statement tonight, he warned Qatar to expel Hamas, saying if they don't, Israel will.
MTS, thank you. And it is a royal reunion for father and son. King Charles and Prince Harry met today for the first time in 19 months. Harry returned to the UK this week for charity events and to honor his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, on the 3rd anniversary of her death. Harry has been estranged from the royal family since 2020, when he and his American wife, Meghan Markle, moved to California and stepped back from their royal duties.
Still ahead on the CBS Evening News, Russia's invasion of Ukraine spills over into Poland, where a swarm of drones was shot down by America's NATO allies. Elizabeth Palmer reports on the fallout.
And perseverance pays off. NASA says its car-sized rover, Perseverance, has found the clearest evidence yet of life on Mars.
We talked. I
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer
article in my
Power Mop.
Discord if you want to read it.
An
Apparently they
all-in-one
found
cleaning
evidence
tool
for life on
with
Mars.
a 360-degree swivel
Potential
head
life on
that
Mars.
goes places a regular mop
Not
just
now,
can't.
but like thousands of,
Swiffer Power
thousands
Mop.
of,
Love it or your money back.
millions of years ago, I guess. If you want to read it, go to my Discord and read it there.
When I feel blue in the night and I need you.
This guy gets out there to put up a drone and just kind of look at the roofs to make sure no one's on them?
Yeah, it all comes down to the security protocols. So you have an individual that is a private individual, and of course he's out there in the public on many different fronts, not only the political front, but also philosophical, religious. I mean, he is in the forefront of many conservative ideals, but also with regards to him specifically going to college campuses and trying to drive the discussion. So it ultimately comes down to him and his security detail. What did he want and what did his security want to do? And if they were on the same page with, let's keep it low key, and the intelligence is not really there to show there is an actionable threat, then yeah, this would be whatever has succeeded in the past will continue to succeed until our intelligence tells otherwise. This unfortunately wasn't a miss, where they could have then gone back and say, hey, this totally has to change. So it's unspeakable, it's tragic. But at the same time, as I've heard others talk,
with regards to, yes, individuals must continue to always feel free to speak their mind, to have free discourse. But in this day and age, we also have to look hard at security protocols and really step it up.
And Scott, I also want to get your take on really, it was jarring communication today with police, the FBI, and local officials there on the ground. We had a statement earlier from Kash Patel, the FBI director, saying that they had a subject that they were going to be questioning. And then at the news conference, just moments later, they say right off the top that they don't have a suspect in custody. And then during the questions from the media, they say, well, we do have a subject right now being questioned. And now we learned that that person has since been
killing someone
let
for their
go.
views is a literal definition of fascism
what do you
and
get
terrorism.
here with this jarring communication right now?
Yeah, Mike, there has to be a better, this is not good with regards to communication from any level. So you have law enforcement itself that's contradicting itself from a federal, state, or local
or disagree
agency.
with,
so I don't like that. And it ultimately
views,
erodes in the public trust to when something is going to happen, people are going to, I'm not so sure because you cried wolf one too many times. It's not good for the public safety because the public needs to know that law enforcement is doing their thing and that they're trying to secure the neighborhood wherever they may be in harm's way in that particular community if they fear this shooter is still somehow in the area. So it gives them a false hope, and then when they see that somebody is not in custody, they're back into that fear, and so it's not.
I want to see what this is. Destiny. I guess hearing about the Charlie Kirk.
Oh fuck! Somebody's closer. Wait, holy shit! Is this guy dead? Wait. Oh shit!
Counting gang violence. Great.
Whoa! 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 He's super dead. Holy shit! Okay, well. Let me go make sure my door is locked.
Anyways, that's Destiny's
away or shoot themselves at the scene, maybe with a handgun. But for this person to shoot and kill Charlie and then just kind of escape without incident, it seems a little bit different.
Yeah, this is a little bit different. And I've heard whether it's professional, not professional, I can definitely say trained. Going back to the assassination, the murder of the U.S. healthcare CEO. Again, was this individual trained? Was it a professional? And then, of course, we see the outcome.
She's the guy who celebrated
someone who was very strongly intent on
how did
killing,
he celebrate blue skies? Like the Twitter,
not only the CEO right? that he targeted, but generally going out there to look for others in targeting the U.S. healthcare.
I think there was somebody on Twitch where their channel was taken down because they were celebrating him dying.
I don't know the exact yardage if that's been put out there, but I've heard anywhere from 50 to 200 yards. Either way, that's a considerable amount of time for just a novice. For someone who is mentally ill that all of a sudden decides to get a gun, maybe not having practice with the gun, then to get it onto a roof
right now to see if there's
and to be able to fire one round, not a bunch of rounds, and to hit their target. So I do believe in the proficiency of this individual.
I'm going to switch over to the
giving them
drone
longer
situation.
range weapons, and so this was a pushback by Putin, and it was a very deliberate
I said I was going to talk about this,
there
and
were
I haven't
some
really got
19
into
of these drones that went into Poland. About
Those of you that
15
don't
of them
know-
landed on the ground. All of them, Lindsay, had no warhead in them. They were just drones. They were decoys. They were model airplanes.
Putin knew this. There's no way that 19 of these drones were drawn off by jamming within Ukraine. So it's not plausible that these were not deliberate. These were clearly deliberate. And besides just poking NATO in the eye, this is also testing NATO defenses to make sure that NATO is seeing things. So this is a test, a military test, but it was also a provocation politically.
And we know NATO's Article 5 stipulates that an attack on one NATO member is considered an attack on all. Today, Poland's prime minister requested to invoke Article 4 of NATO's founding treaty. What does that mean?
Well, it means that Article 4 is just a call for consultation. Article 5 is we're going to war because we've been attacked, and so all of NATO needs to join us in defending ourselves. So the fact is that this was a provocation because Putin sort of walked up to a line but didn't cross it by not putting any ordnance into Poland. It was something where the Poles actually came back and said, okay, this isn't an act of war, but it's clearly a provocation. We, NATO, need to do something about this. So that's the question, Lindsay. What does NATO do about this? And the answer, at least in Mr. Putin's mind, is nothing.
Last week, the Trump administration claimed that the military killed alleged drug smugglers in the Caribbean. Critics say it's illegal for the U.S. to summarily kill alleged traffickers. And today, DHS posted video of the Coast Guard sinking at least one boat off the coast of the Galapagos Islands, allegedly involved in trafficking. Has the U.S. conducted these types of operations previously away from territorial waters?
So we think about the war on drugs. We've heard that for decades. The war on drugs is really a law enforcement war. So yes, when the U.S. Is in an actual war where the military is being used in a military way, such as blowing up ships off Yemen that are transporting material or explosives to people we don't want them to have it. So in a sense, this is a legal gray area. And the administration is saying that we believe that the drugs that are coming out of the Maduro regime and out of Venezuela are a national threat, and so we're going to apply military power. But it is certainly not, it doesn't have precedent in the way that it does with military operations in, say, the Gulf of the Red Sea or off Yemen.
Colonel Steve Ganyard, always appreciate your time and insight. Thanks so much.
Apparently that firing of Lisa Cook, she was the Federal Reserve, head of the Federal Reserve. Trump fired her. Apparently the courts have now blocked that. So she's now not fired.
This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here. Open the door! This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha, 13 Years of Terror. Only on Hulu.
Back to
Now, from Fox, we'll take a 2-minute break and be back with more.
All right, they're going to do a 2-minute break as well.
Different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to
find something else. None of the European streams are really, or channels are really covering this. Obviously, it's a very much an American news event. Most people outside of North America are not going to have any effing ideas who Charlie Kirk is, so kind of understandable, I guess. What is this guy talking about?
Just 25 on September 11th, the young Army officer deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan following the attacks.
Which one of these was easier to relate to?
Today, he's a high school teacher, passing along lessons of the global war on terror and of the resilience that...
Okay, this is about 9/11. I'm sure we're going to cover a lot of that for tomorrow, too. So I'm just kind of flipping through news sources and mentioning stuff that I kind of see. Apparently, the GOP senators have downvoted I don't know, one of the Democrat senators wanted to have a vote put forth on whether or not to release the Epstein files. There is a report that GOP, those of you that aren't from the US, GOP stands for Grand Old Party, which is basically the Republicans. Apparently a lot more members. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that Trump is being played by Putin? I'm not even going to say what my feelings are, but do you guys believe that Donald Trump is being played by Putin? But we've got lots of room in Canada, dude, as long as you're willing to work. Don't need any more freeloaders here, but let me know if you guys think that Donald Trump is being... let me just open up the article. So the article is, GOP is increasingly saying that Trump is being played by Putin. And my question to you, and you can comment on this, do you believe that that is the case? Anyways, I'm just kind of waiting for the
Two powerful beams of light reaching from ground zero into the sky.
It is the anniversary of
Earlier this week,
9/11
officials tested
tomorrow
out
as well.
the annual tribute in light. The tribute will light up the skies tomorrow
No
from
more
dusk
freeload. Are you
until
still
dawn,
freeloading,
every
Cambies?
year since 2002. And we leave
You
you tonight
get
with a
any
live look
callback
out over
about your
Manhattan.
interview that
Right
we
now,
were talking
24
about?
years after the horror the city witnessed, political leaders from both sides of the aisle, including the president, will be here at Ground Zero tomorrow with a message of unity.
Carl
I'm Lindsay
Benjamin
Davis.
or
Thanks so
Tommy
much for
Robinson?
streaming with
Tommy
us.
Robinson, some
Good night.
people may have heard of before, but I'm not sure about Carl Benjamin. You haven't heard back? It could take a few weeks, so I wouldn't...
Forbidden love. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
Where was I? I was going to
This is
work.
where the good stuff starts.
Or I was actually at
Mr.
work.
and Mrs. Murder. Only.
So since they're just doing advertising, I was I think I was 26, 25. I would have been 25. So I was working at a store that's popular here in Canada called Canadian Tire, and I worked there for I think a year and a half. But it was while I was going to college, and I was kind of working there. I was kind of working there full time, and I came into work, and I kind of worked in the warehouse area, though I wasn't working like as a cashier or anything like that. I worked in the warehouse and helped with shipping and stuff like that. So anyways, I came into work, and the automotive parts manager, he and I had gotten to know each other quite well. He was this English guy that was living over here. He was the only person in, because I used to get to work at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was doing some work, and then I came downstairs, and he was like, "Hey, come over here and look at this." And I came over, and it showed on whatever news channel we were watching that a plane had hit the World Trade Center. But at the time, they were just reporting that it was just a small train. And I had no idea, like we had no idea, what had just happened. And he said, "Yeah, it looks like a small plane has hit the World Trade Center." Because you're not expecting that a big jet's going to hit, right? So I was like, wow, that's crazy. And, you don't know how big of a hole a small little prop plane is going to leave. Anyways, we should have figured that a hole that size is probably not going to be from a small little like prop propeller plane. But anyways, I went back to work or whatever. And then not too long later, an hour, or maybe not even that long, he was like, I hear him go, "Holy shit." And I come running around the corner, and the second plane had just hit. Fucking crazy. And then basically everything just stopped. Like, we were still doing work, but it was like everybody was paying attention to this. Everyone that was coming in to get their car fixed, whatever, everybody was just hyper focused on this. It was crazy. I mean, it's one of those days where anyone who was actually alive will remember what they were doing when that happened.
Kirk shot and killed during a campus event. The horrific images coming in. Kirk, just 31, a husband and father, killed in front of a crowd at Utah Valley University. The school saying the gunman fired a single shot. The panicked crowd running from the scene. The difficult and chilling images tonight showing Kirk being carried to an SUV, rushed to the hospital. Before the event, the founder of Turning Point USA throwing hats to the crowd. Kirk welcomed heated debates and was taking questions when that shot was fired. Tonight, President Trump announcing Kirk's death, posting the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. The FBI and ATF on the scene. Matt Gutman standing by with new reporting. Pierre Thomas, Mary Bruce, and John Carl, who just spoke with President Trump. Also on this Wednesday night, the school shooting outside Denver. Police racing to the scene. Students critically wounded. The suspect also believed to be a student. Tonight, President Trump asking what's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones. Poland and NATO scrambling fighter jets to shoot down those Russian drones. The president posting online, quote, "Here we go." Martha Raddatz just back from Ukraine with late reporting.
Getting ready
also
for
tonight,
school?
President Trump furious
Yeah, I think it was
over
like,
Israel's failed strike on
I want
Hamas
to say it was like
leaders
8 o'clock
inside
my
Qatar.
time, or no,
A
maybe
key
even earlier
US
than that,
ally.
6 o'clock in the
The
morning my
president saying
time.
he is very
And the second
unhappy
one
about
struck.
it. Back in the U.S. tonight, the suspect charged with murdering a young Ukrainian refugee
This
on a
is
commuter
disgusting.
train behind bars.
Absolutely
what the suspect is
disgusting.
now allegedly saying about the attack. President Trump tonight calling for the death penalty. Also, the dramatic scene in court, a suspect lunging at the judge. A major headline overseas tonight, the royal family summit. Prince Harry back with his father, King Charles, and what Prince Harry said about his father afterward. And tonight here we remember a beloved actress. Americans loved that sitcom, and she was famous for 3 words.
From ABC News World Headquarters
There seems to be a
in New
lot.
York, this
Seems to be a lot going on. I'm going to wait till the intro's done so we don't hear the music anymore. But
on a very busy and difficult news night, we begin here this evening with the breaking news: the horror on an American campus. Conservative activist, husband and father Charlie Kirk shot and killed during a campus event at Utah Valley University. Just moments ago, Utah Governor Spencer Cox calling this a political assassination, saying authorities do have a person of interest now in custody. Kirk
this seems to
speaking
be
before a
going through
crowd of
everything that
hundreds
happened
when the
today,
fatal
so I think
shot
we're going
was
to stick with
fired.
ABC.
He was known for welcoming heated debates and was seated and taking questions when he was shot. The scene erupting in instant chaos, panicked students running in every direction, and the chilling images right here tonight showing Kirk being carried to an SUV, rushed to the hospital. Before the event, he was throwing hats into the crowd there. Kirk known for reaching out to young conservative voters, helping President Trump return to the White House. The president has applauded him for that. Tonight, the president announcing Kirk's death, posting the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. The FBI and ATF remain on the scene right now, and ABC's chief national correspondent Matt Gutman leads us off with late reporting.
Tonight, horror on a college campus in Orem, Utah. Charlie Kirk, one of the most prominent conservative activists in the country, with close ties to President Trump, shot and killed as he addressed a crowd of hundreds. The event billed as the American Comeback Tour, a lively discussion of freedom and America. Kirk revving them up.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Kirk then sitting on a stool, talking to the crowd, and just as he was answering a question about mass shootings in America, a single shot rang out.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Oh, geez. Don't watch this if you don't want to see it.
Kirk struck in the neck, the crowd running in terror. Witness Sarah Truell attending the event in between her classes.
Just one shot straight into Charlie Kirk, and that was it.
I was 15 feet away, and it was really hard to witness. As the guy said shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry, you just see his neck just like open up, and there's just like so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Kirk rushed by a group of men to a waiting SUV.
Hey, stop!
President Trump quickly posting his concern. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. And from Vice President J.D. Vance, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. And tonight, a powerful message from Utah's governor.
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania.
Were the people in Minnesota Republican or Democrat?
And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. We just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be.
They haven't found him yet.
To ask ourselves, is this it?
Kirk, just 31 years old with a wife and 2 young children, a force in the president's MAGA movement.
He's done an amazing job. He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done.
Mobilizing young conservatives across the country with rallies on college campuses. He hosted one of the nation's most popular podcasts and was given a key speaking slot at last year's Republican National Convention, where he talked about going to colleges and engaging in debate.
Like, oh, it's just
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of
no,
Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to.
A controversial figure, Kirk said he was no stranger to death threats.
We get death threats all the time. You know, they come, they send stuff to our homes and all that. And yeah, that's just par for the course. I mean, if you are not getting active death threats, you're not really doing much for the country.
And tonight, the president announcing that Kirk did not survive.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom. And there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth.
Better headlines.
This is a dark
fucking crazy
moment
people on both
for
sides,
America.
dude. Like,
And David, law enforcement has shut down that campus. They've evacuated the buildings.
What is actually a
Eyewitnesses
crazy
telling me
statement?
that they've been seeing law enforcement go classroom to classroom. Now, we understand that Charlie Kirk did travel with security, but law enforcement tells us they had no credible or specific threats against him before this event. David.
Matt Gutman leading us off here on a very difficult night. Matt, thank you. So let's get right to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. I know it's very early in this investigation, Pierre, but we did hear from authorities about what was picked up on that very grainy surveillance.
That's right, David. Police did not give any specifics other than to say that there is surveillance footage of a person wearing all black that they are studying. They believe that the shot that killed Kirk was fired from a higher location than the venue where Kirk was speaking. There was some confusion earlier today because an elderly man was taken into custody in the moments after the attack. We are told it was determined that he is not the shooter and has been cleared. Authorities are canvassing for more surveillance footage, talking to witnesses about what they saw, asking for any video they may have recorded, and they're also looking for a single shell casing that could be tied to the shooting or anything else the shooter may have left behind. This is very much an active and ongoing investigation, David.
And one more question before I let you go, Pierre, because we saw the images of the crowd racing from the scene with panic in their faces, and that is completely understandable given what they witnessed just a few feet from where they were. We heard from authorities there who confirmed that this shot was actually taken, and we've certainly seen this before. It's believed, at least at this point, from another structure right there on campus not far away.
David, we often see in these situations where the shot is fired from a higher perch location. This is exactly the scenario we saw in the attempted assassination against President Trump when he was running for office last year.
Let this audio
is an
run.
ongoing situation, and I spoke to an official today who said, look, open venues outside, you're going to have to reassess how these things.
So in this video, they're talking about how the person that was shooting was higher up. This video that we've watched several times now on stream shows somebody right here running along the roof immediately after the shooting. So if you watch the video, you can see him moving. You can see him moving towards the left. That's one video. But this video, video here, this is the same rooftop apparently. And these people have noticed a guy that is crouching on the roof. They saw him run along the roof here and then crouch down. And they started videotaping this guy. And apparently this part of the roof here is basically right here. You can actually see that the colors match. So the top is kind of dark and with white, dark with white. So it is probably the same person. And the people that were taking the other video were way off to the right here, shooting in, filming in the direction of where this guy was and leaning down. And this video here shows that same person getting up and actually running to the left. So probably a possible suspect there.
He goes and he takes questions from people who find his views to be controversial, to be offensive. He listens to the critique. He tells his supporters to be respectful, and he engages in a debate. It's something, frankly, that is all too rare in the country today, and it was something that Charlie Kirk, particularly in recent months, had been doing more and more.
And a quick follow-up to you, John, because when you look at those images of the crowd running for cover, running to safety, it's because they were standing within just a few feet of Charlie Kirk, and he was in fact engaging in the debate, the same kind of debate that you speak of. This is what he traveled the country trying to do on campuses. He was trying to recruit young people into the conservative.
I had a couple of people in chat earlier. I don't know if they're still here or not. They've been in military, or they had been in military for a number of years, and they were discussing what type of rifle they thought the person used just based off the sound and stuff like that. And then we were watching this video here, and one of them, who's been a longtime viewer and also guild member of mine, he's served in the military for a while. I believe he did a tour or two of Iraq or the Middle East somewhere. Anyways, he says that a shot from this far, which looks like about 200 to 250 meters, possibly, he's suggesting that somebody could learn how to do that in about a day with the proper equipment. So this isn't like a super professional shot. Like, you could actually learn how to make this shot within a day. I don't know anything about guns. I literally have no idea, but this is just what I'm being told. It looks like it's about 200 to 250 meters from me. Oh, you guys, sorry.
They are, David. The Secret Service tonight reassuring the American public that they adjust their posture as needed to respond to evolving threats, but that President Trump does have the highest level of protection. Tonight, David, this White House is in mourning. They were incredibly close, Charlie Kirk, with this administration. We have seen flags lowered here at the White House and around the country, and on Capitol Hill, a moment of silence. And from both sides of the aisle tonight, those strong condemnations of political violence, those calls to dial down the national temperature. Kamala Harris, who faced off with Trump in a race where Kirk played a critical role, saying, "Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America," adding, "We all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." David.
And Mary, with just a few moments left, I know Charlie Kirk was not an official advisor working at the White House, but he was well known within the halls of the West Wing there. They all knew him, and they were in touch with him very frequently, including the president.
David, they were incredibly close, not just politically, but personally. Charlie Kirk was a force in this administration. As the leader of this movement, he really had his finger on the pulse of young conservatives in this country. But he also played a pivotal role behind the scenes here, advising the president. President Trump trusts him. He was a loyal companion and advisor, even advising him on political appointees during the transition. This is a huge loss politically and personally for the president, his family, and this entire administration, David.
All right, Mary Bruce at the White House. Mary and our entire team on this tonight, we appreciate all of the reporting. We'll have more on this as we learn it. In the meantime, unfortunately, it was not the only horrific shooting playing out today. Tonight, there has been a school shooting outside Denver. Police racing to the scene. Students critically wounded. The suspect is also believed to be a student.
Apparently, there was no deaths.
Here's Trevor Ault.
I think.
Tonight, at least 2 students in critical condition after a shooting outside their Colorado high school.
All fire departments respond on an active assailant, Evergreen High School.
The shots reported just after noon on campus grounds. Hundreds of officers rushing to the scene west of Denver.
2 patients with CPR, need another ambulance to all of them.
Authorities say the suspect is a juvenile and believed to be a student at the school.
Honestly, I don't know if our suspect is old enough to even drive.
The suspect was also injured and taken to the hospital. Officials saying police never fired their weapon. Ring camera footage from a house near the school shows students running away in a panic, some of them reaching out to their parents by phone.
I texted my mom. I just told her what was happening and that I was safe.
And parents racing to a nearby elementary school to reunite with their children, still
crazy that
shaken
no one
by
died
the
this time.
incident.
Really scared and so grateful. So grateful for the really brave staff.
That mom says her father was a first responder at Columbine High School 26 years ago when 12 students and a teacher were murdered in the same county as today's shooting. David, the investigation into the alleged shooter is now underway. Officials say they intend to get a warrant to search the suspect's home and locker. David.
Trevor Rolt reporting on this school shooting. Trevor, thank you. Tonight, President Trump with a pointed question involving Russia and Vladimir Putin after that scramble in the sky over Poland. President Trump asking what's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones. The images tonight, Poland and NATO scrambling fighter jets to shoot down those Russian drones. Poland, of course, a member of NATO, all nations defending each other. Tonight, Poland says multiple Russian drones were shot down. A home had a drone crash right through its roof. So after this Russian move, tonight, President Trump posting online, quote, "Here we go." Martha Raddatz just back from Ukraine with late reporting for us.
President Trump asking why Russia is sending drones into Poland, a NATO country that U.S. and NATO members have promised to defend. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. NATO scrambling F-16 and F-35 fighter jets and shooting down 4 of the at least 19 drones. The first time since NATO was formed that an adversary's weapons have been targeted in Allied airspace.
Whether it was intentionally or not, it is absolutely reckless.
There were no casualties, but the only...
This is absolutely crazy, actually, that Russia even attempted to do this.
Officials studying those downed
NATO?
drones.
Like,
this comes nearly a month after President Trump's summit with Putin in Alaska. Since then, Russia ramping up deadly attacks on Ukraine. Just days ago, President Zelensky telling me Putin doesn't want peace.
I always said we can't trust Putin. He plays games, and he's playing games with the United States. I think so.
And David, Russia claimed it had not planned to hit any targets in Poland, but whether anything was hit or not, this is a major and dangerous move by the Russians. David?
Martha Raddatz just back from several days of reporting in Ukraine. Martha, thank you. Tonight, President Trump is also furious over Israel's failed strike on Hamas leaders inside Qatar. Qatar, of course, is a key U.S. ally. The president saying he is, quote, very unhappy about it. Here's our chief international correspondent, James Longman, from Doha tonight.
Tonight, President Trump and a growing number of world leaders are blasting Israel's failed strike on Hamas leadership inside Qatar, key U.S. ally and mediator in Gaza ceasefire negotiations.
Oh my God!
I was very unhappy about it. Very unhappy.
Seems very unhappy about
it. The surprise strike raising new questions.
Did he seem very unhappy there, Chad?
Israel didn't inform the U.S. sooner. The Trump administration was only notified of the operation by the Pentagon when it was already underway. The Qataris getting a call from the U.S. 10 minutes after the attack.
It's a busy residential neighborhood. There are embassies here, an international school, a major shopping mall. This strike has sent shockwaves throughout the Middle East.
Qatar is home to a major U.S. military base and a country Trump championed during his first official visit just this year. It's a country now feeling betrayed.
The Israeli strike into Doha just reaffirms that Netanyahu is not going to ask permission of President Trump prior to conducting strikes against terrorist targets.
And David, tonight, Qatar is instructing a legal team to explore prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu for the attack. David?
James Longman from Doha for us. James, we appreciate it. Back here in the U.S. and tonight, the news just coming in New York City. Police arresting the suspect who they say murdered an elderly couple, setting them on fire in Queens. Police say the suspect, Jamel McGriff, was seen on surveillance video outside the couple's home. They say he spent about 5 hours inside the home after the attack. Authorities say he had asked to use their phone charger. Tonight, the suspect charged with murdering a young Ukrainian refugee on a commuter train in North Carolina is behind bars. What the suspect is saying about the attack. And tonight, President Trump now calling for the death penalty. Here's ABC's Stephanie Ramos.
Tonight,
I was going to go live a couple days ago with this story.
Irina Zarutska, the young
woman
who moved to the U.S. from Ukraine to escape war back home, is facing federal murder charges, and President Trump is calling for the death penalty, writing that DeCarlos Brown should be given a quick trial and only awarded the death penalty. There can be no other option. Court documents show Brown is undergoing a psychiatric evaluation in prison. Brown's sister recording a phone call with her brother after his arrest, where he referred to himself in the third person, telling her,
"Why would somebody just stab somebody for no reason?"
His mother telling ABC News she kicked him out of her house after he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and refused to take his medication. Brown's criminal history has been cited by many on the right as an example of violent crime plaguing Democratic-led cities. Today, Republican officials in Charlotte spoke out.
This is a result of failed policies, weak leadership, and a judicial system that protects criminals instead of innocent individuals.
Zeruska's family is demanding a full investigation. Brown is due in court later this month on those state murder charges. He has not entered a plea. David.
Stephanie Ramos reporting here in New York tonight. Steph, thank you. When we come back on this busy news night, the big news from London, what Prince Harry has now revealed about his father, King Charles, tonight after meeting with him. Also here, we remember a beloved American actress, a sitcom that Americans love. She was famous for three words.
I mentioned earlier that they need to be able to, obviously they need a lot more funding for more jails or hospitals, if you want to call them that, but just make them jails to keep people behind bars for longer. Because if all they're doing is just committing crimes, then they're just tying up the judicial system. Like if they're just going to get it out 2 hours later and then commit another crime, it's just backlogging the judicial system and making it take forever for anything else. You know, like just fucking put them away. If there's somebody that recommits crimes, like immediately put them away. Not for 2 hours, for like 2 years. No, like, get rid of them.
I'm gonna show you how to follow your dreams.
He's off acting like a hillbilly Indiana Jones.
Okay, what these guys are saying.
Team coverage from you, a former Homeland Security advisor, is standing by with his reaction to this tragedy on a college campus. Sharon Crowley with a deep dive into Charlie Kirk's life and massive influence. But first, Richard G. Kovis is leading us off with the FBI investigation and manhunt for the killer tonight. Richard?
A lot going on. Natasha and Steve, authorities now saying they are seeking a new person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Kirk, a young, influential, conservative activist and close ally of the president. More than 8 hours after he was shot dead, no one tonight is in custody. The FBI previously saying an earlier person of interest was taken into custody but released after interrogation. All of this unfolding just after lunchtime in Utah, with video tonight capturing the chaos at Utah Valley University in the moments following that deadly shooting. This all seconds after that single gunshot was fired, the bullet hitting Charlie Kirk's neck, with investigators saying tonight that they believe this was a targeted attack. Utah's governor calling it a flat-out political assassination. Charlie Kirk was on the first stop of a Turning Point USA campus tour.
Like some guy just randomly showed up and was like, I'm going to just randomly pick the guy that's on stage talking to people.
Was instrumental in getting young Republicans to the polls on Election Day and is credited in part with helping get President Trump back to the White House. Tonight, the president reacting in an address to the nation just moments ago on Truth Social to Kirk's killing.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world.
The president also calling it a dark day for America and vowing to find those responsible for Charlie Kirk's death and hold them accountable. And former presidents from both sides of the political aisle reacting tonight. President Biden posting on X, there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now.
On a nice island or something like that.
Praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. This from former President Barack Obama. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife, Erica, and their two young children. And finally, former President George W. Bush releasing this statement. Today, a young man was murdered in cold blood while expressing his political views. It happened
I can
on
prove
a
to you
college
that there's crazy
where the
people
open
on both
exchange
sides,
of
though. You
opposing
think that
ideas
the left
should be sacrosanct.
are making
Violence and vitriol must be
wacko
purged from the public
statements?
Square. Members of
Something
other
like this
political
happened to
parties
Obama?
are not our enemies.
People,
they are our fellow
crack
citizens.
jokes
May
about it?
God bless Charlie Kirk and his family, and may God guide America toward civility. President Trump has
you
ordered
have people
all
in
American
red
flags to be
hats
lowered to half-staff through
running around
Sunday
the
evening
streets
as the
cheering
manhunt
and-
continues tonight for Charlie Kirk's killer. Steve.
All right, thanks, Richard. And Kirk stepped into the arena more than a decade ago, garnering the support of young Republicans, but he was also, as Richard mentioned, a husband and father of
I'm
two.
always right.
Fox 8 Sharon Crowley is live in the studio with more on his life and his very young family, Sharon.
That's right, Natasha and Steve. Charlie Kirk is being described as a conservative voice for his generation. The founder of the nonprofit Turning Point USA was gunned down while doing his life's work, engaging young students in political debate. Tonight, college students holding a candlelight vigil at the University of Alabama. The campus in Utah, where this assassination happened, has been closed down for now. Turning Point USA's purpose is to share conservative values among young people. It has hundreds of chapters on college campuses around the country. Charlie Kirk traveled to many universities, motivating young conservatives to embrace their values and get involved in politics, and challenging others who disagreed with him. Tonight, students gathering to remember Charlie and what he stood for.
Focus on the political side of everything. Let's just focus on what Charlie's message was of making our country a better place, and that starts with, first of all, his connection with y'all, and the reason all of y'all out here tonight is because he set forward a mission for himself and for Turning Point that was one of making America better, helping people talk to each other, helping people learn from each other, having a discourse with each other, and actually caring deeply about your country. And Charlie was an amazing, shining example of that up until he went to go be with the Lord today.
While Kirk rose to become a potent political power, he developed his conservative leanings at just 18 years old. He spent years traveling the country, engaging with students, many times on liberal college campuses with students who didn't agree with him politically. He grew his following to the millions using new media, podcasting, and posting. His influence so great, he had powerful friends, including the President of the United States, who announced Charlie Kirk's death on social media this afternoon. His influence in 2024, its campaign cannot be overstated. He helped President Trump get elected by helping young Republicans get to the polls. And tonight, President Trump describing Kirk as a patriot, a man of deep faith, the best of America, who an assassin tried to silence. Steve.
Well, all right, thanks, Sharon. And joining us now is security and terrorism expert Michael Balboni. He's a former New York State Senator and former Homeland Security Advisor for New York. Sir, thank you for being with us tonight. First off, let's just get your immediate reaction to this tragic act of violence.
Tomorrow's 9/11. New York, more than any other place in the world, suffered the greatest tragedy that we could imagine. We were united after that. I'm hoping that this tragedy also unites us and stops with the partisan vitriol that has plagued our country in recent months and years.
Time is of the essence in catching who's behind this heinous crime. What do investigators need to do to pin down this gunman? It's been 8 hours.
So the longer this takes, that they don't have somebody in custody, or at least someone who's really a person of interest, the more it speaks to the organization and the capabilities of this assassin. Take a step back. Guy gets into, if it is a man, we don't yet know. Person takes a high-powered weapon, shoots one shot, kills his target from, we estimates range, but around 200 meters, and then escapes, and nobody sees him. So in any investigation, you let the facts take you where they take you. You don't make any presumptions. But the longer this takes to find somebody, you raise a question as to whether or not this individual was a professional, had training, and whether or not this is something that this individual had support to do what the individual did.
I do want to ask you, what do you make of the law enforcement agencies and that they had a person of interest, they said they had someone in custody, then they didn't, then they've released it? I mean, what's your take on what's going on behind the scenes?
So as you've seen from the video, it's an incredibly chaotic scene on a college campus. Hundreds and hundreds of people there. right immediately afterwards, it's something that it's very hard to stop, freeze everybody in place and say, okay, that's the individual. And so law enforcement, they try their best, but it's not something. It's not like on TV. It doesn't happen that way. Having said that,
again, I'm very curious about this individual here.
Sound
on the roof.
Of a report was heard, and yet nobody was able to identify an individual, which most likely means that the individual was shooting from concealment and maybe had some way to suppress or to hide the flash of the gun.
This is him laying down on the roof,
indicating that this is a sophisticated individual. One shot hitting the target from 200 meters away and then escaping without anybody seeing them. Those are the hallmarks of a professional.
Yeah, this event, of course, was outside, lots of buildings nearby, plenty of people in the audience, somewhat similar to that Trump rally we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania. We actually know that Charlie did have his own private security that traveled with him as well. This was the start of an on-campus tour for him. I mean, was there anything that could have been done? I mean, and are we prepared for what we're about to see coming forward as far as trying to secure events like this that happen on college campuses all the time, that are just supposed to be a free exchange of ideas?
So typically what happens when you have a protectee, first of all, you have to know that that individual is under threat. That comes from a variety of different sources, whether it's a social media scan, whether it's about the communications that have been given to that protectee. But this is a private citizen. Yes, he was seen as controversial and in many sectors, but he had spoken around the country many times before, and nothing like this. And now he comes in, and the hardest thing to do is try to anticipate where the threats come from and what threats there
Al
are.
Jazeera
so
is,
I would argue that in an open-air setting like this, a rifle attack is probably the most difficult thing to stop.
This is what I see on Al Jazeera right now, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Or trying to get close with a handgun or a knife. But nonetheless, it is something that we're going to have to rethink. Whether or not there's you want to have the crowd be able to see the individual, but yet perhaps there's a way that you can shield the individual from a line of sight, because that's what this is all about. This is about preventing an adversary from having a line of sight to the target. And the way they do that typically is that they draw a ring around, a 360-degree ring. They say this is the area. It's 200 meters. You can't have any weapons within that area. And, of course, that's very difficult to do. That's the other thing we have to calibrate our expectations. This was not the security detail of the Secret Service for the President of the United States. And even in that case, President Trump was almost assassinated. Just nearly missed. So when I used to oversee the New York State Police and their protective detail of the governor, it was always a huge concern that if you had someone who was dedicated and someone who was professional, protecting the person that you had some type of visibility is very, very, very difficult.
That's a really sad day. We got to leave the conversation there. Michael Balboni, thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
And the candidates for New York City mayor are weighing in on the death of Charlie Kirk. All four saying that this act of political violence has no place in our country.
All right, Mayor Adams interviewed with Kirk just last month and says he was a passionate young man. Mayoral frontrunner Zoran Mamdani saying he's horrified by the shooting death of Charlie Kirk.
Andrew Cuomo says the country must stop celebrating division and start healing. Republican Curtis Sliwa calling for prayers for the wife and two young children Kirk now leaves behind. And stay with Fox 5 for the latest on this breaking story. Also download the Fox local app.
Just a little bit of Fox 5 DC coverage continuing to bring us some of the latest updates with the reporters that are covering this as well. We'll check back in also with Fox 5 DC in a moment as well. But I do want to read out to you the latest statement that we just received from the FBI as well as the Utah DPS that are continuing to investigate this shooting. So this is what we know right now, according to the release here. It says this shooting is still an active investigation. The Utah Department of Public Safety, DPS, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, are co-leading this incident in unison with the Utah County Attorney's Office, the Utah County Sheriff's Office, and the local police departments.
Celebrating.
We initially took in George Zinn as a suspect. He was later released and charged with obstruction by UVU police. A second suspect, Zachariah Qureshi, was taken into custody and released after interrogation with law enforcement. There are no current ties to the shooting with either of these individuals. This is an ongoing investigation, and manhunt for the shooter continues. The FBI has created a digital media tip line for information regarding this shooting at fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. We ask the public to please provide any information they may have to this tip line. DPS's State Crime Lab, along with all law enforcement involved, are working multiple active crime scenes. These were identified based on where the victim was shot, as well as the locations where the suspect and victim traveled. The shooting is believed to be a targeted attack. The shooter is believed to have fired from the roof of a building down to the location of the public event in the student courtyard.
You live with a guy who's left, but by today's standards, he's right wing.
Integrity of our investigation. To secure the event, UVU-PD had 6 officers working this event. These security measures were in addition to Charlie Kirk's security detail, who travels with him. Approximately 3,000 people showed up for this tragic moment for Utah and the country. It goes on to say the UVU campus will be closed for the rest of the week. If students, faculty, or staff need additional information about the campus, please visit uvu.info. So again, we will be covering this here for you on Live Now from Fox, waiting for more key information from the police. All right, everyone, we'll take another 2-minute break. We will be back with much more on Live Now from Fox this evening.
Go back up to
moving fast. We're joined now by our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. He spoke frequently with Charlie Kirk.
And our senior White House correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, can tell us more about Charlie Kirk's friendship with President Trump.
Bob, let's start with you. What can you tell us about Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk was someone who was a father, he was a son, he was a husband, and he was also a political force. So many Republicans today are stunned to see a rising star gunned down. On paper, an activist, someone who was influential with many young Americans, especially those who are more on the right. Yet this is someone who has built relationships in his 20s and early 30s with some of the most powerful people in this country, most notably President Trump. They trusted Kirk as someone who really knew how the country was mapped out on college campuses, where the votes were, where the power centers could be for the next generation of the Republican Party. And so it's not just about a friend being lost and someone who's a confidant to those in the party, but this was someone who was seen as the leader for the party as it looked to the future.
And Ed, Donald Trump gave Kirk a lot of praise for helping him win re-election. Just how important was he?
Oh, incredibly important to the Trump reelection. Among other things, he was among those pushing now President Trump to pick J.D. Vance as his running mate, arguing that he would help reflect the next generation of the MAGA movement should he run for president himself one day. Very close with Donald Trump Jr., went with him to Greenland earlier this year when that was an issue for the White House, and is someone who during the presidential transition was meeting on a regular basis with President-elect Trump to pick cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, in essence saying to him, pick this person for that job, send this other person to this other agency, and then making sure that Republican senators would provide the votes necessary to get them confirmed and put pressure on a handful of Republican lawmakers who raised concerns about some of those picks. The thing to keep in mind, though, if you're someone who doesn't know who this guy is, who Charlie Kirk was, and given the age we live in where your algorithm may be different than your neighbors or one of your relatives, this was somebody who, that eyewitness said, tried to help get a better understanding of the dialogue to like-minded conservatives across the country, and in doing so was convincing younger conservative voters across the country to support President Trump last year, made him so essential to his reelection campaign.
Bob, you've covered the conservative movement for a long time. Kirk rose as the movement was changing. Was he a product of that change, or was he a driver of that change?
John, he was certainly a driver of that change. This is someone who you see in Charlie Kirk, someone who saw Mitt Romney's defeat in 2012 And he was able to say, yes, maybe the traditional Republican Party was moving in that direction, but he was open to new arguments, open to nationalism, to populism, to the rise of then businessman Donald Trump in 2016. And he saw an opportunity for the Republican Party to go in a new direction. And that's why he was able to build a bond with Tucker Carlson, with Donald Trump Jr., and with President Trump. But it's notable that Charlie Kirk was not just one of so many conservative activists, John. At the end of the day, this is someone I observed up close at event after event. He had joy. You may disagree with Charlie Kirk's political views. You may march in the streets against them. You may be a major supporter of his and count him as an ally. At the end of the day, whether it's California Governor Gavin Newsom or others, they saw him as someone who was a real, competent conservative and worthy of the arena he was in.
Robert Costa and Ed O'Keefe in Washington for us. Thank you both.
We mentioned Charlie Kirk's work with his conservative youth organization, Turning Point USA.
Chris Van Cleve is outside Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix.
Okay, I'm gonna just quickly switch to this. This is a media advisory that the Utah Police has posted. Basically, I can read through it if you want, but it is on screen. Let me just make it smaller. Basically, it's just an update from the police department talking about the events. Talking about how they initially took George Zinn in as a suspect. That was the first guy that we saw pictures of. He was released. But people were posting all over social media that this guy was the guilty suspect and were calling for his head, basically. Why you got to be careful in these sorts of things. A second suspect, Zachary Qureshi. That's actually a new name. That because there was another suspect that people were pointing out, and it was not Zachary Qureshi. So people were throwing out names left and right as the person who shot him. So anyways, this guy, Qureshi, was taken into custody and released after interrogation with law enforcement. There's no current ties to the shooting with either of these individuals. There is an ongoing investigation and a manhunt for the shooter. So the shooter is still at large. FBI's created a digital media tip line. You can go to that if you want. DPS's state crime rate. What does DPS stand for? Along with all law enforcement involved are working multiple active scenes. These were identified based on where the victim was shot, as well as locations where the suspect and victim traveled. So they know where the suspect traveled? That might be talking about this here. Remember we pointed this out here? For those of you that are just kind of watching now, some students, just while the event was going on, recorded this individual. Apparently, they started the recording just after he'd run across this roof here and laid down or crouched down on the roof. And if you can look at the colors of the roof, dark or brown or black on white. Same as if you can see this roof here, which is where this individual is. This is after the shooting. So people are in the crowd are actually already running. This is the dark on white trim roof that he was on. And you can see as I kind of move this video along, if you look at the top of the roof, the person is actually moving from here over to here. So after the shot, he's running away. Moving away very quickly. I don't know how well that turns up on the stream. But there is definitely an individual that is moving along the roof, and it appears that it is the same roof as this here. So I don't see an awful lot of people really talking about this too much on Twitter, but I'm sure the FBI have probably seen this. So the people that filmed this shot here would have been over off to the right-hand side, like way above the crowd here, but way off onto the right-hand side, pointing their camera in this direction and seeing this person that was crouched on the roof here from this angle. You can see it's from the opposite angle, right? And then you can, this is, I'll play it from the beginning, but you can see the crowd reacting because they've seen that he's been shot. And then as it goes by, you can see all the people ducking in the crowd. I'll just manually do it. You can see all the people ducking in the crowd, and at the same time, this guy is moving and running away. So if this is indeed the person, he's already realized, you know, I don't know if he was just like, okay, I'm going to take one shot at this and then just move. But he's running away as the crowd is ducking. So he shot and immediately started to book it. So very, very curious that, you know, this has happened. Let me just, how far was the shot? If you were to ask me, like from here, so over here, there's actually the tent. You can actually see, this is the tent that he's actually doing his talk in, okay? So anyways, okay, so we'll take it from the beginning. This is the tent where Charlie Kirk was talking. Okay, and this, I'll put it to the beginning of the video. This is, you can see the shots fired and all the crowds start ducking. But you can see this individual up here that is running along the roof. You can probably barely see that on stream. He's running along the roof. You can see that he's moving to the left as I'm moving forward to the right. Okay, and this here is a different video that is taken from people that are off to the right-hand side. So if we're looking at this video here, the people that are filming the second video are way off to the right, filming in that direction. So they're pointing. You can tell the trim of the roof is the same color. And they started filming because they noticed some individual running along the roof, you would think, and ducked down. And they're pointing out, do the police know about this person? And then it was moments later when Charlie Kirk was speaking that the shots were fired. People start ducking, and this individual from that same rooftop starts running away. So I don't think they're going to be able to really do much with the video quality in order to catch the person. But I think this is definitely probably going to be somebody of interest. I definitely think that's possibly going to be somebody of interest. Because if it was security, why would he be just kneeling down? He'd probably be standing there or whatever. But definitely a person of interest, probably. Here's another one. This was a tweet that we looked at earlier. Najra Galves. Again, he made this tweet yesterday, apparently. Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. And then immediately posts, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. This is posted a day ago. His account now, he's turned all of his posts off. So, you know, probably shouldn't be talking shit like that. That's pretty crazy that he posted this a day ago. Probably somebody that the FBI is going to want to talk to. Certainly the campus has cameras all over, right? Yeah, they made a comment about that. Yeah, Reckless. Have you ever seen campus security cameras and the video quality? They have talked about that, and they actually specifically made that comment that campus what is the camera system called? It's like C something. Anyways, they made a comment that, you know, the campus security quality or camera quality is not very high def. So they might be able to, they're probably already scanning all the security cameras that have, you know, of people coming, coming and going from the campus or whatever. But the camera quality is generally not that good. Yeah, they're gonna be scanning any security cameras, body cams, whatever. I was reading. Let me see if I can find it quickly. I was reading another article somewhere that there was a total of 6. I don't know where it was. 6 police officers from the town at the event, as well as his security. It doesn't mention how many of his own personal security traveled with him, but there were 6 police officers. And for an event this size, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. Like, you don't have enough people to have on all the roofs and stuff like that. But they could probably do, I think you are going to see a lot more things in the way of like drones being used for security and stuff like that. Because I mean, obviously, if this was the president making a speech here, you wouldn't have somebody that's on the roof like that. Like, you can clearly see the person on the roof running away as soon as the shots are fired, and clearly see from this video that somebody was hiding on the roof. There's no chance that if the president was speaking here, although we say that with what happened with him 10 months ago, but you would think that they've at least learned their lesson, like stuff like that would be covered. Access points to the building with the roof, are they inside the perimeter, outside? I don't really know that there was even really a perimeter. Apparently, they were saying that people were buying their tickets online. They had barcodes to scan and everything like that, and never walked through any checkpoints. Like, literally anyone could have bought a ticket or not bought a ticket and just walked through. There was no metal detection systems, no security to walk through, nothing. Like, it was just a peaceful event. Say what you will, whether you agree with the guy's political views or not, but it was supposed to be a peaceful event. People were just able to walk up without purchasing a ticket and sit down and listen to the guy talk. And there wasn't really anything in the way of security to check people as they were coming in. Not even to get into the campus itself. No, I mean, I don't know what campuses are like down in the U.S., but the campus that I went to school with, anyone can walk onto the campus. Like, this is just an open. This appears to be just an open, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like not a field, but it's almost like a not an auditorium, but anyways, there's a word for it. I'm can't get right now, but basically amphitheater. Thank you. There's basically anyone can just come and sit down here. Like, I don't know where, like, any universities I've been to, you can just walk into the university campus and just walk around if you want. Are the universities or colleges in the U.S. different? Like, do you have to go through security just to walk around on the campus? I don't think that's generally the case, is it? I haven't been to a lot of universities or colleges in the U.S., but I think anyone could just walk through here. But it is crazy that it's generally just a peaceful conversation. And again, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with his politics, he was just basically coming there to have, friendly dialogue with people about his beliefs, basically, right? A guided desk. Yeah, but where are you going to put the desk? People can come into this amphitheater from all sides. There wasn't like a checkpoint for you to walk through, like you're going to a concert or something like that. Like, it was literally just held in an open field, and he had a tent with he had a tent basically covering, you can see it right here, covering where he was sitting, and that was basically it. Like, was he crazy for maybe, not being a little bit more secure? You could maybe argue that maybe he should have, but you don't think that shit like this should happen. Shit like this shouldn't fucking happen, right? Like, this is crazy that somebody's giving a speech at an event and getting shot because their views are different. This is shit that does happen, but it generally isn't happening in, first world countries, so to speak, or the West. If you were to be very vocal about your views in other countries, I could see it happening. Like, if you were very vocal about, trans rights and gay rights and all that sort of stuff in a country like, I don't know, Afghanistan, I could see you getting shot. Like, I would not be surprised at all if somebody got shot for being vocal about trans rights or whatever in a country like Afghanistan. But in a country like the US or England, Canada, whatever, if somebody's just, having a group meeting and talking, like, this is surprising. Constantly like to point out fetishes, this kind of stuff ever since the Trump thing. It is becoming less less surprising that it's happening in the U.S. I will say that. Like, you can feel the tension in the U.S. Even as somebody that doesn't live there. I've traveled to the U.S. I don't know how many dozens, hundreds of times maybe to the U.S. And I've said this about an hour ago on stream. The last, like, maybe 2 hours ago, the last, like, 20 years, you can feel the tension. Like, 30 years ago, you wouldn't give a shit what somebody's political affiliation was. Democrat, Republican, you didn't immediately get hated, but now you do, and you can feel that when you go down there. I'll tell you a quick story. We were down in, this is probably 10 years ago. I was in Vegas with a bunch of my buddies, and we were in one of the pools at a pool party. Some people that were near us, they could hear that we were Canadian, I guess our accents or whatever. And they came over to talk to us, and they started talking about politics with us and like universal health care and stuff like that. But we were talking about it like, we're just being very vocal about it, talking, at a regular voice level. And they were like very shy about talking. They were like, is it true that when you leave a hospital, like they'd be asking us questions like that. We're like, what the fuck is their problem? Like, what are they scared about? And it was because there was so much tension between people of different, that were on each side of the aisle. Like, you can feel it everywhere you go. Like, I challenge anyone to walk through a red state with a shirt that says Obama is the best president ever. Like, you will get aggressively, like, verbally attacked at the very least. At the very least. Guy, but not really some 32-year-old just talking about things. I mean, does it really make sense for a banker to get shot like that? Seriously? That doesn't make sense, dude. No, it doesn't. Like, that is not normal. It's not, like, if, I'm not suggesting this should be done, but if a certain other person that was, shot tomorrow, like assassinated tomorrow, we won't mention his name, but I think you all know who I'm talking about. Would any of you be surprised? Would any of you be surprised if somebody, again, not mentioning the guy's name, but we all know who I'm talking about. But if he got assassinated, there would be people who would be like, well, what took so long? Like, you wouldn't be that surprised about it anymore. And when he got shot in the ear, was it 10 months ago? There were people that were around going, that's just the first attempt. The next one will get him. Like, that you literally heard that. Nobody is going to be surprised if that happens. Therefore, it makes more sense in an evil way. However, this kid was just talking, not killing people, like the bank or whatever. I mean, I guess it's based on your perspective, right? Obviously, somebody thought that what this guy was saying was dangerous or bad or evil or whatever, right? Like Charlie Kirk, again, I can't say I agree with a lot of what he says, but he's been very vocal about things like guns, religion, stuff like that. And a lot of that stuff really rubs people the wrong way. And again, I am absolutely not condoning what happened here. It's sick that a young guy, a father of 2 young girls, would get assassinated like this. But he does talk about topics that really infuriate people that are against, the Second Amendment or religion or whatever other topics he. I think he was heavily against trans and gay rights because he's very, very religious himself. So there were definitely some topics that he discussed that were going to piss off a lot of people. Again, certainly not deserving of being assassinated, though. They did way more damage to their own cause by making him a martyr, for sure. We talked about this earlier as well. When people are killed like this, you will have 10 people step up to replace him. And it's the same thing. And I think the West and America in particular have maybe learned their lesson with how terrorists, a lot of terrorist organizations have started. There are, people that are members of, or in families that have been killed by, say, bombs that have hit certain cities. Maybe they're American bombs that have just, they've been trying to kill like one individual in a house or whatever. So they bombed the entire fucking building and killed like 30 people to get rid of one person. Well, those 30 people have relatives or young kids or whatever. And there's a very good chance that they will grow up and turn into terrorists, like turn into people that are fighting, and they think it's the right thing to, they think it's the right thing to do, and in their eyes it is. In the eyes of a lot of people that live in those countries, it is. That's why you see a lot of these terrorists have a lot of support, because a lot of these people that support them are people that have been, they've had family members or people they care for been killed indiscriminately because a target that the U.S. was trying to kill was too close to their family member or something. See how he talks? He isn't lobbying against things. That's all he's saying. Well, he's arguing for his point of view, though, Man Bear Gamer. Right? Like, he is most definitely arguing to garner support for his views, which are Christian, no gun control, keeping the Second Amendment right, and he's very anti, gay and transgender rights. You can have your own opinion on whether you agree or disagree with him, but there are obviously going to be people that have very strong differences of opinions with him. I believe he was the one. Here's the quote. Charlie Kirk says, "Gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment right." Like, that was the first thing I saw pop up onto Twitter when somebody was basically making the point, that it's gun violence that actually, caused this event. It's, I don't know if, who knows who the shooter is. Maybe he was trying to make that point. Maybe the shooter, aside from being a sick fuck, had somebody close to him that died of gun violence or something like that, and heard Charlie Kirk say something like this, and something fucked up in his head was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go kill that motherfucker. Like, people, there's idiots, all around, crazy people all around, and something like that could have set him off. I'm absolutely not saying that Charlie Kirk was deserving of this. I'm just saying that somebody could very well, like, his reason for doing this is maybe he just thought that Charlie Kirk, was suggesting that gun violence was okay.
He died like a dog.
Yes. Apparently. Not exactly the sound bit that I wanted you to use, but sure. Died like a dog, yes. He almost never monologues. Always a conversation or debate he has with someone else. I understand that, but he is definitely has his opinions that he will argue. Like, his views are very right-wing Christian. So it's
fireworks. I thought there was some sort of firecrackers or something, and then I saw his head go back. I saw him fall over, and everyone freaked out. Kids were getting down. I sprinted out of there, called you,
Yeah, I got a panicked phone call, and I'm not a very good mom under pressure because I think I freaked out and hung up on you at some point trying to find your dad. But when you left and you said you saw his head go back, did you realize in your mind that he had been shot, or did you still think there was fireworks and he was being dramatic and fell over or something?
It took a
That
second
is most
or two,
definitely not
but
what I was saying,
heard
Man Bear Gaming.
The fireworks. I maybe even saw some smoke come up from somewhere.
I did not
but
say
I saw his
anything
head
even
go
close
back.
to
I
that.
saw him fall out of the chair, and everyone started screaming. And I didn't see any of the blood, but I think at that point I knew that something insane, something I never thought I would experience happened. I kind of realized that he had been shot. And it was hard to process in my head, and I still don't know if I completely have processed it, but.
So there was thousands of kids there. When everyone started running, was there a
Emotional damage
at the same point, or was it just sheer panic?
A lot of kids hit the ground. I was running out of there. I had my backpack, my skateboard. There was kids shoving around. I even had some friends. They're probably 15 feet from the stage.
Question,
they have a
is it
video
a
from
pro?
when they were there. Everyone just hit the ground.
According to, I'll go back to, where's the clip I had? Oh, did I lose it? I think I lost it. I don't know where the one is. Oh, this one here. So apparently this shot here. Oh, you guys aren't watching that one. Let me flip it for you. That for me looks like it's about 200 to 250 meters. This guy's standing on the roof here. If this is indeed the guy that shot the person. According to people that are ex-military that were in my chat earlier, a shot like that could be, you could learn how to do that in under a day of training. With the right rifle and about a day's worth of training, a regular person could make that shot. Somebody that's been in the military or been training for years would, like, that's an immediate bullseye, basically. So, yeah.
At some point, so.
We're going to continue talking. Stay here for just a second. My producer, as we were speaking, told me that they released the suspect. Is that what I'm hearing, Stephen? So FBI Director Kash Patel saying that the suspect that they had in custody has now been released, which makes us, I guess, concerned again that there's still a shooter on the loose and they don't exactly know who this was. Definitely terrifying to hear about. Jord, we're just hearing right now that they don't have the shooter. Kind of scary.
That is scary because that means what if we never find him, and that's not an okay thing for someone to get away with that.
As a mom, I never want bad things to happen. I think you know that I'm the kind of mom that's worried about everything because I'm in the news business.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about you today, but I think a lot of moms and dads that are listening right now are going to be worried about their kids because of what they saw. I'm guessing you're a little bit in shock right now.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the fact that you watched someone die today.
It's kind of a crazy feeling. It doesn't feel like something that it doesn't feel like something that could ever happen to me where I could watch someone die. I mean, we hear about it all the time. There's tons of people on social media talking about it, praying for Charlie and his family. But it's just, when you actually experience it, it's a different feeling. And me and my friends were even talking about it. The school that I'm going to, the school that I'm graduating from, will forever be known as a school where Charlie Kirk was assassinated or killed, whatever you want to say. And anytime I go through that courtyard, I'll just remember that. It's been playing through my head all day. I was pretty far away, and even then I just keep imagining the moment I hear the shot, I see his head go back. I've seen the videos as well, and it's horrible, and I don't know, it's kind of hard to process.
Thanks for talking about it. We're going to go to Leslie Duarte right now, who is at the hospital right now, where we've been waiting for more word on possibly family members arriving or also the medical examiner. Leslie?
Yeah, Heidi, medical examiner arrived just moments ago, and we're waiting to get more information on exactly what's next. But as more people are getting off work and as the evening is arriving, more and more people are showing up in tears, heartbroken over the tragic incident that has happened at the University UVU. Here next to me, I have Kelsey. Kelsey, where did you come from and why are you here today?
I drove down from Syracuse, Utah. It's like an hour and 40-minute drive just to come show support and we love Charlie Kirk. You know, I followed him for a while and he's so influential and the election, but just teaching so many people love for country, true principles to live by, loving God, how to live a happy life, and it's just terrible what's happened to him. So I just want to come show my love and gratitude for him to everyone and to his family, and I hope just help ignite greater patriotism too, like I think he would have wanted. So.
Yeah, and I see you have some flags here. What do you plan to do with these flags?
Just give them to whoever. I figured maybe there'd be other people here too, and yeah, it looks like I'm not the only one that had this idea. So just, you know, I think this is exactly what Charlie would want. We're just out here with American flags and just loving our God and country and fellow man even more to honor his name and what he did and his legacy. So.
And how do you feel about something like this happening here in Utah? You said your alma mater is UVU.
Yeah, I went to UV and I wanted to be there today. I guess, thank goodness actually that I wasn't. That would have been horrible to witness, but terrible happened in Utah, terrible happened anywhere in our country. We all have freedom of speech and we need to respect that for each other, and just to kill over an opinion that's different than yours is un-American, and it's absolutely terrible and it shouldn't happen. And I just hope that we can carry on his legacy of what he fought for. So
absolutely, Kelsey, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
He doesn't want
we're
to.
Still here at the hospital, and with that, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
2 other girls that live in our neighborhood were supposed to be like helping with the event.
Stand by.
We're back here live at the Utah Valley University, where we have learned just in the last couple of minutes that suspect they had in custody is not the shooter. So we're now back to square one, knowing that whoever did this is still out in our community.
Yeah, and that's frightening. I mean, just to be honest, we're standing here, and it may seem a little weird, but I do always have my kind of head on a swivel at one of these situations with the culmination of what we're hoping to accomplish after the act of violence. You hope for.
Hold on, I'm going to switch to apparently this is some Hassan calling for political violence against political opponent.
You know, no, we gotta. You know, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get.
Who's the ACP? ACP. What is the ACP? I don't even know what that is.
One of those like Haz al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know? Let him fight.
I don't know who he's talking about.
Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude? Lots of Twitter randos calling for violence against you. Stay safe, bud. I know, man. What else is new? You know, this is every day. Every day of my life. Okay? Every day of my life for the past 10 years. It is what it is. It's been happening, and it'll. Dude, people will be like, "Oh, dude, there is a there are people who are wishing death upon you all over the internet." Like, I know. Of course people fucking wish death upon me. What do you mean? If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay?
I don't know. I don't know how some people get away with saying some of this shit on chat or on Twitch, guys. I feel like if I was to actually say that somebody should die, I would probably get my account would probably be banned. So I don't know how some people get away with saying some of this shit and how other people's don't. I think we have a pretty clear idea. I have, I guess, 75 viewers, and somebody else can have like 25,000 viewers or something like that, or 50,000 viewers. Maybe that's the difference. I don't know. Anyways, let's back up to.
Point is, there's no longer a perimeter where
Fox
they can
News
assume
here.
that this shooter is still on campus. So at this point, they have the entire state to think about, because how many hours since the shooting? It happened at about 12:20. We're now 5-6 hours down the road. So whether that person is hiding out close by or driven to another state, which is quite possible,
like 8 hours
could happen. So there's a lot of questions exactly how things go with this investigation. They did talk about earlier that they do have cameras here on campus that will be helpful to them. with as great as our phones are, somehow security cameras are not great, and they're saying that you can imagine what kind of video they're dealing with.
Well, I do find it interesting right now.
Like 9 hours ago.
Ebola
I don't
or
know if
something.
Utah follows daylight saving time or not.
We've had that in the past in Utah.
But anyways, 8 or 9 hours ago, that this happened.
Sergeant Bill Hoosier was shot and killed.
The guy could be halfway to Europe by now.
And a description, and I wonder if we're getting to that point if we do not have the suspect.
They're saying he could be out of the state by now. He could be out of the continent by now.
Eliminated, maybe a vehicle or something, a known vehicle where they can use license plate reader technology. You mentioned the closed caption TV cameras.
It's probably due to revenue built by his community for Twitch. You think? You think? Like, there's been 4 or 5 instances over the last few weeks that if somebody else said some of this shit, they would immediately get at least a 1-day or 3-day ban. You know, like, what's the first step to becoming a Canadian citizen and living there?
It's pretty
Apparently, you
clear
can just cross the border and declare
to try and find this individual. I don't think they're doing this blindly at this point. There were a lot of students on campus today. A lot of students that were out there
you're like a
waiting to maybe have their
refugee or
opportunity
something.
to speak with Charlie Kirk or at least participate in that debate. Let's take a listen to what they had to say after this unfolded.
He constantly glazes terrorists.
I was working an event on campus,
He's an example of somebody that is too far left.
Where the courtyard was, and all of a sudden I just saw this massive mob of people running towards us, and there were people screaming, there were people crying. It was very, like he said, very surreal, and heartbreaking. And people just started saying, like, get him out, and because I was wearing a name.
Like if let's say if Iran or the Hamas or whatever decided to attack Israel or responded to an Israeli attack, tit for tat, or hell, even if they didn't, if Iran just went and attacked Israel right now and leveled Tel Aviv, I don't honestly know that he would say, you know what, hey, this is a bad thing. A whole bunch of Israelis are, innocently killed. I don't think that he would have it in himself to actually say, these guys are fucked. Like, this is bullshit. This should not have happened. I don't see him doing that.
And got out of there, but it was a blessing to get out safe. And you hear the pop. And
he's got some views I agree with. Like I said, I'm a centrist. So there's some things on the left I agree with, some things on the right. But I don't think that, like, he will always, no matter what happened, always side with certain people. He can't look through it neutrally and say, yeah, this was justified, or no, this wasn't justified.
A lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families.
Like, he will always take, let's just say, non-Jewish people in the Middle East. He will always take their side, even if it's just grotesquely, wrong. Whatever the incident was.
Argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual.
You would absolutely throw a party? Again, I can't like bash people on my Twitch channel. You know what? I would get banned.
Some of those students that were on campus earlier.
I would probably get banned for bashing someone who's idling threats like he was about killing people, and like Hassan idling threats for killing people. I would probably get banned for bashing him for doing so, but he wouldn't get banned for actually being the one idling the threats. That's how fucked things are on Twitch.
It's remarkable that there were no other injuries that we're aware of or other situations at this point, but there's still the questions that are out there of who is the suspect, was there a motive, where are they, right? That is something that they're still trying to figure out now that we've learned that maybe that suspect has been released,
conversations
as
with
you
people.
learned from the FBI Director Kash Patel putting out about a half hour ago. Let's send things over to Mike Steven. Mike is one of our photographers.
It's the same thing what I said earlier. People right now are bashing Democrats and saying the Democrats have done this. When it's not Democrats that have done it, you've got a whack job that has assassinated people. But there's the same thing has happened on the right. When the Minnesota governors were, whatever the Minnesota governor or whatever was assassinated months ago by a right-wing whack job. It's not all of the right wing that are whack jobs. They've got their whack jobs as well. That's the problem. Both sides have these crazy people on them, and then when one of the side's crazy people does something, the other side just immediately points the finger at the entire left or an entire right side, and it's not correct. Like, you have reasonable people on both sides. The problem is you have extremely illogical people that are way off and on the extreme of both sides, and it's fucked when you're sitting there listening to them to talk, listening to them talk, because they sound like fucking just morons.
Into campus.
Again, whether it's the left or the right, there's people on the left that I just sit there and shake my head like, you are an absolute whack job. Is there extreme conservatism or liberals in Canada like in the US? There is, but not to the same degree. But there is that growing, I guess, extremism a little bit. And I think a big problem is, we talked about this earlier, is social media. Because people will see something on social media and they will just immediately take it down as fact, where I could probably in 5 minutes write up a web page that looks like a legit news source, have ChatGPT write up a bullshit story about how, I don't know, insert name here, say President Trump was caught giving oral sex to whoever, and there were people that would believe it just because it was it looked like a legitimate source. Like, they see these articles on Facebook, which are obviously complete bullshit, but there's a small percentage of the population that looks at it and goes, oh, that looks legit. And they run with it. And they will die on that will be the hill that they die on, because they saw some story that was from some bullshit website, and they will argue that story to death and claim it as absolute fact. It is really crazy to actually witness this, that people have no idea as to how to fact check. We didn't really, when I was growing up, we didn't really have much of a reason to fact check, because we were getting our sources from like legit, like encyclopedias or, like scientific journals and shit like that. Like, when we were writing a paper, like and if you watch the news from when I was a kid, it is the most boring shit in the world. It was actually news and not news entertainment like you see on a lot of stations. And a lot of these news entertainment stations, which are half-truths at best, like, they are there to generate views, and people watch them and they'll be like, oh, this is 100% correct. And it is actually one of those news entertainment stations actually got, it was like a $768 million fine for deliberately reporting bullshit news. They were doing it legitimately just for views. And look at what it's doing to society. Like, these news sources should be held responsible, like, much more severely. And the problem is I don't know, is it count as their First Amendment right to be able to have free speech? Like, it is actually really damaging to society to be able to be allowed to post bullshit and trick people. And people, like, this has happened so quickly over the last couple of decades that people haven't been trained how to sift through the bullshit to find out what's actually true or not. The Onion News, yeah. There was one article, I can't remember what it was, but The Onion, for those of you that don't know, The Onion is like it's an older satirical, like, web source or news source, which everybody knows is a joke and just bullshit. Like, they post stories which are so crazy that and they clearly make sure people understand that this is a joke, this is not true. But there was some incident that happened, and their news response to it was, "This is so crazy, we couldn't even have made this up." So it was just kind of interesting. But yeah, satire news all the time, and it's often quite funny. I think there's another one called Beaverton up here in Canada, but it's meant to be a joke. But you sit there and watch certain news outlets, and it's obviously bullshit, and people need to be smarter than that. People need, and that is part of the problem. Is, I think it's not even that people believe it. I think a lot of the problem is people just don't give a shit, and they will use it just to they will use it just to piss people off. If that makes any sense. Like they will sit there and they'll see something and they will start, like, if you're like, say, ultra left wing or whatever, you will have these internet trolls that are just, their job, their entertainment for the day is just to infuriate people with shit on the internet. And both sides do it. I sit there and I watch it. It's on Twitter, it's the worst. Like, you can literally sit there and just watch people post bullshit on Twitter, and they know it's bullshit, but they're going to post it anyways just to piss people off. I'm going to show you guys something. Apparently, this is audio from the police force saying that they believe that the suspect has fled the campus. This is TMZ. We were just talking about bullshit news sources. Here's TMZ. Okay.
Confirm the university, no suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They think in this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, anyways. For them to say they could... I'll give you another example. I was sifting through Twitter. I was sifting through Twitter, and people were posting pictures of the first suspect that that the police had in custody at the actual rally itself. I think some of you guys probably remember him. He was an older guy with glasses. And they basically, you had people all over Twitter posting that this is the shooter, let's get him, blah, blah, blah. They were posting his name or suggesting that this is the name, when in fact that was actually incorrect as well. They posted another guy that looked vaguely similar. Actually, I can find it because I replied. This guy here. So this guy here, this doesn't even look like the same fucking guy. Like, even the glasses are different. Okay? Like, look at this guy's very round glasses. And this guy's glasses here, which are obviously much bigger. This guy's obviously much older as well. Like, this guy looks like he's probably in his, I don't know, 50s. This guy here is probably well into his 60s. Like, it's obviously not the same person. But you had people claiming that this was the same guy. They posted the guy's name. Look at this. Posted the guy's name. Turns out it's not the same guy. This guy is then eventually released. But they had people posting that this was the actual guy. You know, blah, blah, blah. We've got the shooter. This is him. This is his name. And then posting a picture of a totally different guy. And it's not even him. Here's my problem. When they announced that it wasn't the right guy, why doesn't this fucking moron, the savior guy, remove the post? Like, remove the post. I had to post, please remove this post. This person is as being cleared as possible suspect. You're just spreading misinformation. The post is still there. Like, how is this still up? And it's good to see that Twitter is actually making amendments to these posts to show that it's not the correct guy. But for hours, this was up. I just looked at this like an hour ago, and this amendment wasn't made. So this went up for hours, claiming to be, claiming that this is the guy, blah, blah, blah. False information. Like, it is literally ridiculous. And you see this nonstop. And we can go over, let's see. Like, I had to post it there. Here's another guy. This guy posted it as well. I'm like, please, please remove this. The post is still there. Like, why are you not deleting this post? What is this? Canadian news. You guys don't want to hear about that. But like, why is this still allowed to be up? As soon as it's shown that this is bullshit, it should be deleted. Like this guy, but they don't care. They're not there to post facts. They're there to get views. Like, look at this. This guy had 188,000 views on this post. 188,000 people, and that was just him. How much did the other guy have? 754,000 views on this post, which is complete factual bullshit. And this is the problem that we have with Twitter. Because I guarantee you, how many fucking reposts were there? 832 reposts. So 832 other Twitter accounts reposted this shit. And I'm curious as to whether or not I actually look at just reposts. How do you do that? I don't want to repost it myself, but like that is the problem that we have. You have so many people posting bullshit, and people aren't trained to actually look through this shit and say, no, this isn't true. This is garbage. Right? Like it's. Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this. Sorry, hold on. You guys aren't even seeing it. So the post I was talking about is this guy here. You guys couldn't even see it. This is the old guy that this guy was claiming. This guy's got 429,000 followers, and he's posting that this is the suspect who shot Charlie Kirk. Gave his name, and then he's a registered Democrat. When you can look at the two photos, look at the guy's glasses. Look at how old this guy is. This guy's obviously an older guy, but it's obviously not the same guy. It's obviously not the same guy. So this guy literally gave his name, said that he's the see, the problem is he probably can't sue him because he's saying this is the suspect. But he's claiming that this guy is the suspect, and it's clearly not the same guy. Clearly not the same guy. The glasses aren't even the same. But the fact that this post is allowed to stay up, and it's been reposted 182 times with this guy, and then let's see, this guy here, whoever he is, he's got even more followers, I think. 744,000 followers. His post has been reposted 832 times. It's basically saying the exact same thing. He may have actually reposted it from the other guy, actually. Right? Like it's insane that this stuff is allowed to stay up. All it's doing is inciting violence. Like, what happens if this guy gets killed or something for something he didn't do? Because you've got crazies out there that'll be like, that motherfucker, I'm gonna go get that guy. It's crazy. But it should be taken down. And the problem is you know what? This is let's look at this guy's page, the Savior. Let's see if he redacted the post. I guarantee I would be stunned if he redacted it. You think he reposted it and said, "Hey, guess what? My bad. I was wrong." I'm guessing he just didn't give a shit. Okay, so he did. He actually said that it's the wrong person. Well, why don't you just delete the old post? Like, why don't you delete the old post then, for fuck's sakes? Like, post this, but delete the old post. Let's see if the other guy did. I think the other guy did. I think this guy here, I believe I looked at his page while we were watching a video, and I'm pretty sure he actually reposted it and said he was wrong. But they should still delete the old post though. Now, if I repost something and the person that I reposted the post from, if he deletes the original post, does my post get deleted as well? I actually don't know how that works. Trying to see. Huh. Here. Okay, so he did repost saying that it was not the shooter. I did see that he reposted, but delete the original post. Like, delete the original post. Just, because what happens if somebody doesn't see that you reposted it? Delete the original post. Anyways.
Struck Kirk in the neck.
Oh my God.
The crowd ran for cover, while Kirk was carried away. Roughly 2 hours later, President Trump posted on social media that Kirk was dead, saying he was loved and admired by all, especially me. Utah's Republican Senator Mike Lee.
I'm devastated. I will miss him. My heart goes out to all those who mourn his passing today.
Reporter Brian Schnee is with our CBS affiliate KUTV in Salt Lake City. He spoke to eyewitnesses.
We finally got up and followed the crowd, and I just kept holding her. I don't even have my shoes on. I left my keys, and everyone's just, scared. It's traumatizing. It scares. I don't even want to go to school tomorrow.
A student I spoke to said they were there to exchange ideas and get a better understanding of the dialogue in today's country. But all of that shattered as soon as Charlie Kirk was shot.
I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him, and then he fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Sources tell CBS News the shot that struck Kirk appears to have been fired from an elevated position in an academic building 100 to 200 yards away. Federal agents blanketed the scene along with local and university police, canvassing the area. Kirk spoke last week on his podcast with Senator Lee about the tense atmosphere at the university ahead of his appearance.
Senator Lee, this is already making a lot of headlines. People are very angry. They're calling for my cancellation. They think our permit should be pulled. This is a greater response than when I go to Berkeley.
The 31-year-old was married with 2 young children. His daughter turned 3 2 weeks ago. In recent years, Kirk had become one of the most influential conservative figures, rallying young voters to the Republican Party.
I run the largest pro-American student organization in the country, Turning Point USA, fighting for the future of our republic.
He appeared multiple times with then-candidate Trump during the last election.
We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk.
The governor of Utah characterized this as a political assassination. At one point this afternoon, Utah Valley University police were going building to building and door to door to get students off campus and away from campus. Maurice, John.
Okay, Scott McFarland, thank you.
Moving fast. We are joined now by our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. He spoke frequently with Charlie Kirk.
And our senior White House correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, can tell us more about Charlie Kirk's friendship with President Trump.
Bob, let's start with you. What can you tell us about Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk was someone who was a father, he was a son, he was a husband, and he was also a political force. So many Republicans today are stunned to see a rising star gunned down. On paper, an activist, someone who was influential with many young Americans, especially those who are more on the right. Yet this is someone who has built...
There's another video that I'm watching. It's just a short clip. Immediately after when everybody's ducking for cover, there's a gentleman that is standing up and turned around and started cheering. I don't know if you guys want to see it or not, or if he would be a suspect, but it's kind of weird. It is actually very weird that this guy is turned around. I'm going to show it to you guys. If you guys don't want to watch it, turn away. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. All right. So this gentleman here. Watch this. Everybody's ducking. Everybody's ducking. Watch this guy here. Look at him cheering. That is me. That is a little odd that this guy is. Everybody's ducked in the crowd. You can see them there. People are starting to move. And this guy suddenly stands up, turns around, and starts cheering in the general direction of where the shot probably came from. Yeah, it's like he's looking up to where it's at and he's cheering. Could be just a bystander. I'm not saying he's guilty of shooting or an accomplice, but that is really, really odd behavior. Whether you're a fan of the person or not, and you're suddenly standing up and cheering for somebody, or what appears to be cheering, that is really odd behavior at a rally like this. Secret Service going to pay a visit to him tonight? Like, that is real. He's very definitely cheering. So everybody else in the crowd is ducking. You can see them on their knees. People are starting to move. So the shots have just been fired, and this guy stands up, turns in the direction of where you imagine the shots have come from based on the other video evidence. And this guy's just standing there cheering. Like the greatest thing in the world has ever happened. That is absolutely... Yeah, the FBI or whatever may want to talk to this gentleman. Keep it. I did just clip it, actually. I will post it. I'll post it to my other social media and stuff as well. But that is he's the only one needs some questioning for sure. Yeah, I mean, there was apparently a large group of people that were trying to get the event canceled. You know, there was like leaflets posted all over or whatever, trying to get the event canceled or whatever. So there were obviously a lot of people that were not happy that he was there. But you know what is really odd? Is that this guy reacted so quickly. Like, literally seconds after this happened, this guy's immediately reacting like he knows exactly what's happened. And he's got the, I don't know, like he's coherent enough to immediately know what's happened and already has collected his thoughts. It's like he's able to react too fast. Yeah, he's the only one like that seems to be, I mean, this isn't showing the whole crowd, it's showing a very small portion of the crowd. Well, Poop NATO, that's what we were saying, is we have other video evidence. So here, actually, I wonder if we could see the guy in the crowd. Because based on, hold on, where is that video? That video. Where'd that video go? Did I lose it? No. What did I do with the video? How did I lose it? Oh, man. Well, I clipped it anyways. Where the hell did I... Like, I would just flip through here, and suddenly it's gone. Did I actually just close it like an idiot? On where did I get that video clip? I got it from Twitter. Oh, I think I closed it by accident. Yeah, but I guess I must have just accidentally like closed it. I'm trying to find it really quickly again, but I accidentally closed the window. Like what an idiot I am. Oh, I don't know where it is. I'll see if I can quickly find it, man. Sharing. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay. So this guy here is the person that we're talking about. So here's what I'm suggesting for those of you that are just following. We'll take it from the beginning, okay? So we went through this video before. For those of you that are just kind of tuning in, on the rooftop across, here's the tent that he was talking in, that Kirk was talking in. So he's under here. Across the field, you can see somebody. It might be hard to see on stream. You can see somebody on the rooftop. This video here is that same rooftop. You can see the colors are the same. And these people have noticed somebody that has jumped up on the roof and run across here. So they started videotaping this guy that is hidden up here. And this is just before the shots are fired. The shots are fired. And this person that is on this rooftop, keep in mind that people are filming the video are filming it from the right in that direction. And this from another direction. The guy gets up off the roof. And you can see him start to move to the left as I'm panning to the right. So he's running away as people on the field are, and everybody inside is ducking for cover, except for this guy here who's calm as can be for some reason. I don't think he had anything to do with it. Maybe he's a military guy or something who doesn't realize what's going on. But you can see people all ducking in the crowd as this guy on the rooftop starts running away. Okay? Now, at the same time, this guy here is that area where this video was taken. So this video here is taken. You can see the windows. You can see these windows behind this guy. So this guy's in front of the tent. And as people have ducked, this guy turns around to where the shots were coming from, where that guy on the roof was standing, and starts cheering in that general direction. Like, actually kind of crazy. Actually kind of crazy that this guy had the foresight to react that quickly and start cheering before anybody else has even started to move. All they've done is duck for cover. They haven't even started to run yet. This guy's already up and cheering like he knew something was going on. It is very suspicious. His eyes are, he's looking at something. Like, he's definitely looking at something. That is very, very suspicious. Well, his, if you look at his head, it looks like he's looking in exactly the opposite direction of where Charlie Kirk was sitting. Like, he's looking directly away from it. Right? And where this guy's up here, he's directly in front of this tent. So you can see this guy's across the field, and here's the tent here. So that guy that was cheering is somewhere here. And in fact, I was actually trying to see how far away is he from. He looks like he's like 15 feet away from where the fence is. But from this video here, you can see the windows that are in the background of this guy's shot here, right? Like, as it's panning, you can see those windows in the background. So he should be somewhere here. Hold on, I'm just going to blow this up. This is going to look weird on stream. I'm just trying to see if I can actually see him on stream. Like, standing up and cheering somewhere. Wait, what color hat was he wearing? What color hat? Whoops, what color hat was this guy wearing? Oh, I think I may have found him. Hold on. I should make a new scene so that you guys can see this properly. I will make one for next stream. But there is a guy here. There's a white hat. Can you see that? I'm probably in the fucking way. Okay, we're ducking here. There's a guy with a white hat here, black shirt. He's starting to stand up there. See him? I don't know if you guys can see him that well on stream, but he's standing up. He's starting to stand up. White shirt or white hat, black shirt. This got to be the same guy. Kristen, what YouTube chat is showing? I can see you, dude. I can see you. So I feel like this is where did I see him? Right here. You think this guy is too far back? You get banned for defending Charlie? How would you get banned for defending Charlie? People that don't like freedom of speech? What's the problem here? You think this is not the right guy? Too far back? I think there's a term in photography. I can't remember what it's called. Compression. Where when somebody is taking a photo, the background looks a lot closer than it actually is. And somebody that's in photography might know what it's termed. I think it's called compression something. So I think this guy is probably at least 15, 20 feet from this sign. It looks a lot closer than that. I can actually show you photos of what I mean by it. But there's a thing in photography where it's called compression or something like that, where the background looks a lot closer to the object that you have than it actually is. Look for surrounding red hats. I mean, there's red hats all over the crowd, dude. Like, you can see red all over the crowd, dude. Like, there's obviously a lot of MAGA supporters or whatever. I'm still dumbfounded. This guy's stone cold and does not move. Like, whoever this guy is, oh wait, you guys can't see that very well. Whoever this guy is in this picture here, like, he's directly in front of the stage. So whoever it is somewhere in here. And the only person I see with a black shirt and white hat is this dude here. No connection. I mean, you hope not. It is really weird that somebody would be immediately cheering as fast as he was too. Like, that is really messed up. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else like I'm going to show you a picture that will help you understand what compression photography is. A pretty good example, I think. Okay, so for those of you that are not familiar with Vancouver, this is Vancouver, the skyline of Vancouver. This huge mountain that is behind the city is actually like a 3-hour drive. Maybe not quite that long, but this looks like you could probably get there in about 20 minutes. But this is an example of compression photography. Is objects in behind what you're taking a picture of will actually appear to be much closer than they actually are. And I feel like this is actually a really famous shot because people don't believe that this is actually a real photo. Those of you that are from Vancouver or have been to Vancouver, and know what Mount Baker looks like. Mount Baker is in Washington State. Like, it is across the border in the U.S. That's how far away this mountain is. But because of compression or photography, I can't remember the exact term, but it's something compression. It makes it look like the object is a lot closer than it actually is. It does not appear like this. Like, I know where this person took the picture from. This mountain looks nothing like this. So anyways, look at the size of those ships. That's amazing. I see mountains all the time, but never boats that big. I mean, these are all over our port. I think our port is the 3rd largest in North America or something. Well, Vancouver and Seattle look fairly, they look somewhat similar. So here's another one. Like, it's basically the same example. Like, this mountain looks nothing like this behind it. If you were to stand where this guy's taking the picture, that's not what this looks like. Like, it's really weird how this works. But that I believe is what is occurring somewhat here. This here is actually further away than where he's standing. I think he's probably 15 or 20 feet at least. From here, it looks like he's like 10 feet. This is probably 20 or 25 feet away from him, actually. So this is this dude that is actually cheering moments after the guy's shot. Should have filmed on Android. I don't know if it's I mean, I'm really kind of I mean, I feel like somebody zoomed in on a video. In fact, I'm pretty certain that's what happened, is because the compression is more magnified when you actually zoom in. So I think this is a video and somebody noticed this guy and then zoomed in on it. That's why it's so blurry. And record and record or save this part of the video. Because there's a lot of blurriness in this video. Like, I feel like it's from a distance that somebody's recorded this. Really weird that this guy's cheering. Either that dude is taller or he's jumping, dude. Everybody else, the shots have just been fired. Everybody else is ducking. Like, if you look around, everybody else is ducking and like getting ready to run. Like, they're all on their knees going, what the hell just happened? And this guy's immediately up and cheering. Why zoom in? Because it's probably easier to look at the guy than if who knows how far away this person is that was recording this. This person could have been, a couple hundred feet away, right? Very, very odd behavior. But again, like, so everybody's going down here. I'm looking for a guy in a black shirt and white hat that is starting to stand up. And this guy that we were pointing out here, this is the guy that we were thinking could possibly be the person we were talking about. He doesn't appear to be standing up. He's kneeling. So he's crouching down, but he's in the spot where you feel like maybe it's once we get off camera here, that's when he stands up. I don't think he's a lone crazy lib. We'll find out. I mean, there's also other video of some guy giving what they are saying is like hand signs. Hold on. Let me for my I made a kind of a comment like this. There's this video floating around as well, and if you watch the guy in the white hat, this guy's to Charlie Kirk's immediate right, and I'm talking he's like 10 feet away, and people are watching this video and they're suspicious that this guy is giving signs. to the guy, like to let him know what direction the wind is blowing, or something like that. So I'll go through, but he could just be grabbing his hat and adjusting his hat. I have a bad habit of doing that with my hat. If I'm wearing it all the time, I'll just grab it and give it a little shake to itch my head or something like that. But it honestly looks like he's giving hand signals to like somebody on second or somebody on first to steal a base. The guy, okay, so that was my reply when the guy in the black shirt. So look at my reply. Where's my reply? What about the guy in the black shirt looking like he's giving baseball signs, telling someone to steal second base? So watch the guy that's next to him. So there's the hat touch, ear touch. Look at this guy in the black shirt. He looks like he's giving like hand signals himself. And I jokingly said, what about the guy giving hand signals to steal second base on the thing? And people took me seriously. Like, you don't know what he's doing. Like he looked like he reached over and pulled his shirt sleeve down, to be honest. Like there's this grabbing the shirt sleeve and watch him pull it down. It doesn't really look like much. But there are people posting that this is an actual bodyguard of Charlie Kirk. This guy in the black shirt. But they are pointing to the guy in the white who touched his hat, and his ear. Like touching your hat, I don't know. Like I do that all the time when I'm wearing a hat. But people are claiming that maybe he was giving the shooter, people are giving the shooter signs, like, is the guy telling him what way the wind's blowing or something like that, To touch his hat and then immediately touch his ear. That looks like, steal second base signs. So I don't know that there's anything to this, to be honest. I think people are just looking for anything that's... The thing is, though, is this happened. Literally, this is Charlie Kirk here reaching over to pick up the microphone to say something, and people are suggesting that they're like, okay, now's a good time or something like that. And it literally, like 5 seconds later, he was shot. So that's why they're looking at this and going, hey, what's going on here? Who is this guy that was... giving signals seconds before he was shot? And then I posted a look at the guy on the right, and I had a bunch of people reply going, yeah, that guy on the right, or the guy in the black looks really suspicious. And I was like, I was kind of being sarcastic. Like, I don't know that, I guess you gotta, the FBI and they're gonna be looking at everything here, right? They've probably analyzed this video 1,000,000 times already. Reading the tea leaves in the video, so to speak, yes. There is another video I saw of this, actually. Who's that, Saber, that said that? Where the guy in the white shirt, after he did get shot, it's a video from the other side facing this way, where he did react relatively quickly. Like, he ran to get out of the way. And then there was a bunch of people that came over from the side to come to Charlie Kirk's, basically... side when this all occurred. So they're still gonna be back.
Exactly. It all starts with you and with all of us.
See if I can find some other stuff for
putting
you
one
guys.
foot in front of the other and being kind to those around us. At this point, I do want to just let you know, we've been out here live for the last few hours. It is 6 o'clock or 6:30 now. So thanks for joining us for our special programming here, as we normally would have ended the 2 News at 6 o'clock newscast. But we'll be staying with you for at least another hour here with some live coverage from Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, we have our entire crew virtually out here right now. Kristen McPeak is back inside on the live desk, monitoring some of the reaction, especially on social media, from people talking about Charlie Kirk's passing today, which we learned early on that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck by one single gunshot. It was believed around 12:20 this afternoon. I can tell you, but you heard rather quickly as well because your son was here. My phone started going off at about 12:29, so just a few minutes after that. We started learning little by little the information that transpired, and then social media catching fire in the way it does. Videos start circulating. You're seeing things you definitely don't want to see in any way, shape, or form. But that is the harsh reality of what took place here today in Orem on the campus of UVU.
Yeah, my son called me right after it happened, and I don't think it even made sense in my brain when he was telling me what happened, because I was just trying to wrap my brain around what he was saying and what was happening, just trying to figure out what was going on. Devastated for all the kids that were there today, saw what happened. I actually told them at some point, I'm like, please stop looking at the videos, because, I mean, it's just awful. And once you see those things, you can't get them out of your brain. There's going to be a lot of students, faculty, staff, people who are here that are going to need counseling. Interestingly enough, my son said when I was talking to him that one of the hardest parts is that now that every time he tells someone where he goes to school, Utah Valley University, it'll be connected to a fatal shooting like this. And then when he walks across campus, the area where they were having this event today, it's kind of a gathering spot. You sit out in the sunshine, you have a little lunch, you talk to your friends between classes. And that's an area that will be forever changed for anyone who was on campus today.
How do you move forward from something like that? And unfortunately, we've seen this on way too many high school campuses, college campuses. When I started my beginning years of my television career, I was in Southern Oregon. There was a shooting at Roseburg Community College there. Forever, that was something that people asked me about, of what happened that day, and it was about 90 minutes from where I lived at the time. It's those things that stay with you and stay throughout decades in history, and unfortunately, this is a day in history that nobody really wants to talk about, and no one really wants to remember because of the negative acts, but it also involved somebody who has impacted so many people through words, through spoken word, and through dialogue and the freedom of conversation, and instilling those ideas in our youth, and all of these things that you may imagine. So this will strike a chord and a nerve, and it will take some time, beyond some time, to process for so many people.
Words are definitely where we need to get back to instead of violence. We understand that we have some of the dispatch audio that's coming into the newsroom right now from when exactly this event happened, again on Utah Valley University just after the noon hour.
And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
And that information coming out just after 12:20. I actually started listening to some of the radio traffic as I do typically, to see what's going on and see if we can get a better feel for the situation.
There's so much
and my radio traffic that I started hearing was about 12:27 p.m., where they have already determined that an individual was shot and that somebody had fired from a rooftop area, believed to be. So they knew the information rather quickly. I think some of the things that people are going to talk about now is what Brian Blakey mentioned early on. There were only 6 officers there for thousands of people. There were no bag checks or metal detectors or things that you would do at most large events.
Like if you're going to a basketball game.
I'm gonna pause this for a second. This is apparently a image. People are speculating. There's a video of this where you can actually see. They are speculating that this is the bullet. This is literally like a frame before he gets hit. So people are but this is from behind. So this throws everything that we've talked about out. If it came from behind, then us talking about this guy turning around, us talking about seeing somebody running across the roof up here. Seeing this guy, this is the same person laying down on the roof, this guy here. Like, this throws all of that out. If this picture is correct. Oh, they showed the map of the campus. I could probably find a link of it because we did have it up before. But the link on the campus was showing that the shooter would have been up on this roof and how far away it was. Right? So this new picture here is taking from this is showing from behind. So this is against everything else that we talked about. Saber, thanks a lot, man. Have a good one, man. So that's the question: is is this a bullet? And there was actually the reason it could possibly be the bullet is because, hold on, let me see if I can. I don't know if I want to show it to you guys, but I did not want to show. Sorry. I thought that was this. Anyway, sorry if you guys hadn't seen that. It's pretty gruesome. Anyways, this is the video, and you can watch. It's in slow motion, and suddenly you saw this appear. I don't know what that is. Oh, there were ads? Okay, good. Good. We didn't need to show that on stream. But anyways, we don't need to watch that shit anymore.
Conversations with people here and there. I'll be honest, I'm angry. I'm angry about it. I'm extraordinarily disappointed for his family, and I'm extraordinarily disappointed in, honestly, the people that did this. Obviously, we don't know anything about who or what or motivation or anything, but it's extraordinarily disappointing that the biggest thing is Charlie shared thoughts and ideas, and he was silenced for those thoughts and ideas.
And now you're here tonight. The vigil starts at 7. What drew you to come to the vigil tonight here in the Capitol?
I think a sense of duty, a sense of respect, a sense of representing that I'm willing to stand by the things that I believe, no matter what the circumstances are. In the aftermath of trying to run away, a part of me honestly wondered, like, I felt like I needed to walk towards it so that he wasn't the only one. And I think that's part of what brought me here today, is to almost an ownership of feeling like I need to stand up and say something more.
And you're really familiar with that campus, went there for a little bit. What's that space like usually? I mean, it was filled with thousands of students today. Yeah. What was that like, that experience?
That experience, or what that space is normally like?
What that space is normally like.
Amphitheater type place. It has lots of seating. It has calm water running. It's a very peaceful place. It's somewhere where people go and take naps and work on homework and lay on the grass and feel the sun. And it's not normally terribly crowded like that. It has people, lots of people, but not nearly thousands of people.
I guess I'm with you.
It's not terribly huge, but it's also large enough that it was able to accommodate the event today, but very difficult to be able to get into a position where you could be actively a part of what was going on.
Now, we did run into your family a little bit here. Did they know you were at the event, and did they check in, or what was the?
Okay, apparently, we talked about this very early in the stream. Let me bring in, so apparently this analyst from MSNBC, listen to the way this guy comments about the shooting. Apparently he's been fired now for his comments.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about the environment.
Okay, so I think she was trying to cut him off and say that you can't say shit like that. But apparently this dude here has been fired. So, very, very insensitive comments, to be said at the time. Hateful speech. I don't know, Cryptic. There are definitely some things that he says that piss people off. Whether you agree with them or disagree with them, but he's called out Muslims. He's called out people for being gay or whatever. Like, he's very obviously pro right wing. He's just got his right to his opinions, of course, or had his, but there are definitely things that he said that were very sometimes insensitive. All people out for the crap. Well, I mean, he was calling out entire groups of people for a minority part of, like, he was calling out all Muslims, calling all Muslims evil, or he was saying all, gay rights is bullshit or whatever. His views are very controversial, yes. So, but what this commentator said is very insensitive. Apparently he got fired for that.
So tonight, that vigil will be at 7 p.m. here. They're getting ready for it. As you can see, they've actually set up some pictures, kind of a little memorial behind me for this vigil. It's open to the public. There is expected to...
His views are very faith-focused. That doesn't mean that they're not, like, considered hate speech or druid leveling. When my druid's already level 60, dude. Not playing my druid anymore. Like, just because your views are faith focused doesn't mean that they're not they're not bad. Like, so I don't know, I don't have any idea what you mean by, like, they're faith focused. That doesn't mean that the your views are good.
The suspect they had in custody has now been released.
Nobody said he deserved to get killed for it. That's why we were
Brian,
saying
I don't know about you, but I think we're all
the guy's
processing
views,
this as we go throughout the day. I started with just sheer panic when my son called me earlier today as he was running away from the scene.
I don't think
and was
his,
there as those shots, that shot was fired.
The way he described
anger,
what he was talking about,
and now sadness, as
very
I've been
well.
listening to so many people talk about what they experienced today and how it's changed them. You see this happen on the national news. We talk about it. Shootings happening on other campuses across the country. It's happened here in Utah, and we hope this day wouldn't come.
Well, in words of those that spoke earlier today, political assassination happened right here in Orem, Utah today. And it is something that you're very valid to have those emotions as mom, so close.
Okay, there's a guy that's saying defund every university that teaches woke and sanction them until it's all gone. It's coming from the universities.
Earlier today on the north side of campus that, by the way, I didn't go up to anybody and ask them to talk to me. They all came to us wanting to share what happened, which is to put myself in a very
overflowing emotion. Yeah.
Overflowing emotion. I did not approach a single person to ask them to share with me. They all came to us, which I thought was very unique. It's not something that always happens, and people will normally
go the opposite direction.
And people came up and said, "Hey, I was there to see Charlie, and here's what happened." And we took our time with everybody, and it was a very vulnerable situation for a lot of these people to put themselves in that circumstance. Like the young high schooler that came up to me and wanted to talk around 3:30 when we were just getting situated and actually watching the SWAT vehicle go up and down the road and them searching through the brush and going and looking in windows of homes and knocking on doors and looking in windows of cars. And he came up and said, I was there with a lot of my high school classmates, which I didn't know high schoolers were there because this was on a college campus. And that was the first
young
time
girl
I
who got
learned that
stabbed
there were
in the
plenty of
train
high
from
school
Ukraine.
kids that
Yeah,
were there as well.
we were talking about that earlier. I think
history credits. And so there's a lot of vulnerability to be had here, not just with the people.
I don't think anyone can argue that stricter there are I say that there will be people that will argue that stricter punishments aren't required, but you will definitely have people that are anyways, you will have people that will argue that stricter penalties aren't required. I mean, how can you not argue? In every city in North America and probably Europe and stuff like that as well, you're having like criminals that are like career criminals, people that are constantly just, like doing whatever, armed robberies, drug dealing, theft, whatever. They get arrested and then they're immediately out on the streets. Like it's like this all over North America and in all cities. And people point to the Ukrainian girl that got killed. And it was what was it, in Carolina, and it's a Democratic city, I guess, in a Republican state, and people are pointing to the fact that it's a Democratic city. This is happening, and it happened in. There's these criminals in every fucking major city across North America. It just happened that this happened in a Democratic country, county, I guess they're called in the U.S. The problem is all throughout North America, it is too lax. There's not enough, I guess, jails. There's not enough help for people that are mentally ill. There's not enough treatment centers. There's not enough of any of this to actually, like, why does this happen so consistently in North America, but it's not happening in, I don't know, Norway or Finland or Sweden, or, it's way too cryptic. Yeah, but the problem is you go to like these other places, cryptic, Norway, Sweden, Finland, wherever, and like it's not the same. So what's different about North America, and particularly the US? Like, it's gotten bad in certain areas of Canada, but in Canada, it's not so much like gun violence as it is like drug addiction. Because they punish people? You think they punish people in Norway? Have you seen what a Norway prison looks like? Have you seen what a Norway prison looks like, dude? Like, they don't really punish you over there if they put you in jail, but their jail is basically a cakewalk. Much smaller and less diverse. That could be a problem. Like a posh vacation. It is. Like, people would pay to go on vacation in their jails there because it's so easy. It's so easy. I think it's time that people have a very serious conversation about society as a whole and what are causing the problems. And everyone throws around their ideas. But I think it's not just one factor. It's not just like diversity that is causing this problem. It's a lot of things. There's people that'll throw around saying that it's guns that are the problem. Well, there's lots of guns in Switzerland. Why is this sort of shit not happening in Switzerland? There's lots of guns in Canada. Why do we not walk into schools in Canada and start shooting kids? Right? Like, what is the difference? Why is there so much hatred and people reacting with guns as opposed to, not in other areas? What is the difference? Why is this problem happening? Right? And I mean, yeah, you could probably lock up like some of these people that are just constantly getting out of jail and immediately committing more crimes and being put through the justice system and backing up the judicial system. And it's so backlogged by them re-prosecuting people that have been in jail like 5 times over the last 4 weeks. Like, just put them away for 2 years. None of this, okay, put them out in 2 hours. No, put 2 years, boom. And then that way it frees up the judicial system as well, because those people that are committing crimes are gone. You're saving money, like the population is saving money because these people are out stealing, armed robbery, stealing cars, whatever. It's saving money there. So just take extra money from our tax dollars, build more prisons, hospitals, prisons, and put them away. I'm not kidding. If you are caught with any heavy drugs in your system, it's immediately like a 2-year sentence. You're in jail for 2 years, no human contact whatsoever. No human contact whatsoever. You're forced off this shit cold turkey. He may be demonizing homeless people isn't faithful because he is being a dick. I mean, I agree. There's a lot of things that I disagree with Charlie Kirk. I'm not religious at all. In fact, I honestly, truly believe religion causes a lot of problems. For a lot of people, religion's good. Like, it gives them a place to go and to bring peace to themselves, I guess, or whatever. I've had this discussion with other people who are religious as well. I 100% do not believe that you need religion in your life to be a good person at all. I've never had religion in my life, and I don't go out and kill people, murder people, rape people, deal drugs. Like, I've never felt the need to do that. I don't lie, cheat, steal, except in World of Warcraft. You know, like I don't feel that you need religion. I think if you're brought up properly, you know, you don't need religion in your life. You don't need somebody telling you to tell you, hey, that is good, that is bad. So I disagree with a lot of things that Charlie Kirk would have said, both politically and faith, as far as his faith is concerned. But I don't believe that he deserved to die, obviously. So may have gone away from God and made a political agenda. They don't have to fear God, so they don't fear. So many have gone away from God and made a political agenda to God. I have no idea what you're saying. I don't know. I'm not trying to. I don't know if you're saying religion is good or religion is bad. Because my views, yeah, he. There's no question that Charlie Kirk. There's no question he didn't deserve to die. Like that is ridiculous. Whether you agree with the guy or not, there's lots of people I disagree with. You know, but if you know, people there's people that are on one side that are saying, oh, the left is so fucking whack. They're all cheering the death of Charlie Kirk. Most of the people that I've seen have condemned this, but you're going to have wackos on both sides. You know, if it's a person on the right that dies, you're gonna have the wackos on the left, or some of the wackos on the left cheer for it. The same as if Obama got shot. You think that you wouldn't have people on the right cheering that on? Give your head a shake. Like, you think that you wouldn't have some fucking dudes in big trucks with fucking shotguns and cheering and stuff like that out with their MAGA hats and stuff? Of course you would. You got nuts on both sides. Faith is there for those who want it. I'm not a faith follower at all, and I think religion, honestly, is why we have many. I mean, religion has obviously, undoubtedly caused many of the wars that we've had. There's no question. I've disagreed with Aladar on so many things. It doesn't mean I'm going. How could you disagree with me? What are you talking about? What? You disagreed with me? No, I am right all the time. It's these other people that are wrong. If Rosie O'Donnell was killed, tons of... Oh, Rosie O'Donnell, Obama, Biden, Kamala Harris. The list could go on and on. The Clintons. Like, you would have like people like chanting, cheering in the streets if this happens. So don't tell me that it's the left that only does this, or it's the right that only does it. It's not the case. All hail Mega Alodar. I'm not sure if I'm Mega. Did you mean MAGA? The difference is these people are criminal. Who's the criminal? Who's the criminal that you're talking about, H-Skill? Did they burn some buildings down because they're mad, or is that not acceptable here? Who's burning buildings? Both sides have burned buildings, dude. You know, you got people complaining that you know, there's I can point to both sides that are burning buildings down. Do you think that there aren't black churches in the South that have been burnt down in recent history? Were those the left-wing crazy people that were doing it? Probably not. Probably wackos on one side doing that, and there's wackos on another side doing... They're called extremists. That's right. There's left-wing extremists. There's right-wing extremists. And what people need to... I think people need to kind of grasp that and not be like on, you know, in one of the extremist camps, whether you're left or right-wing extremist. because they're both dangerous. They're both dangerous. They both teach the same thing, but different opinions. They both teach to basically bash the other side, not listen to the other side, not talk to the other side, shit on the other side whenever they can, insult the other side. Like, it's just, there's no like conversing with each other and just having a perfectly normal conversation. Like, I can be perfectly fine with somebody being left or right wing. I'm like I said, I'm kind of in the middle. But there's a lot of people that can't have a conversation with people that are on the opposing spectrum. Like, they can't have a civil conversation at all. And it's a problem because I'm old enough to remember when you could. In fact, it wasn't until very recently where I would even be able to tell you what my friends, now I'm Canadian, so I'm talking about Canadian friends of mine, what political side my friends affiliated themselves with. I would have 10 years ago, I would have had no idea. Like, I'd have no idea. But now, particularly in the US, like, if you're found to be one side or the other side will just immediately hate you before they even know your name. They'll just immediately hate you. So did all these people whose deaths he indirectly caused. Tough shit for his trash. Well, I mean, his kids are 1 and 3, dude. Like, they're not fucked up kids. And I mean, I don't know his wife at all. I don't know that has he actually caused any deaths of anybody? I don't know. Do I think the left and the right have more in common, or are they more different at this point in time? I think they have obviously very different opinions, but they lash out a lot in the same way. Like, left-wing nut jobs. I feel like when I'm looking at Twitter, I feel like I see more attacks from the right. But when when I see people attacking from the right, it's usually in insults like can I use like gamer words on stream? Like, it's usually retard or a homosexual comment. I don't know if I can say, you're gay or you're the F word. I don't know if I would get in shit. That stuff doesn't insult me because, well, I'm not gay, but like, it's usually just an immediate comment like that. It's very, very much straight to insults with memes or just straight to calling people of, an F word or retard or, whatever. So that's what I seem to see a lot of. So they make their own rules. Yeah, but I mean, the problem is I'm not a big enough streamer. Like, I don't have, 35,000 viewers, and talking away, in ways like somebody else does. I'm not bringing in the money that someone else is bringing in that's got 35,000 viewers and basically can apparently say whatever the fuck he wants. Right? Twitch bans for saying that word? Yeah, so that's why I was like, I'm not going to say that word. But I do see, like, this is, again, from somebody that is probably a little bit more right of center than left. Like, in all honesty. Having said that, I'm Canadian. So my right of center might be, like, my right of center is, like, from a Canadian's perspective. From an American's perspective, they'd be like, what the fuck, you ignorant piece of shit? You believe in universal health care and taxing the wealthy a little bit more, like, you fucking socialist. Like, I would probably be looked at as like a left-wing nutcase in the US. But for the rest of the West, like, I'm talking like Europe or Canada or Australia or whatever, I would be considered right of center. I say retard on the stream. I try not to, but I say retard all the time on stream. And I'm at the point where, like if soon, like, in another 10 years, what is the correct term for people that are mentally handicapped? Is it just mentally handicapped? I think mentally handicapped is even considered bad now by people that are like, whatever the new term is now, in 10 years, that term is going to be considered derogatory. And it's like you're just constantly moving the fence. Mentally challenged. Okay, so in 10 years, calling somebody mentally challenged is going to be looked at like as a derogatory term, and it's going to insult people. So, like I think like when I was a kid, indigenous peoples were not called indigenous peoples. Like, right? They were called Indians. And I can understand why they didn't want to be called Indians, because they're not from fucking India. So I didn't have a problem with saying, okay, they're no longer they're no longer considered Indians. So then it was, I think, what was it, Native Americans. And for like a decade, Native Americans is what like the official term was. And then now suddenly it's not that anymore. Now it's indigenous. It's like, eventually, that term's probably considered bad as well. The woke mind virus. See, there's some things that I'd be worried about saying on stream. Actually, fuck it. I'm going to say it and I'm going to get banned or whatever. Like, for example, like the whole idea of trans athletes being able to like compete in women's events is absolutely ridiculous. Like, and again, like I've said many times, some things on the left I agree, some things on the right. This is something where I am on the right with. How can you tell me that it's okay for a trans female boxer to compete against women, biological women, in boxing? Like, that is absolutely insane. Like, crazy. Like, genetically, they're a man. I don't care what they're, whether they've chopped their penis off or not. Genetically, they're still a man. And they have the strength of a man. I think they police speech in Canada. Well, you can't have insightful hate speech. Like, if you're trying to like incite people to get mad at a group of people to cause them harm, that is, I believe that is not allowed. Like, if it's something like trying to encourage people to like beat the shit out of a group of people, yeah, that is not. We don't have freedom of speech in that sense. Let's get into the transgender athletics. I mean, again, I'm not a psychologist. I've never, I don't know. I took Psych 101. That's about the extent. I learned about Freud, and like two dogs fucking in your dream means that you saw your parents having sex or some shit like that. Like that is the extent of what I remember from Psych. So I don't know anything about psychology whatsoever. I don't pretend to. I just find it really weird that somebody that is trans, people are like, oh, that's fine. But if somebody were to turn around and say, well, my son thinks he's a dog, and we consider that kid crazy. I disagree. We do have freedom of speech and hate speech in Canada. You can, Cryptic, what I'm specifically talking about though is if you're having, like if your speech is suggesting that people go out and kill people, you can't do that. If you disagree with me, go do it in front of a cop and see what happens. Like, you cannot go and incite people to go and cause harm or attack people or kill people in this country. You will definitely be charged with a hate crime. No, but they're not directly calling for people to be killed in this country, Cryptic Skills? Like maybe they're saying down with Canada or something like that, burning a flag. That's a little bit different than standing on a microphone saying, hey, those black dudes over there, I want you to go kill them. Like, you can't do that. Or, hey, let's start retaliating and killing white people. Like, you can't do that. And if it's at a big rally, death to Canada and death to the USA, death to its people. I don't know. I've walked through several of these rallies on my way home from work. But they're not actually calling for like individual, like specific people to be killed. Burning the flag in Canada illegal? No, it's not. It's considered, I guess, freedom of expression. Cryptic Skills. The rallies in Vancouver are blocks from where I live. Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out. Cryptic Skills. If you were calling out for like death to individual people or to like groups of people, like if you were calling, like chanting down the street that, hey, we need to kill all Palestinians or something like that, go try it. If you think that you can do that, go do it. Let me know when you get out of jail. You will be charged with a hate crime. I'm just saying that's, I believe our freedom of expression is a little bit different. Like this is where people like are really going to get caught up with as far as like freedom of speech. Somebody from the US, correct me if I'm wrong, but can you not like literally say anything that you want in the US and it's constituted freedom of speech? Or is there like, it can't be, because you have laws against that. Like you can't deliberately like say, you can actually get sued for defamation of character. So there's not like ultimately like complete freedom of speech. You should be able to get able to say whatever the hell you want. If you don't like it, don't listen. Unfortunately, there is no freedom of speech everywhere. You can't threaten to kill someone. You've also got defamation of character. Like you can't deliberately like just say whatever you want to try to defame someone. You can get sued and sued for big bucks for that. Right? Can really say whatever you want, just expose the idiots. I mean, the problem is there's probably more idiots than there isn't. It's freedom of speech within the laws, yes. So it's the same here in Canada. Like you can get sued for defamation of character. Like you can't just make shit up about someone and try and spread false information about someone. But the problem is you see people spreading false information all over the internet. It's all over the internet. You get people spreading bullshit. I mean, look at this video that I've got posted here. Somebody's posting a video stating that they're suggesting that there's a bullet that you can see flying through here. There's other things. Twitter is the worst. Like I'm not gonna lie. I hate scouring through Twitter because I'm constantly like, what the hell else is going on? Because there's so many people or bot accounts now, which is just spewing bullshit. Like, I honestly feel like 80% of Twitter now is just hate speech or people hating on people and just saying some of the like most disturbing shit that they possibly can to get people mad. Oh, hold on. Here, somebody was asking about this earlier. Whoops. Somebody was asking about this earlier. This is the map of, so this guy here that we see up here, him running across. If you're just getting here, we were pointing this out earlier. There appears to be somebody on this roof, and he was spotted from the other direction, facing from the other way. Somebody saw him run across here and then duck down over here. This is just before the shots were fired, and then this is just after the shots. You can see all the people in the crowd like ducking down, and the person up here running away. Anyway, somebody was asking, where did I put this thing now? But I had another actual, there, this one here. So this is that rooftop. So the people that took this video here, let's see if I can line this up properly to explain this. Don't need this. Okay, so here is the actual layout. So this is kind of like the amphitheater that this was in. It looks like a nice little amphitheater. This here where the red square is where the tent was. And these are the windows behind them. You'll see why this is important in a second. This is where people are suggesting that the guy was possibly hiding. And they were suggesting this because you can see a guy on this roof. So this is directly across on this roof here. And there's also this video here. People saw this guy run across the roof and then duck down. You can see him hiding there. And this is him here later on. So he's on this roof here. And they're suggesting that this is about 200 yards. I have no idea what that is in meters. I feel like that's like 220 meters, 210 meters or something. But they're suggesting that it's about 200 yards, whatever that is in metric. I think it's 210 meters maybe or something. I'm not sure. Away. And they're suggesting that this is where the shots possibly came from. This is the person on that roof, which is here. And people that saw this guy run over here. And then when the shots were fired, we'll rewind. These are people, you can see them all ducking as the shots were just fired. And this guy that's up on that roof has suddenly started running away. I don't know how well you guys can see that. But you can see that he's just kind of running away at that point. And then we also saw this guy here, as soon as the shots were fired, you can see people ducking for cover. This guy jumps up and starts cheering and facing the direction that the shots came in. Like, how absolutely crazy is that? That this guy had the sense to, like, did he know this was going on? What's happening? But anyways, he just suddenly jumps up and starts cheering the fact that this has happened. It's kind of weird. One shot and one hit. Yeah, they did confirm that it has only been one shot. Charge him with accessory to murder. I mean, you have no idea if this guy had anything to do with it. It is just really weird that everybody else is scared to death, and this guy gets up and starts cheering like crazy. And we tried to spot him in this video here, because this is from the opposite direction. So that guy where he's cheering from is... That guy where this guy's cheering from is somewhere here. And I was trying to, like, everybody's ducking. I'm trying to find a guy that is in front of the stage cheering. And I don't really see... There was one guy in a hat. I don't remember where I saw him now. Oh, this guy here. I suspected that this guy might be the same guy. But he's kneeling down. Like, he's kneeling down at the same time, but he fits the same description. Black shirt, white hat. No, they haven't said this is where the shot came from. All the evidence, like, this is, like, we don't know that this guy's the shooter. We don't know that, you guys can probably see it a little bit better now that I've blown it up a little bit. We don't know that this person here is the shooter. It's just very suspicious. All right, like these guys, you can hear them in the video. I'm going to play the video for you. And you can hear them say, we just saw this guy running across. Where's the police?
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in.
They're saying that this guy just got up and ran on top of the roof, and this is before the shots were fired. And this is confirmed the same rooftop. And we can see that from here. So from this direction here, you can see this is the tent, and directly out in front of it is where this roof is. And you can see from this angle here, that roof is directly in front of where the tent would have been. So this is where this guy is supposedly hiding. These guys saw them first. And then after the shots were fired, you can see people ducking because they've heard the shots. And you can see the little dot. Watch the little dot get further and further to the left, like towards his little lip here. He's running to the left as the camera is panning to the right. Like, look how much closer he is to the... He is definitely moving. He's definitely, like, moving quickly. Like, this is very quickly. Like, the people here have barely enough time to duck. Like, they're just getting down, and he's already moved from here to over here in that same time. So, like, a couple of seconds, he's already booked it from here to here. That's probably, like, at that distance, that's probably 10 feet, probably. So he's done that in a couple of seconds. He's moving at it. He's not walking. Like he's moving to get out of the way at this point. And then you have this guy who at the same time, while everyone's ducking and scared shitless, he's cheering like crazy, thinking this is the greatest thing ever. 200 yards is super far. If that truly was one shot, then that's like trained marksman hitting a target that size of a neck from 2 football fields with wind. Charlie was sitting but moving around. Yeah, he wasn't. I don't know that he was really moving. We had a couple of guys that were in chat earlier. That truck, Connie. Why can I not pronounce your name properly after all this time? And one of them was saying that somebody could learn how to make that shot from that distance in about a day. But I agree. It's probably somebody that's been training for a lot more than a day. I do think it's probably somebody that knew what they were doing. Right? Like, and again, I don't know if we've seen any videos. Maybe this one. I think these flags on the inside or the outside. I imagine these flags are outside. They're not... Is that outside? Oh, no, they're inside. Never mind. Never mind. Definitely inside. So I was like, there's no wind. There's no wind. We got this guy over here who's not even flinching. Look at this. He's just sitting here casually like, what's going on? Anyways, inside the shot might not have been... I mean, there's people inside that are ducking like crazy too, but I don't think he's a spotter, dude. I think he's just standing there. Probably not. He's probably not even exactly heard what's going on. He's probably oblivious. It's like, what the fuck are people doing? But it's like... Sorry, I'm doing this to look at the branches on the trees. They don't look like they're moving that much. Like, there's obviously going to be a little bit of wind, but it doesn't seem like the branches are really moving at all. So, I mean... And when you look at the video, I don't really want to watch a video of him getting shot again. But it didn't appear that it was a windy day. Like, when he was talking, his shirt wasn't moving. You know, like, it's... Oh yeah, this tweet we mentioned earlier. This guy, hold on. Where's his account? Oh, I probably closed it. This guy's account is suddenly gone private. Like, you can't see his tweets anymore. You can't see this guy's tweets anymore, so. But yeah, this is a good view of it's interesting how you can see everything. So this again, we'll just quickly recap. So these guys were walking along and could see some guy run across, so they started filming and see some guy ducking down. And they're saying this is really suspicious. And these guys are taking that video from this side here, and it's on top of this roof where they're looking. And from this angle, you can see the camera pan around just after the shots were fired. But we can look over at that roof right over here. You can see a little spot there. Let me see if I can zoom in on that for you guys. You can see, there we go. That looks a lot better. You can see somebody on that roof. And again, that's this roof here. So you can see him get up and start running in this direction here as we're panning to the right. You can see that spot move over. So this all happened at the same time. So it's thought that maybe possibly this could be the shooter. And then we mentioned that it is really strange. Oh, I don't want to show that. That's not the one I want to show. That this guy here is suddenly cheering instantly as soon as the shots happened. Like people have just ducked for cover, and this guy turns around in the direction that the guy shot, and he's cheering. Like, who is this guy? Cheering like crazy. That's really strange. He was a good dude. They couldn't beat him in a debate, so they shot him. Well, they probably certainly maybe didn't appreciate his opinion. Yeah, if you're watching this guy here, he's turned around and he's facing directly towards this roof. Like he is standing basically here, and he's turned around and looked back in this direction here. Like he's looking in this direction. Now, I don't know if he's heard the shot come from behind him and he's turned around, but that is really weird to be at this event. God, like I need these to be like there. It is really weird to be acting like this. They didn't like him. Well, the people that showed up are probably people that were supporters of him. Apparently, there was a huge push on the campus to not have him be able to talk. That's Omar. Who the fuck is Omar? Oh, from the tweets. You're saying it's this dude here. This guy doesn't look like an Omar. I don't know. He looks like a Kevin, or you know, a Jason or something. Racially profiling? I just don't think his name's Omar. He looks more like a Jason or a Steve to me or something. You think his name's Chad? He could be a Chad, yeah. Yeah, so anyways, this guy would be probably somewhere about here, and he's looking back in this direction. Kind of suspicious. Like, any way you look at it, it's kind of suspicious, right? Here, I'm just going to close this one down because I don't want to accidentally fucking play that on stream. Should we see if anyone's actually covering? Commercial break. Seems like everyone's going to commercial, right? Oh, it is top of the hour, so that would be why. Yeah, this Omar, guys, Najra Galves. If you look at his, let me bring up his. I'll show you what his Twitter account is saying right now. Oh, wow. Wow, you want to check this out. So I just went to open his account. Username taken after the original owner changed their handle to prevent it being taken by the used by scammers. My condolences to family, friends of Charlie Kirk. This just recently happened because we had this guy's account open earlier because I was showing people that he locked it down so people couldn't see. People couldn't see what he'd said. This is actually really weird. This has been changed like within the last hour. Because all it said before was it showed it basically showed this picture, and then I can't remember what it said under here. And there wasn't really it was locked, so you couldn't see any of his content. It said it was closed privately or something like that. And since then, I guess this guy's claiming that the username was taken after the original owner changed their handle to prevent it being taken and used by scammers. My condolences. This is actually really strange. Well, I think it says joined September 25th. I think that may just mean that somebody else, like he was given the account back or something. That is actually really weird. What? This is just completely messed up. What? Hold on. Act. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. I thought these were followers of his. I'm like, one of my followers is following this guy? Who were his followers here? Anyway, something's happened to this guy's Twitter account, so he could, I guess, repost on it or something. Crazy. Been a crazy day. We didn't even get into the Russia drones thing too much. Only like 5 minutes. We talked about that. Shall we switch to that, or do you guys want to keep talking about this? Hold on, I'll at least put some audio on while I look for stuff.
Somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done. Mobilizing young conservatives across the country with rallies on college campuses, he hosted one of the nation's most popular podcasts and was given a key speaking slot at last year's Republican National Convention, where he talked about going to colleges and engaging in debate.
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to.
A controversial figure, Kirk said he was no stranger to death threats.
We get death threats all the time. You know, they come, they send stuff to our homes and all that. And yeah, that's just par for the course. I mean, if you are not getting active death threats, you're not really doing much for the country.
And tonight, the president announcing that Kirk did not survive, posting, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you."
Our thanks to Matt Gutman. President Trump posted a video to Truth Social just a little while ago reflecting on today's shooting. Let's take a listen.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges.
Pause this. I've said many times that both sides are responsible for this sort of rhetoric. You cannot tell me that Donald Trump has not done his fair share of attacking people.
Agents to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Our Catherine Faulders joins us now from Washington, D.C. Catherine, let's just start with what you make of what we just heard from President Trump.
Yeah, so, Lindsay, that video you just played, of course, was posted on Trump's social media account. That wasn't before reporters' cameras, so there were no questions there, as you observed. An interesting statement on many levels, especially because law enforcement officials have still not identified a person of interest that they have in custody. They haven't identified a motive. You heard that a lot of that rhetoric from the president right there, where he said that it is the rhetoric of the radical left that's directly responsible for this. I should point out that that's a statement, of course, from the President of the United States. He is getting frequent updates from the FBI and law enforcement officials, Lindsay, but they have so far not taken anybody into custody that they suspect is the actual shooter. This manhunt is still continuing. So lots of questions, of course, there about the president's statements, the politics behind this, and that was on full display, of course, as he mourns the death of Charlie Kirk, one of his closest political allies, somebody who was a frequent presence, Lindsay, in the White House. I would see him often over there in the West Wing when I go over to the White House, even though Charlie Kirk is not a White House staffer. He was deeply involved, somebody in the president's ear. Frequently leading up to the November election and after the election. Of course, Trump credits Kirk with a lot of his election victory with that younger vote. He also relied on him heavily when it came to vetting senior cabinet officials that Trump placed in his administration. So not surprising that we're hearing from the president on this in that video that he posted, but surely going to, I'm sure, continue to hear that rhetoric from the president where he's placing blame on what he says is the radical left being directly responsible. And I do think it's important to note there that we don't know who this person is yet, and we don't know a motive, at least from our sources or senior law enforcement officials.
And Catherine, you mentioned that you would see Charlie Kirk at the White House often. Just elaborate a little more as far as his relationship, not only with President Trump, but also the Trump family.
Yeah, he's had quite a relationship with the Trump family. This is somebody who obviously runs in the inner circles of the Trump family, of course, with President Trump, and not even only, Lindsay, the Trump family, but somebody who was really plugged into the top advisors of the administration. It extended, and you see him, by the way, you see him sitting there.
I'm going to watch a clip with you guys in a sec.
Trump at one of the Turning Point Action conferences that he held, but this also extended into different government agencies here. I know that he was very close with senior DOJ officials, for example, Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, somebody whose influence, frankly, permeated throughout.
All right, I'm going to watch this. Let's watch this clip here. This is Sky News Australia. So apparently this TV host tears up at disturbing left-wing media attack on Charlie Kirk. I'm not so much interested in the fact that she's teared up, but I want to hear what they are saying is a left-wing media attack on Charlie Kirk.
Joining us now is Jack Houghton, host of the media show here at Sky News. Jack, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with MSNBC and other left-wing outlets' coverage of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Are there any Australians in, I believe Sky News is more right-wing. I'm not positive.
Has been forced to apologise because of its coverage of Charlie Kirk's assassination. We'll read you the statement that has been put out from Rebecca Cutler. It says, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive and unacceptable. We apologise for his statements.
We saw this clip earlier where this guy made these insensitive comments.
As has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. And let's just take a look at why MSNBC was forced to apologise. Look at this.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following
Roman,
he's
thanks,
been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Jack, it is just disgusting. They couldn't wait a day.
See, like I think the actual host on the MSN show was actually trying to interrupt him to stop him saying what he was saying.
Before they start trashing Charlie Kirk, saying his comments were divisive, that hateful speech led to this. What do you make of this?
It's some of the most despicable media coverage I think I've ever seen. A man, a father of two, he's murdered. These comments are made as he's dying. He wasn't yet declared dead at this point. And so rather than just reporting the mechanics of what's happened, rather than saying, at this point, he was shot in the neck with precision, by the way. So this whole notion that it could have somewhat been an accident by a supporter, to put that inference out there before you actually know what's happening is absolutely disgusting. But then to think, okay, the appropriate way to cover this story, this huge story, is to place some kind of characterization around him from a moral point of view is absolutely despicable.
Yeah, I want to point something out here. You guys ever hear me talk about how news is outside of America? Like inside of America, it is very one-sided, very opinionated. They immediately start to point fingers at the left or the right, or et cetera, et cetera. This guy is basically talking about what I mean when I say that sort of stuff. Like when you watch the news in other countries, like other news outlets, it is very, it's very straight to the point, factual, and here's what we know. That's it. Make up your own mind. But when you watch news in the U.S., it's immediately like it's a guessing game with them, and they're pointing blame, and it's almost immediately at the opponent's party. Something dies, it's immediately, oh, it's the left wing's fault. If somebody else dies, oh, it's immediately the right wing's fault. When you don't even know any of the facts whatsoever at all. Right? Like, dude, what are you spamming in my chat? Like, seriously. What are you spamming in my chat? I'm going to just delete all that. There we go. All gone. Bye. No idea what you're spamming. Anyways, this is what I'm talking about.
Now, to say that it is hate speech to take some of his positions, I think is just absolutely appalling, because you've got in America, it appears to be one of the only countries in the world where if you oppose illegal immigration at the levels that they are experiencing, you're somewhat of an extremist. In Australia, left-wing parties and more conservative parties are in complete agreement that borders should be protected. No serious country adopts a policy that their borders shouldn't be protected. But we have news outlets who are supposed, they think that they're mainstream. I think that they're now on the fringe, and this is why people are moving towards more independent voices, because there is more integrity now. But you've got these people who are characterising that, of protecting your borders of a sovereign nation, as somewhat of an extremist viewpoint. Now, to say, I think the quote was, hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. Now, think about that. That is a very deliberate argument that that action was somewhat justified or deserved, or simply it's his own fault for having hateful rhetoric. I don't even accept that it is hateful rhetoric to suggest that there is a crime problem. But for a journalist or a commentator to put that viewpoint out there, I think is appalling, and I don't accept their apology. I don't think Americans should, and I think that they should face some kind of congressional inquiry for why they are heightening the temperature in America, and it's leading to multiple assassination attempts on conservatives.
Really well said, Jack. It's just absolutely disgusting. And you know what? I wish that was the only horrific statement that was made. It gets worse. Here's more coverage from MSNBC.
Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast. He opines on almost everything. He's been very closely aligned with the president since his initial run for office in 2015, 2016. And his ties to Trump really elevated his own brand. He was really quite young as an activist when the president launched his initial campaign, and he has kind of ridden along with MAGA.
Again, divisive figure. I mean, how on earth is that okay when someone, as you say, a husband, a father, has just been killed and he was loved by so many people, and we saw him, of course, lose his life doing what he loved, fighting for America, and made such a positive impact on so many people. He reached people right around the world. We're feeling it here in Australia. But those comments, divisive figure, I mean, he was someone that of course was happy to debate controversial issues. He didn't shy away from that. But I just do not accept that kind of language to describe Charlie Kirk on the day that he died. You know, you made the point about how he was fiercely debating strong borders, a policy we have here in Australia. It's not something that's really even that controversial. But even just a couple of days ago, Charlie Kirk was one of the leading voices.
By the way, just out of a completely separate thing, what she's talking about, strong borders, I because of my job situation, I actually just randomly was like, well, maybe I could. What would it be like to live in Australia? So I started looking up just randomly. Doesn't mean that I'm actually seriously considering it. What it takes to actually move to Australia to get like a work visa and stuff like that. It is actually really fucking difficult.
On this issue of this horrific murder of a Ukrainian refugee,
it's hard.
Arena
50-year-old man to move to Australia
for
work.
Like Charlie Kirk, that story was getting pretty much dismissed by the mainstream media, but he was really leading the charge to call this out. And
the New York Times had to be dragged to the table to even cover it, and he was making these points and holding the media to account, wasn't he?
He absolutely was. And the thing is, CNN's coverage of Charlie Kirk's comments was saying that Charlie Kirk's comments were shameful when he made the point that this murder appeared to be racially motivated. It was a black man attacking, from the vision, it appears, you know, a white woman, and there's audio of the suspect who has been charged with the murder saying, I got that white woman. So there is evidence that this appears to be racially motivated. Charlie Kirk stated the facts, calling that out. And then you have CNN saying Charlie Kirk should, you know, those comments were shameful. I mean, these outlets, MSNBC, CNN, I just do not understand how they justify some of this language.
Yeah, it's incredibly upsetting. And look, just talking with you, I can see that you're upset by it. You're a young conservative woman, and it's not easy being a conservative in today's world. And I think that I know that we both sometimes feel the pressure from outside. Making very considered and careful arguments is being hit with this new degree of hostility from the left and then from the mainstream, and people who are refusing to call it out. Now, if I want to make an argument that there should be less immigration in my country, that isn't an extremist viewpoint. No. It's a numbers game. It has nothing to do with race, first and foremost. It has to do with facilities and space and GDP. And it's an economic argument more than anything.
Yeah.
And we have these figures in Australia, in America, who consider themselves to be progressive, who absolutely delight at the demise of somebody who was a father, who left a wife behind and 2 children. And I think that is upsetting for anybody on the conservative side of politics. And how dare anybody in media trying to equate it with this both sides, well, everyone's responsible for the rhetoric. No, that's not true. There are people on the left who are extremists, and they are putting targets on the back of people that have very mainstream views.
Wait, hold on. I got to back this up.
A couple of years ago, on anybody in media trying to equate it with this both sides, well, everyone's responsible for the rhetoric. No, that's not true. There are people on the left who are extremists, and they are putting targets on the back of people that have very mainstream views. Views that a couple of years ago were held by the majority, and obviously in America. One of the suggestions in that grab that you played was that he was divisive because of his links to President Donald Trump, who was a democratically elected president with the majority vote. So how could someone who has won the majority vote be this figure of division and extremism when the majority of people elected him? It is a denial of democracy.
It is literally the very definition of divisive when barely more than 50% of the people voted for the guy. Like, it's divided like almost 50 in half, actually.
It is.
It is disrespectful to every single conservative in the West, not just America, because this manifests broadly across borders. This is a problem that we are seeing all across the world, where we are tolerating the labeling of conservatives as being extremists. And what do you do if somebody is a far right? And you're saying somebody's far right, by the way. The furthest right you can be is a Nazi. What do you do to somebody who's a Nazi? You are justifying violence by using that label irresponsibly. If you don't use that label rationally and carefully, then you are justifying this sort of stuff. And MSNBC is the worst at this.
Yeah.
They're trying to do a rebrand because their own parent company can't stand some of the things they say, and they're trying to distance themselves from it. But politicians, I think, in this situation, they need to ask what these journalists are knowingly doing to the temperature.
Okay, he won
conservatives making arguments. It is to do with people
He had the most votes.
trying to assassinate.
Did he not win the most votes as well? Did he not win the popular vote as well? I thought he had more votes than Kamala Harris. Did he not?
Extreme conservative views.
No, that is exactly right, Jack. And it's just absolutely terrifying to see this rise of extreme far left violence. We've seen this with Elon Musk, where people were encouraging others to go out and firebomb Teslas because Elon Musk was associated with President Trump. We saw Luigi Mangione, an accused killer, being deemed a hero to parts of the far left. And then we had journalists like Taylor Lorenz going on CNN trying to sympathise with people that wanted Luigi Mangione to carry out this alleged killing. It's just absolutely horrific, and it's something that worries me that potentially that kind of extreme viewpoint could be getting more and more mainstream because of outlets that are kind of promoting it and justifying it.
Completely agree.
Yeah, let's take a look at, it's not just MSNBC, it's also people on social media, absolutely disgusting. Let's take a look.
10 out of 10.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
This is the problem that I have, is when you have people on one side that are like carpet blaming like the entire other side of the political spectrum. You know, it would be crazy for me to say all people on the left are absolutely nuts and they're the cause of this, when it's not. It's like some radicalized fucking retards that are it's the same thing as on the right. There's radicalized fucking morons on the right as well. And if you think that there's not radicalized people on the right that are doing shit, like, come on. This is crazy. Like, absolutely crazy.
Looking at that vision, it just reminds me of Butler last year when Donald Trump had his assassination attempt, and we saw this kind of sick reaction from parts of the far left, people wishing that he had been killed, and now we've got someone actually celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. It's horrific.
Well, what I would say is, if you find yourself on the side that is celebrating the death of a father, just think long and hard about whether that is a side that you want to be on, whether these are people that you want to associate with, because Charlie Kirk isn't the extremist.
No.
If you are suggesting that somebody should be murdered for their political views because of his stance on immigration, you are the extremist, you are the radical, and that is the company that you keep. That's all I'll say.
Anyways, that was the clip. Let's go back up to, I don't know if there's anything new that's coming out, though.
They took that from me.
You said that you admire him. What did you admire about him?
As far as, like,
I just
new
really
reports or anything
admire
like that,
when there's all this political race and stuff like that, he really kept in mind the importance of our youth. And being a mom of 3 older kids, I have a 19, a 17, and a 16-year-old. I know what impact, Charlie has, us listening to his podcast and stuff like that. And just, hey, you know what? Let's open ourselves up to be able to conversate. If we have different views, let's just, invite the other to come and conversate. Everything can be, and, taken care of through conversation. Like, there's an open invitation, and, we don't have to agree, but like, let's actually conversate. And that's something that, my kids have actually taken with them, through high school. If there's somebody like, hey, if you guys are this political party, but tell me why, let's conversate.
And I want to take a look at some videos that you posted. If we can show that on the screen, there they are. We see Charlie Kirk arriving at the event moments before the attack. How did people around you react as the shooting unfolded?
I mean, before everything, everybody was like very anti.
I mean, what's your take on what's going on behind the scenes?
So as you've seen from the video, it's an incredibly chaotic scene on a college campus. Hundreds and hundreds of people there. Right immediately afterwards, it's something that it's very hard to stop, freeze everybody in place and say, okay, that's the individual. And so law enforcement, they try their best, but it's not something. It's not like on TV. It doesn't happen that way. Having said that, it is, to me, very important that that a rifle sound, sound of a report was heard, and yet nobody was able to identify an individual, which most likely means that the individual was shooting from concealment and maybe had some way to suppress or to hide the flash of the gun. And again, indicating that this is a sophisticated individual. One shot hitting the target from 200 meters away and then escaping without anybody seeing them. Those are the hallmarks of a professional.
Yeah, this event, of course, was outside, lots of buildings nearby, plenty of people in the audience, somewhat similar to that Trump rally we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania. We actually know that Charlie did have his own private security that traveled with him as well. This was the start of an on-campus tour for him. I mean, was there anything that could have been done? I mean, and are we prepared for what we're about to see coming forward as far as trying to secure events like this that happen on college campuses all the time that are just supposed to be a free exchange of ideas?
So typically what happens when you have a protectee, first of all, you have to know that that individual is under threat. That comes from a variety of different sources, whether it's a social media scan, whether it's about the communications that have been given to that protectee. But this is a private citizen. Yes, he was seen as controversial and in many sectors, but he has spoken around the country many times before, and nothing like this. And yet now he comes in, and the hardest thing to do is try to anticipate where the threats come from and what threats there are.
I mean, I would argue this happened. What time is it now?
10:30. Like this, a rifle attack is probably.
It happened like 11 hours ago. He could be in Europe by now.
Trying to place an explosive device or trying to get close with a handgun or a knife. But nonetheless, it is something that we're going to have to rethink whether or not you want to have the crowd be able to see the individual, but yet perhaps there's a way that you can shield the individual from a line of sight, because that's what this is all about. This is about preventing an adversary from having a line of sight to the target. And the way they do that typically is that they draw a ring around, a 360-degree ring. They say this is the area. It's 200 meters. You can't have any weapons within that area.
He could almost be to Asia.
It's very difficult to do. That's the other thing we have to calibrate our expectations. This was not the security detail of the Secret Service for the President of the United States. And even in that case, President Trump was almost assassinated. Just nearly missed. So when I used to oversee the New York State Police, the state police, and their protective detail of the governor, it was always a huge concern that if you had someone who was dedicated and someone who was professional, protecting the person that you had some type of visibility is very, very, very difficult.
That's a really sad day. We got to leave the conversation there. Michael Balboni, thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
And the candidates for New York City mayor are weighing in on the death of Charlie Kirk. All four saying that this act of political violence has no place in our country.
All right, Mayor Adams interviewed with Kirk just last month and says he was a passionate young man. Mayoral frontrunners Zoran Mamdani saying he's horrified by the shooting death of Charlie Kirk.
Andrew Cuomo says the country must stop celebrating division and start healing. Republican Curtis Lewa calling for prayers for the wife and 2 young children Kirk now leaves behind. And stay with Fox 5 for the latest on this breaking story. Also download the Fox local app to take the newscast with you on the go.
We don't need to. Is there another something else that we can be watching?
An expert on the Middle East and the Israeli-Arab conflict. And H.A. Hellier, Senior Associate Fellow in Defense and Security Studies at the Royal United Services Institute and Senior...
That is not what they're talking about there. Like, what is... Trying to see if there's... Okay, let's see what German news, French news.
That stark divide shows just how polarized the country is, because instantly things are turned into a political, if you will, sort of clash of the titans. With both sides, there is absolutely no space for any sort of coming together or dialogue. Both sides accusing the others. And you just heard in Donald Trump's remarks from the White House.
That's right. That's what I said earlier, right?
People
sort of just immediately start
what he
pointing
says
fingers at each other.
Radical rhetoric from the left, accusing liberal criticism of conservatives, essentially for creating the conditions that led to this violence. Obviously, the elephant in the room, or what is left unsaid in Donald Trump's remarks, is he made no mention of attacks on Democrats, of which there have also been several. You can take instances on both sides of the spectrum, but it's this sort of sense on each side of the political divide, and we have to call it a political divide.
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Hunkering down, sort of a righteous stance, seeing that the moral righteousness is on their side. Pointing the fingers at the other, and there's no way you can sort of breach it.
Now, there's even fears that some on the far right fringes could use this as a pretext to go after their opponents.
Yeah, you know, look, once again, I'm not going to fall into false equivalency here, right? I said there are no angels in this debate.
There's a video I'm going to show you guys in a second.
Bad actors on both the far left, on the far right, and in other parts of the political spectrum, and people with bad intentions, sometimes acting alone, sometimes acting in cahoots with larger groups of fellow like-minded thinkers. But what we have seen, and I go back once again to that seminal moment in recent American history, the January 6, 2021 mob attack on the U.S. Capitol. What you had, that was a highly organized, orchestrated attack, organized by certain specific types of paramilitary groups with a clear agenda. And in this case, well, they were thwarted in what they perhaps ultimately wanted to do. But the sense that there are groups on the far right who will see this and are right now being encouraged by some, even on social media, that right now, right is on your side. Do what you have to do. Violence is justified in order right now to stop these radically dangerous liberal Democrats who will destroy America. There have even been calls in some sectors.
Where's what getting shared?
Right, once again, I'm not mincing words. On the
this
far
is
right,
DW News, our French news.
Ban the Democratic Party. Some have called it the Democratic Party an extremist party, almost likening it to terrorism. That Democratic leaders, politicians, should be suggestions. They should be rounded up. They should be arrested. Obviously, this is fringe rhetoric. This isn't coming from the White House. Donald Trump isn't calling for Democrats to be arrested and rounded up and the Democratic Party to be banned. But there is definitely elements right now that are waiting for these types of events to be, in a sense, given a signal.
There's a fire department that had some
when
members.
Donald Trump said to the said in his remarks, "Stand down, stand ready to." A lot of military groups took that. Paramilitary groups took that as something to be on guard, be on alert, because your time is coming. Your time when you will be able to go forward and enact your agenda. So yeah, that's why this is a tinderbox. This creates such a tinderbox situation, because obviously you have a lot of people who just want peaceful dialogue in the middle, who on both sides of the political spectrum, who see this killing as horrible, as a tragedy, as the loss of a life, and condemn violence under any circumstances. But unfortunately, you also have the conditions in a tinderbox American society where you have more radicalized elements. Yes, on both sides of the political spectrum, but left unsaid by Donald Trump was that he himself has played a role in stoking some of the more radical elements on the far right. So it's a situation, there's no easy solution here. Charlie Kirk himself, just a few months back, in one of his speeches, very popular on these college campuses, said that unfortunately, as he put it, there might be a cost where some deaths by guns, some gun deaths may be necessary in the name of safeguarding, preserving the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which is the amendment which obviously is the right to carry arms, to bear arms. So he himself was part of and encouraged the dialogue and the narrative according to which guns, in a sense, are something to be protected in America. And he was very much vocal in protecting them. Obviously, that in no way justifies some lunatic going out there and shooting him. But what it is to say is that there is a very fertile ground in America right now for those who would want to promote a more violent agenda against those they perceive as trying to destroy America.
Thank you very much for that, Douglas Herbert from our International Affairs Desk. Now, at least 35 people were killed in heavy Israeli airstrikes on Yemen on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm going to show you guys something that is... This is after Charlie Kirk has been removed from the scene. So he's just been rushed out. Check this out. This is fucked up.
Yeah. Grab me out. Hey, yo, grab me out. Let's go, guys. Come on.
Like, absolutely fucked up.
I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. Let's go. Yeah. Grab me out. Hey, yo, grab me out.
Like, are you kidding me?
Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Get the fuck out.
Guys just wandering in and stealing shit.
Yeah. Grab me out. Hey, yo, grab me out. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing?
And the guy's like, what's the problem? What's the problem, man? What's the fucking problem? Like, unbelievable. Like, that's society in a nutshell. Unbelievable. Like, let's just start stealing shit. Let's just start stealing shit here. Fucking crazy, man. Is there another clip that I had? Yeah, here's another clip of... We watched this guy earlier before, the guy that was cheering. This is a different video of it. There he is there. This guy stands up and starts cheering after the shooting. So he was actually down a lot longer than I thought. Now look at him. He's actually cheering. They weren't even hadn't even carried him out yet. Like, you can see them working on moving his body, signaling to the shooter while cheering him on anyways. Like, seriously, that is absolutely messed up. Like, absolutely messed up that is occurring. Let's just watch it one more time. So everyone's down. They've realized what's going on. He hasn't stood up yet. He's already cheering right here. They've already taken the body away, so he knows what's going on. He's cheering. Now look at him. Jesus. Like, everything that's wrong with society today, we've seen in these videos. Absolutely crazy what's going on here. Jesus Christ. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Article 4 is just a prelude to deeper
This is about the
cooperation
drone
for the
strikes that we were
security
talking
of our
about earlier.
skies and our
I'll,
border, which is NATO's border. And words are by
find
no
other
means
stuff
enough
for you
here.
guys.
This is not our war. This is not a war of Ukrainians alone. This war is a confrontation that Russia is conducting against the entire free world.
Well, he just shows that he's an idiot. Like,
member countries can bring an issue to the attention of the Council and discuss it with allies. It states that the parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. However, it does not go as far as Article 5, which provides that if a NATO ally is the victim of an armed attack, each and every other member of the alliance will consider this act of violence as an armed attack against all members and will take actions it deems necessary.
got another video to
NATO
show you. It's
Secretary
actually kind of
General is
interesting.
trying to project confidence. He hailed the alliance's reaction to Tuesday's drone incursion as very successful and had a message for Moscow.
To Putin, I mean, my message is clear. Stop the war in Ukraine. Stop the escalating war, which he is now basically mounting
Actually,
on
this is a really
innocent
interesting
civilians
video.
and civilian infrastructure.
I'm going to pause the
Stop.
the Ukraine stuff. This is hold on. So this video here is a video. It's an amateur video with a drone that somebody has taken of the scene. So there's no sound. But this is actually flying over top of an FBI investigation, which I don't know if that I guess I don't know if there's any laws against that. I don't know. But you can see his tent. So the reason why it's kind of interesting is, remember I showed a video where there was like a little speck that suddenly appeared behind Charlie Kirk, and people were claiming that it was the bullet. This kind of discounts that could be possible, because it was showing that the bullet was coming from like behind him. So unless it was shot through one of these windows, that's not what happened. So anyways, this is a video of the scene. Obviously, immediately like afterwards, I believe you can actually see even some officers. Is that one? I don't know if that's an officer, but they've got it roped off. You can see the crime scene tape. So Charlie's Kirk would have been sitting here. The guy that's cheering is probably standing right about here. Again, there's no sound for this. So actually, I don't see any FBI officers, which is... unless this is a group of them here. And this over here is the roof where people are suspecting that he shot from. And, or actually, it might have been this one here. And the reason they think that is, this is another video of some people that were standing, whoops, over here filming. So they were filming in this direction over here. So from this angle, and they could see somebody that ran up here and then ducked under here, was laying on the roof, but you can see the top of them, like their hat or something that's up there, right? And from this angle here, we went over this before as well. The shots are fired, people are ducking, and you can see this person here. You can see a little speck. Watch it run to the left as the camera pans to the right. They book it basically as soon as the shots are fired. Runs away. And then this drone video is basically suggesting, I'm going to assume, that they were up on top of the roof here and running in this direction here, and this is where everything took place down below. So yeah, okay, so the drone is saying exactly, I haven't seen this footage before, so he's suggesting that the person that was doing the shooting is in this spot. It is actually, okay, so you can see, okay, you can see officers actually are people up here on top of the roof. So they are obviously investigating that as well, but this is where the drone footage is apparently supposed to, and see they've got it all taped off and stuff like that. So he probably ran and ducked away. It does seem very clear that they do suspect that the shooting came from that direction. Looking for the casing, yeah. If this was a professional like hit though, assuming he was running away with his gun, I'm wondering if he would have retrieved the casing as well. I'm wondering if he would have, like, I mean, Cambies, you know better than I do. If you shoot a gun, how far does the casing shoot? You know, if it's a bolt action, it won't eject the casing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Chin Balls. If it's a bolt action, so it would have stayed in the rifle. Is that what you're saying, Red? Or it stays in until he reloads? Okay, so look at all you, like, super right-wing fucking gun nuts in my chat. Oh, you all know the action. You all know here. So, anyways, this is. So remember that video that I showed you where it looked like the bullet could have been coming. I guess this is maybe like a garage or carport under here, but it looked like it was coming in a downward angle. But it's very clear the police are obviously looking over here. I don't know that he would have, like, run around and gone down a ladder and then, you know, tried to escape. I feel like he probably would have run. Like in the video that we were looking at, it looks like he's running in this direction, like backwards. Because you can watch this video here. You can see, I don't know how clear it comes up, but you can see that this speck gets smaller. So it's as though he's going further and further away from the lip of the roof. So you can see that the speck kind of gets smaller. So I think he was running back this way. That's what I think. But yeah, you can obviously see the cops or the FBI that are up here. They've got it taped off. Again, I through the direction ran. I mean, yeah, okay, that's what I said. It appears that he would have run this way, and it appears that he was on top of the roof here, and this is where the over here to the right is where this video here is taken. So these guys here are standing. Gotta make sure I got the right video here. The guys in this video filming the possible shooter are standing over here and filming in this direction. And they're like, hey, what's going on here? And they see somebody up here that runs across and ducks. And then this is the same roof over here. You want to hear shit except the story they come up with? We'll have to see if they catch someone. I mean, there's so many ways that like the FBI has like different like technology that we probably don't have access to analyze videos. and probably like they can probably. I'm looking at that clown. They can probably look at this video, and they probably got some sort of technology that allows them to zoom in on this suspect and get a pretty clear picture by just with like improvements to the photo. Like they probably are able to magnify in. They don't. I think they probably do, to be honest. That's just Jason Bourne. I think that they can probably, well, you've even got access to it now where people are able to make the definition of you can even do it on your phone. They have access to all cameras at every angle. Like when I take pictures or screenshots on my phone, it'll give me the option to like analyze the photo and turn it out in a higher definition. If I have it on my Android phone, they probably have something much better than that. And see the reflection of the perpetrator. I think there's a puddle of water or something like that somewhere around on the roof that is reflecting the guy's face off of the cloud, and we're gonna see it. Vigil with Babel. Security CCT footage. That is something they were talking about earlier. The problem that the FBI officer said that the CCTV footage is very poor. Like he made that clear that it's very poor, but I think that they're able to what's the word I'm looking for? But they're able to look at the actual video itself and bring it out in a better definition. Enhance, I guess, yeah. But you can do it on your Android phone. So I'm sure if we can do it on our Android phone, there's something that the fucking FBI has that is far better than what we have access to. I mean, they probably know a lot more already than we do. Like I'm just some fucking clown sitting in Canada that's analyzing videos and coming up with like conspiracy theories. A world where you can view a pimple on the moon? You can't view a pimple on the moon. What are you talking about? The challenge is to get away with the gun. I mean, let's suggest that the guy ran in this direction. I mean, I think wasn't the gun that you pointed out to me like completely foldable? Here. Didn't you say that this could be like completely folded up and like concealed relatively easily? So I mean, how fast can you fold that up? Like, could he fold that up while on the run? Like say from let's say he's shooting from here and he's running in this direction. I don't know where this roof ends. Like it looks like there's actually a slope going down. There definitely is. So maybe he ran over here and then down this slope here. Like could he have had it folded up by the time he got over here and somebody like saw him or something like that? Like before somebody would seen a gun? Oh, he could okay, easily. SEAL Team 6 stuff, dude. I live in a peaceful country. We don't have, you know, we've got like our version of like really well trained soldiers, but I don't know what the fuck they do. I don't know what the fuck they do. What is bullshit? The fact that he could pack it away in 20 seconds? That we don't live in a peaceful country? Well, are we talking about hockey now, or what are you talking about? Anyway, so you guys are saying that he could easily pack it away by the time if he's at a run, he could have it packed away by the time he got here. So hiding the gun is not that big. Could he hide it under his jacket? Could he hide it like under his jacket so it wasn't even in like a briefcase? You don't live in a peaceful country? What are you talking about, man? We're peaceful, friendly people. Don't talk about the war crimes that we did in World War II, okay? Or World War I. Keep in mind this would be very hot. Yeah, but like, I mean, if he had like a glove on, would you have gloves on when you're firing this? Like you guys have shot guns before. Oh, Camby's has got like the entire fucking like link. This thing here, copy. Thank you, Cambeast. All right. So we're looking. Okay, so we're talking from this roof here. Oh, is that? No, I thought this was like a dip down. Can we like post ourselves here? No? That's disappointing. Hold on. So this is the roof. So he literally could be parked here. He could literally be parked in this parking lot. Because the roof is here. Let me just go back. Shit. I'm going to duplicate this so we can look at multiple angles here. So where the guy's standing here, this is where he potentially shot from. So what if he was like, could he actually have been parked here, like jumped off the roof and then jumped in his car and just been gone? Probably entered from inside up the roof, fire escape, etc. of one of those businesses. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not talking necessarily about how he got in. I mean, honestly, these... I thought for a second, I thought this was a fucking ladder. I'm trying to see if there looks like there's an easy way up. I mean, there's a walkway right here. There's like railings. Like, it looks like he could have walked right along here, whatever the hell this is. What is that? Oh, for sure. Like, it looks like there's some sort of a, like, railing. Oh, there's stairs right here. What the fuck? There are literally stairs right here. Going down. Okay, so if there's stairs coming up to here to this walkway, how far of a jump is this? Now the question is, was he up on this roof or this one here? Oh, he was on the lower one because this is the higher one here. So if this is the higher one here, he wouldn't have needed to jump off there. He was here. So he can literally run along here and down these stairs. Betty, I don't know if he would have gone inside the building, dude, because suddenly there's going to be all sorts of cameras inside this building. This is a university building. Like, there's going to be cameras everywhere. I don't know that he would run around in inside the building. And there's going to be a lot more security cameras there than there is outside, like on the roof here. Like, I don't think there's a security camera here. Like, he could just do the shot from here, walk along here. You guys say that he could easily pack up his rifle, down the stairs, into his car, and be gone. Like, he could have been in his car in 30 seconds flat and been gone. And he's on what appears to be a relatively, calm street. He could probably been out of here. And I mean, look how close he is to the freeway. Look how close he is to the freeway. Someone did see him jump up there before the shooting. Yeah, it's on the video, but they were walking towards the building still, and they saw him run across and lay down. So, yeah, they saw him. Sorry, I want to make sure I get my bearings here again. Where are we here? They saw him. They were standing, like, over here or... Yeah, they were standing, like, over here or something, or over here, but they could see him. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm at the right place here. Sorry, we're over here. So they were standing over here. I'll show you the video. This is the video here. So these people are walking along this street, which is here. And they're filming. They said that they saw a guy run across the roof. They didn't say that they saw him jump up. They said they saw him run across the roof from over here and then lay down here, which is this here.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
So they can see him laying down. Now, he's laying down here. Okay? Now, this video here, this is immediately after the shot. You can see everybody diving down, and you can see the top of that building right here. Okay, right there. You can see this guy immediately. This is, again, a split second after the shot. He's running, and the speck looks like it's getting further and further. Like, he's moving to the left as we pan right, but the speck is getting smaller. So that would assume that he's running away from the lip. So he's running in this direction here. And what did we notice? We're wondering, how is he getting off? And in the drone shot, we saw police officers all standing over here, like FBI agents. So he's probably running in this direction here. There's stairs to get down. I don't think he went inside the building. I think he wants to get out of here as soon as possible. And there's going to be security cameras all over the place inside the building. There's a stairwell right here going right down to the ground floor, a parking lot to park your car, and boom, you're gone. And there's a freeway 2 blocks away. Like, that seems reasonable. That may be what's happened. Look at the images you sent me. Dude, why did you send me porn? I'm kidding. Yeah, but that is just, okay, obviously this is not how small it gets, right? Like, I see it folds. But what about the rest of the gun? Like, is that as small as it gets? Obviously, I think this doesn't this spring up as well? The stuff into a bag. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, if he... Now, when you fire this gun, where's the casing go? Does it fly out? Like, is it like, like you see these machine guns? Like, does the casing fly out, or does it stay inside the gun? It stays inside, so he doesn't even have to recover the casing. He doesn't even have to recover the casing. He just, like... I don't know what bolt action means, dude. Like, come on. Take me out to shoot guns someday, and I'll you can teach me all this stuff. But yeah, so it's very possible that he could fold this up and be gone. Gotta load each round. Okay, so I'm going to assume if that's the case with a gun like this, it is meant specifically to kill one person, and that's it. Like, it is a very, like, accurate rifle. Like, it's not meant to, like spray bullets at a target and hope a few hits. This is meant for, like, look at the scope on this fucking thing. Anyways, this is kind of what we're running with right now as far as possibly what happened. See the power of the shot? Well, yeah, I mean, it was still relatively from close range. Like, we got some people that are claiming Red that it would take longer. Like, this is a professional hit. Like, I think you're right that somebody that could get trained how to do this in a day, but they would still need a relatively lucky shot to get the shot that they did. I think this guy is probably somebody that's got some training and knew that they needed just one shot. He trained in Call of Duty? What? Maybe he was Grandpa Gaming or something. Wait, where did we go here? How have I gotten lost here? How have I lost the building? Like, it's probably right in front of me, right? I don't see the actual center anymore. View from the courtyard. Oh, this is okay. This is from inside. So this is where he would have been. And this is the rooftop that people are suspecting he fired from. Right, I thought it was the like out front of the building that he jumped off of. Which, why the hell have I lost this? I know it's got to be right around here, right? Like, here, this is, yeah, here it is. Here's the, okay, so here's the top view. This is where he shot from. And what I'm suspecting, he ran over here. I can't believe these stairs are like right, like he literally probably just went down here, down the stairs into a car and was gone. I don't think that he would have gone any other way. I don't see him jumping into the building and risking getting caught on closed circuit TV from the security cameras. Hard to get a picture of how easy. I mean, this is, let's see here. Yeah, we can't see. Let me see if, oh, there was this shot here. So this shot here, this is the roof here that he would have been running from. And is this the stairwell to go down right there? I think you can see the handrails there. I'm not positive, though. See, let's find this angle here, and then I think, you know what? I think this is like a building with like a hallway in it. So I don't think he can just run out here unless there's some doors where he can go through and just through the doors here and into the parking area. Because I think if the stairwell's there, it looks like there's doors over here. He could have just walked through the hall and right through and into the parking lot. But this is just like an exit door. Like, generally, those don't have security cameras on it. I mean, he could have had a hat or something like that anyways. Doesn't make sense to have a promenade like that just to go onto a roof. I mean, I don't know what this roof is used for. I mean, it is weird, but you can clearly see the stairs, dude. Like, I don't know if this is... It's hard to tell if this is like, if there's a level change here. Like if this is the roof and he would have had to jump down, but it doesn't look like it, even if so, that would be a very long jump. But you don't even see that sort of a jump here. Whoops, what the fuck did I just do here? Like, you don't see another roof that he has to jump down. It's weird. It looks like it's fenced off here, so you're not supposed to get onto this roof. But it doesn't mean that it wouldn't have been easier. Actually, you know what? Where we might be able to tell? Where's the drone shot? Where's the drone shot? No, not that one. The drone shot might actually show as you're flying in. There. Like, you can see the level here. It looks like there might be a little lip there. Let's see. Do we get close to it? It doesn't really go. So this is the area that we're talking about. You can't zoom in. So it does look like there is a little bit of a drop, but it's hard to tell. But it doesn't look like it's that big of a drop. And you can sort of see, I don't know how well it turns out on stream, but you can sort of see where the stairs come up. It is, I think you know what I think the stairwell is? Because there's no fencing on this side. I think this is literally like a utility stairwell, like meant for like people that are coming up to do work on the roof. It's probably... I was going to say it's probably fenced off. It is very clearly not fenced off. There's nothing there to block. I don't know. It looks like anyone can freely get up here. You can't really tell if there's a fence. Is there a fence running? Oh, there is. So there is clearly a fence on this side. So it looks like, it looks like people can just, oh, you know what? You can walk into this building over here from this over top like this. Kind of a weird design, but you can actually go up the stairwell here. You can actually see the stairwell fence coming up here. And there's fencing on both sides, so people can walk along the roof to go into this building on the second floor. That's what that is. It's an outdoor breezeway. Is that what they're called? I don't know where it stops here, but it's very clear that this roof is flat. It would be very easy for him to run over here if there's something blocking this here, it doesn't look like it would be very hard to jump over, run down the stairs. There's definitely doors here. It looks like there's doors over on this side as well. That's definitely a door there. Probably could have run right out here to get into the parking lot and just driven away. And this is now 13 hours later. Already in Mexico, dude, the guy could be in Asia in 13 hours. This guy could be in freaking, like, wherever. He could be in China right now. He could be literally anywhere in Europe by now. 13 hours, he could be probably, quite easily to Frankfurt at this point. I don't know what I'm assuming that, what area of, Provo, Utah, where does he have to get to? Where's the nearest? Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City looks like it's not even half an hour away. It looks like that's a 20-minute drive tops. Salt Lake City's got an airport. I've flown in through there a couple of times. He could have been to the Salt Lake City airport in 20 minutes, been on a flight an hour later, possibly, and been gone to anywhere. I would not be surprised. 12 minutes, yeah, Salt Lake City Airport. So I don't know where that is. I'm just saying the city center itself. Actually, the icon for an airport maybe would come up, but anyways, it's Salt Lake City. I have flown into Salt Lake City before, on a flight before. So I know there's a airport relatively close. I don't know if it's on the north side, south side, east side, west side, wherever. I don't know where it is. Allegedly, where are you getting this from, Cambeast? A plane took off and allegedly turned off its transponder. I don't know if that's a normal thing to do, but I mean, he could have been boarding a private plane. Who knows? Been gone. Hasta la vista. Gone. I don't know much about like aviation. Like it's not normal to turn off your transponder, is it? There's a bus and train station. Yeah, I mean he could have. I mean he probably ditched his car somewhere. He's got to assume it. Assuming that he went with the Aladar method to escape. They probably have cameras on the parking lot. So if they saw somebody on CCTV coming through the doors or whatever, jumping through into a car, which could have possibly even have been stolen, he probably could have taken it somewhere, ditched it. Okay, what's this Cambeast is sending me here? Private jet under the tail number left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops all day ADS-B illegally and reappears headed back to Provo. Why did this plane turn off its radar and turned it and like an hour later heading back? Like Yeah, but where would he have flown him? Like, where would he have flown him to and been able to get back in an hour? Like, I know, like Reno is not too far from Salt Lake City. I know, you know, like Las Vegas then is not very far. I don't know if you could fly to Las Vegas and back in an hour though. Like an hour, like land, drop somebody off and fly back. That's probably pushing it. But Reno for sure. Could have landed on a soccer field somewhere. Are you going to take off again on a soccer field in that plane? I think it's highly unlikely that somebody went to that stretch to get away. I think they probably just and they're not going to turn off their transponder while they're landing somewhere in like Reno or something either. Right? Like you're not landing in Reno with your transponder off, I'm going to assume. Mike thinks it's a CIA hit. I don't know that this plane has anything to do with it. It is suspicious, though, that they have turned off their transponder, though. If it's orchestrated, it definitely could get ground clearance. Yeah, but now you're suddenly adding a bunch of people to the you know, team of people trying to pull this off. I think we're probably going to find it's one person. Look at this. We've gone over this. Like how easy, aside from the fact that the guy's got to be a good enough shot, how easy would it be just for the guy to, look how easy it is to get up onto the roof, up the stairwell, across the roof. People spot him running across the roof from over here. He lays down, not too long later, takes a shot, kills him. You can see in the video that he's running back this way, and we've got a stairwell to a car. I have no doubt that he could have been heading to the airport. I have no doubt that he could have been heading to the airport, but I think if they catch him, they're probably going to find that there's some CCTV footage of the guy either going through the building and into the parking lot, discovering which vehicle is leaving, probably not even able to read the license plate because CCTV video is so shit. And they'll probably be able to tell which way he headed. So look at this. Oh, Jesus. Look at this. I would be shocked if he's not heading right if they find the coverage, the car heading right, because look where it leads. You follow the road and it leads right onto the highway. He can get right onto the highway and immediately book it north to Salt Lake City and wherever the airport is in Salt Lake City. Where's Provo? It's right here. Provo is basically a suburb of Salt Lake City, dude. It's basically a suburb of Salt Lake City. So he basically, well, I'm not saying this is what he did. I don't know what he fucking did, but I'm just thinking that this seems too easy. Like, how long do you think it would take you to get off of this roof, down these conveniently placed stairwell, through the building? There's obviously an entrance to the building here, and it looks like there probably is here. So he could definitely go through the building here to the parking lot, hop into his car, drive away, be on the highway. How long do you think it takes you to get from, where are we here? to get from this spot here down the stairwell into a car and then drive around here and onto the highway. 3 minutes tops? Do you think you guys could do that in 3 minutes? From this roof, run off, down the stairs, into a car, and then along here. I think you could do that in 3 minutes. And be on the highway and be gone. No, we're not. Don't walk too fast. I mean, in a car. I think he could be in his car within a minute. For sure. Run from here down the stairs and into his car. I think he could do that in a minute. Hold on. I'm going to actually time it. Hold on. Not time it, but so Sard Hill Drive is where we want to see how long it takes him to get to. So center to Sard. Not walking, driving. So there's the drive. They're saying that this... Oh, he can actually... Oh, no, we're talking about this way. Okay, it actually has him go this way. Let's pick somewhere else. Veterans Memorial Highway. Okay, that's not what I was wanting to do. What the fuck? Like, I'm just trying to get it to go onto the highway. Like, why is it having me go... Here, what's the name of the airport? Provo Airport. What's Salt Lake City's airport? I think he's honestly gonna go to the Salt Lake City Airport. There. 40 minutes, apparently. Yeah, but where does Provo fly to? If that's just like a little tiny airport, if this is just some single individual guy, just Provo Airport. Let's see where they fly to. Provo Airport. Like, can you even actually fly there? Apparently American Airlines flies there, and that's... That's where you're still going on this private jet. I don't think he took a private jet, dude. I think this is one lone whack job that's like, fuck this. I'm $800 for me to fly to Provo Airport. I honestly think it is much higher probability that he just booked it to Salt Lake City Airport and flew out of there because it's actually a major international airport. And from there, it's much harder to figure out where he might not even have flown anywhere. He might have just driven somewhere. But I think very quickly after he left, he probably was looking to ditch his car somewhere. $8 What are you talking about? Not 8 hours to Salt Lake City. I'm talking about like it's 40 minutes to get to the Salt Lake City airport. Like, he could have been Salt Lake City airport and gone through security within an hour. Oh yeah, that was I don't know why it had me. That was to Los Angeles, probably, or I don't know where it was going, but it was maybe Las Vegas or something like that. Where's Reno? Oh, Reno's actually further away than I thought. Actually, we were talking about that private plane to get to Reno and back. That's almost as far as going to Las Vegas. So never mind. I think he probably just booked it to, I mean, if he flew, I think he would have gone to Salt Lake City airport. I think him being there an hour later, like, I don't even know if they would have been like, there's not really international flights going to Provo, dude. Like, there's no direct flights from Vancouver going there. Hold on. Let's see where, like, Provo to, like, I don't think there's any direct flights, international flights out of Provo. I think it's just a tiny little airport. What does Provo Airport look like? See what this looks like. Dude. This is Provo Airport. It's like Bellingham. Have you been to... This is smaller than Bellingham's airport. I've never actually been to Abbotsford's airport, to be honest. I've driven by it, but I've never flown out of there. But this looks very similar to Abbotsford's airport. So anyways, this is what it looked like. Is there any hold on. Flights out of Provo Airport. Is there stops? Whoops. Non-stop. Okay. These are the flights. These are the direct flights out of Provo Airport. Phoenix, Dallas, or Washington. Those are literally the only places it flies to. Okay, so there's no international flights. No international flights. In order for me to fly from Vancouver to Provo, I had to like stop in in like Phoenix or something. Like I had to fly somewhere else first and then go back. That's why it was like $800. Yeah, he's not getting away internationally doing that. Phoenix is probably an hour and a half flight or something like that. Yeah. But I mean, if you're gonna do that, why not just drive up to Salt Lake City and fly wherever the fuck you want? Right? Like, hold on, let's delete this. Like, here's where Salt Lake City's flights fly to. Like, look. This is nonstop. It doesn't even actually matter if there's stops. Like, honestly, if this guy was trying to get away, there's flights over here and shit as well. So, like, you can fly to Asia from Salt Lake City's airport. Fly to Paris. Like, he could be in Paris by this point. Very easily on a nonstop flight. And if he was smart, you know what he'd probably do? He would probably book a flight. Whoops. He would probably book a flight that had like 2 stops and then just get off on one of them. Like, he could probably book a flight to, like, say, I don't know, Mount Kilimanjaro from Salt Lake City. But it's like 3 stops. Like, you'd have to fly to like London or Lisbon or something like that first and just get off the plane there. Too much CCTV. Yeah, but you're going to have CCTV at any of these airports. Any of these airports or airlines is going to have security cameras before you board a plane. This is the United States you're talking about, man, where you have to take your shoes off before you board a fucking plane. Like, they've got security cameras over top of any exit onto a plane. You can literally get anywhere from Salt Lake City and just be gone. Maybe he's got fake ID, like he's got, you know, all sorts of things that he could have rented the car that he took off in under one name, gotten to the airport, booked on a flight under another name, and been gone. So again, this is a 40-minute drive. Or just went back to his dorm. There's also, you're right. There's all sorts of, you know, things that he could have done. He could have been a student there. Could very well have been a student. Why have I lost my spot again? Here we are. He could have been a student. I'm sure there's dorms around here somewhere. He could have gone to campus tours and been taking a tour of the campus or something. It could be anywhere. It's 13 hours later. So, I think eventually they will find some information. To try and start tracking this guy down. Like, they have access to CC's, the campus security that we don't have access to. You know, they've got access to a lot more information than we do. But that's my best guess. Off the roof, into a car, and gone. Probably rented a car, maybe under a different name. Maybe dropped it off somewhere. Hopped on maybe some public transport, although the buses would have cameras on them as well. You know, booked it. He may not have gone to an airport at all. He may have just driven somewhere. You know, may have just driven somewhere. Although usually at this point, they would have made an announcement that they're looking for like somebody in a red Corolla or something like that. You know, with like a license plate, this, or whatever. Like, if they saw somebody leaving, if they found out that it was a red Corolla or something that they left in, they would probably make an announcement that they have. But yeah, the longer, I mean, let me flip through the channels here and see if there's anyone, you Usually this late at night, they stop talk. It's all like, what is this? Usually it's all just like news on repeat, and it's not, it's like documentaries and shit like that that's on there. This is nuts. All these things fell off of a cargo ship yesterday, I think it was. So yeah, unfortunately, I think that's about it. Let's see if there's anything new on Twitter that's being reported.
To defend myself. It's 2 a.m. It's a self-defense situation.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And there's some people that are just ruthless with some of the comments that they've made. Like, just absolutely ruthless. The feds have something for sure. They can't lead on that. They know anything. They know anything. I think if they start getting like desperate, they might say, hey, listen, there's a suspicious car that was leaving. If anyone has any information, like you'll know at that point that they don't actually have any clues to where the person is. I'm just trying to see if there's anything new on Twitter. Late night shows are talking about it now, making comments. Oh wait, hold on. What's this? Second. Did we listen to this already? Hold on. Let me
Suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras.
Okay, so I don't know if this is 911 or if it's the campus security or something like that, but somebody is claiming that someone has already left the campus. I'm assuming they're talking about the shooter.
Suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking this building right now?
No, we have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Suspect in custody. They've released that individual.
Oh, they have video evidence of the guy actually leaving the campus. Assuming that's what this is about. Crazy. So they know who it is. Well, they don't necessarily know who it is, but they've seen, I guess, on security somebody running from the scene. Probably, probably down those stairs. You're probably going to hear tomorrow or in the coming days, like some of the evidence that they've got, if they've caught the person or if they're looking for the person. They're probably eventually going to be, here is, visual identification, visual of the person. If anyone has any tips, please call in or whatever. Like, you're probably I think you're probably gonna see some of this information come out. In other news, NASA has found signs of life on Mars, by the way. And to be honest, like, that's probably much bigger news if they've actually found life on another planet. It just doesn't seem like it right now. So the Provo Airport, Cambies is showing me, is 12 minutes away. The Salt Lake City Airport is 40 minutes away. If you were trying to get away, chat, would you go to an airport that has like 2 flights a day or 3 flights a day out of it? Or to an airport that has literally hundreds of flights a day out to all over the world? I just don't believe that he went to a small airport where there's just a few flights a day out. You think that they went to get a private plane out there? If there's a bunch of other people involved, okay, I could see that. I still think that this is just a one-person wingnut that is probably on the run at the moment. The life they found on Mars was alien poop. I mean, it seems like it was just like I don't know what the wording is for it, but it's life that could have lived like millions of years ago. It's not life that's there now. We can watch this if you want. I mean, this sort of shit fascinates me, actually. This sort of shit actually fascinates me.
And the scientific community that will, in essence, pressure test what we think we...
Whoops, what the fuck?
...we've found. So we're talking about perseverance and the scientific community that will, in essence, pressure test what we think we've found. So we're talking about perseverance. This was a mission sent to Mars under President Trump's first presidency. And a year ago, we found a sample, and it was, again, we're exploring in places where there were rivers and where there were lakes. And much as on Earth, we think that that's where we'd see signs of ancient life on Mars. And so a year ago, we thought we found what we believe to be signs of microbial life on the Mars surface. And so we put it out to our scientific friends to pressure test it, to analyze it, and go, did we get this right? Do we think this is signs of ancient life on Mars? And after a year of review, they've come back and they said, listen, we can't find another explanation. So this very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
Oh, there you go. What is bigger news? Charlie Kirk getting killed, or that we found alien life? Like, this is kind of going under the radar a little bit, to be honest. But that's pretty big news, to be honest. Smaller can be faster, less security. Well, especially if it's a private flight. Like if it's a private flight, you might not even have to go through security. I don't know how it works. You might be shocked to know that I don't fly on private jets very often. At the false moon landing, yeah. Razmir, shut up, dude. It was, man. Oh. It's a rough game, man. It's crazy that it's taking this long to, like, we went over this. This is where the shooter apparently shot from. So boom, he shoots. Look how close it is to hop in his car, dude. He could be in his car in probably 60 seconds. And he just has to drive around here and he's on the fucking freeway like 3 minutes later, dude. 13 hours later, he could be anywhere. I don't know how long it takes to drive from Salt Lake City to Reno or Las Vegas, but it's not 13 hours. Like, it's a 15-hour drive to Vancouver, Canada. 15 hours. This happened at 11, so 12. So 13 hours ago, he could be in Seattle by now driving. Driving right now. He could be in Seattle. Quite easily as well. He's trying. Yeah, he's a Twitch streamer. We know for sure. Which Luigi guy are you talking about? I don't even know who you're talking about, actually. Well, I know it's Mario's brother, but... Oh, the guy that shot the healthcare worker, yeah. See, that recording that we just heard where not that one. I'm trying to close some of these windows here. So this is the court area of where he was talking. So he was talking right here. Okay, where did I... Oh, I moved up onto the roof. Okay, so this stairwell here is like very similar to this one over here that we saw where we think that he probably ran down. So this is where the shooter was. This is the stairwell that he ran down, we think, or I think. Kind of similar to that. And this is, oh, this is very similar to the other walkway. Whoops. The other walkway on the other side. This walkway here. He could have run off here and then right across the walkway into this building. But I don't think he would have done that. I think he would have tried to get off site as fast as possible and booked it down to a car. I don't see why you would want to sit around and wait. I think you'd want to get off of the crime, away from the crime scene. Drive away with your car, probably rented in another name, maybe even dropped it off somewhere and swapped vehicles or something like that, and been gone. The white Volkswagen? I haven't seen that claim yet. Do I think America is fucked? Watching it live on Miz's stream? I mean, I've been flipping back and forth. I've been flipping back and forth between the news sites. Can you show me a link of where Miz was watching it on stream? Because I've looked all over Twitter, all over the news, and we haven't seen. You can't find it, huh? Wow, that's amazing. I haven't seen it on any of the news channels that I've been flipping back and forth on. Like, I've literally been going along all the news channels, and nobody's reported about this white Volkswagen anywhere. Nobody's mentioned it on Twitter, but somehow Mizkif had it on his stream. That's fucking crazy, dude. You don't think they're gonna find him? Well, we did hear that one recording where the police or whatever was saying that he has left the campus, but we didn't really hear the full conversation. The guy may have just been asking if someone in particular, like the officer or whatever, had left the campus. Canby's found a mystery plane. Yeah, the mystery plane that left and turned off its transponder and then turned it back on an hour later for some reason, flying back into the same airport as well. This airport down here, Provo Airport. I think if he left, he probably had a car rented in someone else's name. Ditch that car somewhere to get into another vehicle or something like that, or a bus or something like that, and is gone. And I think that if they haven't found him in like the next 24 hours or know who it is or have serious suspects, they're going to have some problems. He most likely had a pretty elaborate escape plan. Yes, I agree. Like, this is, I mean, as far as like getting out, I think he's in his car and on this road in 60 seconds. A fat old dude like me, I think I could run down here and get into a car and have been onto the road within 60 seconds. Does that sound crazy to get from here, the stairs here, and into a car in the parking lot in 60 seconds? And this road goes right to the highway. For me, it sounds absolutely crazy. I think I could do that. I think I could get from here and into a car in 60 seconds. I think I could do that. Now the question is it did appear that he was moving away relatively quickly. I don't see any other stairwells or anything like that. Like, maybe he jumped off this roof. That's not a very far jump. And then jumped down here or something like that. But it definitely looked, according to the pictures, that he was moving in this direction pretty quickly. Dude, I can run downstairs pretty fast, man. I could like 2 or 3 step these stairs. I think I could. I think I could definitely jump down like one roof, like 10 feet or something. I could do that. I could still do that, man. There's some sick people on Twitter though. Like some of the comments, people feeling like they're being so witty with some of these comments. so many like this guy here is talking about, hold on.
America, we have a problem. We have a problem because we have a corrupt government that will mislead you any chance that they can get. Anyone that they put in front of you at this point in state is the assassin of Mr. Kirk is just placed in front of you to get you into your feelings, to water down the narrative, to pull you from the truth. That was a professional hit. That shot was taken by a professional. Now, they might drag some 60-year-old guy out and say, oh, he's a lefty, or this individual is a transsexual. That shot was taken by a professional.
They do love their conspiracy theories, don't they?
Now, I believe they took him out because he was getting too close and too big.
This is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against.
It is just this is like what's the InfoWars guy's name? Like, just it is so fucking like far-fetched. It is crazy, some of the shit.
It's the most powerful people on the planet.
Alex Jones. Like, it is just
America,
crazy,
we have a
some of
problem.
the shit that they come up with
We have a
no
problem because
evidence
we have
at
a
all.
corrupt
They just spew shit.
Government that will mislead you any chance that they can get. Anyone that they put in front of you.
Crazy work putting that music on the video. Look up Idaho. Oh, jeez, what is going on? Idaho Vigil. Is there like a live stream of this or something, or?
Well, tonight, the Idaho Freedom Foundation organized a vigil on the Capitol steps in Boise to honor Charlie Kirk. Aspen Shumpert was there and joins us live from the State House. So the question is, how was the turnout, Aspen?
Yeah, Brian, there were a few hundred people here tonight. Despite the slight showers, people still wanted to come out and light a candle and hear about the person that Charlie Kirk.
I mean, people, if they want to have vigils or whatever, if it makes them feel better, I mean, that's fine. Some people, this helps them.
There were families
mourn,
here. There
I
were
guess.
college students here, kids, even some lawmakers were here.
Did you say, Alada? I think I could drop down from a 10-foot roof, yes. If it meant like I had to hang over the edge and drop down 4 or 5 feet, yes, I think I could do that.
Tonight, all to gather together. The crowd sang several songs together as well. God Bless America, In the Arms of an Angel, just to name a few. Like you said, Brian, Kirk co-founded the conservative.
It just makes so much more sense that a disgruntled hater would have done it rather than some massive undercover operation. I agree. I don't think that you're going to find that there's like another, like a Mossad or, you know, some group of people collaborating together.
Conservative youth
I
organization.
think this is one crazy guy who had easy access to a fucking roof, knew where the event was taking place, took a shot from this roof over here, hit him, got into his car, and drove away. It's so easy for one person to do it. You would just the hardest part of this operation is finding the person that could actually take the shot and actually hit the target. The rest of it is just easy. Like, there was only 6 police officers in attendance for this event, plus security. So if there's only 6 officers, they're probably all around this area here. He's going in the opposite direction, getting into a car, and he's gone. Now, where's that fucking video that we were watching? This one here.
America, we have a problem.
It's just the conspiracy theories, and here I am, I'm talking about a conspiracy theory, like how did the guy get away? I got no evidence for it except for what we saw in the video. We don't even know for sure that the guy that we saw on this roof that was running away as soon as the shots were fired, we don't have any evidence other than that was the guy who made the shots. Like, we might find out tomorrow that this guy was actually one of the security guys for Charlie Kirk. If he's got his own security, it makes sense that maybe his security are stationed in places, and as soon as he heard the shots, he went running. He was aiming for his head, possibly. I don't know. Red, if you're still here, does that make sense that the guy would be aiming for his head, or would you target the neck? Or if you target the neck, if you miss slightly up or slightly down, you're probably still going to kill the guy, right? Whereas if you aim for the head, if you miss slightly up, you're going to miss the shot. So it makes sense that maybe he was actually aiming for the neck and just hoping that he wasn't left or right of the guy. Conservatives like to blame liberals for everything. This is no exception. It's already started. I mean, the conservatives will tell you that right-wing extremists never do this shit when there is lots of evidence of them having done that. I think there was a Minnesota assassination attempt several months ago where, that sort of thing happened. We've seen conservative people drive through Black Lives Matters rallies in their cars, killing people. So, I mean, both sides have wackos on it, unfortunately. It makes it twice as bad. If it was just one side, it would be so much easier, but it's unfortunately both sides that have whack jobs. Hey, look at this. There's a Chick-fil-A here. Right? But I honestly think it was just one person who knows how to shoot a gun, and in America, that's probably not very hard to find. Probably not very hard to find in America, a guy that knows how to shoot a gun. They've got access to all sorts of guns. That red, not assumed to be the weapon, but this was an example of a weapon that could carry this out. Very high-powered single-shot weapon with very good aim. Take a look at that scope that can be folded down afterwards so he can run away. And could easily be folded down and put into a bag as he's running across this roof, down these set of stairs, and into this parking lot, and boom, gone. Trying to find I gotta watch like videos before I show them on stream just to make sure there's no graphic content. There's been no footage of CCTV that I've seen that is come out yet. I don't stand behind any party and their beliefs. They're all pieces of shit. Anyone who has serious mental health issues. Is there hold on. It looks like all the news channels have broken away from talking about it. Yeah, it looks CBS is talking about. It looks like they've all broken away from talking about this. Yeah, I don't know if there's I think it's kind of that point now. I don't know. We can keep talking about it if you want, guys, but I don't really have anything else left new to show you. There's also people showing their approval for this assassination. I think they've got mental health issues. Yeah, I mean, there's crazy people that are fucking celebrating it. And like I said, like it's just weird fucking behavior. We had the one video. For those of you that haven't seen this, let me see. This dude here, literally cheering. They're already carting his body away, and this guy gets up and starts cheering. Hold on. Look at this guy. The guy's literally cheering what's happened. It's crazy. Like crazy. Not anymore. This is the drone footage. We don't need that. Anyways, I think we've probably covered everything for tonight, guys. I'll leave it there, and we can probably take this back up tomorrow. I'm sure they're going to be covering this all again tomorrow with any sort of updates, whether or not they've got any leads or suspects or whatever. But yeah, I think we probably covered about as much as we can here. Unless you guys have anything else. We talked briefly about the fact that there's evidence of life having been on Mars at one point, strong evidence for it now. And then we also talked about the drones that were shot into Poland by Russia yesterday as well, which is taking a big risk. They didn't. Hey, Lazarus, this was a hitman. Go back to the Ukraine girl. Let me take a piss. I've needed to. Okay, we'll talk about the Ukraine girl. I mean, that's like 4 days old now, but can we not leave the stream on fake news? just free Luigi. Here we go with Luigi again. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a piss. unfortunately, the news is basically here. I'm going to force you to listen to Canadian news. I have no idea what they're talking about. Do I even want to do that? Yeah. Here, watch whatever the hell's going on.
Any hope of releasing hostages from the Gaza Strip. Hamas says its leaders survived the attack, which took place as they were assessing a new ceasefire deal with Israel. Qatar has hosted Hamas's political leadership for years in Doha, in part at the request of the US to encourage negotiations between the militant group and Israel.
Qatar under attack, an Israeli airstrike targeting Hamas operatives in the capital Doha. A shock for a country that presents itself as the ultimate peacemaker.
Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals.
Qatar is a small country with just 300,000 citizens, often overshadowed by its much bigger neighbor, Saudi Arabia, and its rival, the United Arab Emirates, and with better relations with their rival, Iran. Peacemaking has been a way to make itself indispensable. Qatar is not even particularly close to Israel, but great oil wealth and stable politics mean it can concentrate on mediating conflicts as far away as the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. Qatar's strategy is to get on board with multiple sides. It has historically funded insurgent groups like the Taliban, always stressing its neutrality. While it has hosted Hamas representatives in Doha, Qatar is also home to a large U.S. airbase with 10,000 personnel, making it even more central to regional politics and tactics. This getting on all sides strategy extends to allegations of bribery with EU officials and an intelligence scandal in Israel known as Qatargate, and even to the gift of a luxury Boeing jet to the U.S., which is set to be transferred to President Donald Trump's library when he leaves office. A high profile for a tiny nation, but one that helps it survive in a volatile part of the world.
Guys, I'm going to call it.
Well, Manhunt Sinha is a lecturer of international relations at the University of Wolverhampton. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, anyways,
help
if you
us
haven't
understand how
already,
Qatar has managed to position itself as an ally of both the United States and its rivals,
follow
such
all
as
my
Iran
socials. They're
and its
listed down
proxies like
below.
Hamas.
YouTube, Twitter.
Yeah.
All that sort of
this
stuff.
is something to keep in mind that right from the 1990s, Qatar realized that mid-1990s, Qatar realized that there should be more independent strategies that it takes in terms of regional geopolitics. And so one of the things that they did was they used to engage significantly with different actors, especially in mediation.
If that's the case, then I'll probably be around
whether that came to Israel, whether that came to Iran, whether that came to the US. Specifically, for example, if you're talking about Hamas, it was with the US request that in 2012 they opened up one of the offices for Hamas in Qatar. And this was to ensure that there is some sort of back channel discussions that go on over here. So Qatar's been, so that's one aspect of it. And I guess the second aspect is also the fact that because obviously Qatar has a lot of wealth, it's been able to offer some sort of economic incentives to all sort of different actors, especially when it comes to mediation. So ensuring that a lot of these actors are able to get space within Qatar to be able to discuss some of the issues, to be able to mediate and to be able to negotiate some of their conflicts has been one among the strengths that Qatar has had in the last 15 to 20 years or more than that.
This is
what do you make of Israel's claims? Its recent attack aimed to expose Qatar's real face, portraying it as a supporter of terrorism.
At least 6 days a week. Turn down the video. So yeah, I'll be doing this like 6 days a week going forward until I find another job anyways. I enjoy covering the news stuff. This is what I do during the daytime when I'm just kind of dicking around in my apartment. I'm not watching TV. I'm just kind of like surfing the internet and watching news. So I may as well just fucking stream it and give my takes and, you know, stuff like that. And I mean, we've got a bunch of people in here watching. I'm sure it's because this is a big story. If I was just covering like, you know, Donald Trump golfing or something like that, there'd probably be 15 people watching or something. But we've got a decent number of people that came in to watch the stream and just talk about what was going on. So we'll probably carry on doing this stuff here, and I am streaming on both YouTube, Twitter, and Kick, and Rumble as well. So if you guys want, follow me on all those socials as well. So thank you very much for watching, guys. I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna probably try and be on by like 1 o'clock Pacific time, so it's like 4 o'clock Eastern. If I can like get up earlier and go to the gym and then come back and be home in time to like start streaming this stuff, then that would be good too. So anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks a lot for watching. Again, if you haven't followed the stream, please follow the stream. It's free. Follow on YouTube and my other socials as well. And we will talk to you guys again tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. Good night.